The Blanqui Reader. The Blanqui Reader. Political Writings, 1830 to 1880. Louis Auguste Blanqui. Edited by Philippe L. E. Goff and Peter Hallward. Translated by Philippe L. E. Goff, Peter Hallward and Mitchell Abider. Chronology. 1804. Napoleon is crowned emperor. 1805. Louis Auguste Blanqui is born in the small provincial town of Puget-Théniers, near Nice. His father Jean-Dominique Blanqui had served as a Girondin member of the Constituent Assembly in 1792–93, and was later appointed sub-prefect of the Alpes-Maritimes Department by Napoleon. 1815. Napoleon is overthrown, and the Bourbon Louis XVIII is restored as king. He is replaced by his younger brother Charles X in 1824. 1822. Shortly before finishing his secondary education in Paris at the Lycée Charlemagne, Blanqui witnesses the execution in Paris of 4 seditious soldiers, the 4 sergeants of La Rochelle, all members of the secret society La Charbonnerie. 1827. Blanqui is wounded during clashes with government troops in April and May, and then almost killed on November 19 by a bullet wound to the neck during further protests around the Rue Saint-Denis, in Paris. In a short autobiographical sketch he will remember the November protest as the day when he rediscovered the people of the First Revolution, with their heroic rags, their bare arms, their improvised weapons, their indomitable courage and their irresistible anger. 1829. Blanqui begins working as a stenographer with Le Globe, a prominent liberal newspaper associated with moderate opposition to the Bourbon regime, edited by the Saint-Simonian Pierre Leroux. 1830. Blanqui participates in the massive July Days insurrection, which forces Charles X to abdicate. He is replaced by Louis Philippe, son of the former Duc d'Orléans, as a constitutional monarch, presiding over a government dominated by bankers and financiers. 1831. First insurrection of the Canets, silk workers, in Lyon. Blanqui is arrested and charged, along with 14 other members of the Société d'Amis du Peuple, for plotting against the state, and for press violations. 1834. Second Canet insurrection, followed by riots in Paris and other cities. With Armand Barbes, Blanqui becomes the leading figure in a small conspiratorial society, the Société de Familles, and publishes the first and only issue of the newspaper Le Libérateur, Journal des Primes. He marries Amélie Suzanne Sarah, b. 1814, one of his former pupils. 1836. Blanqui and other members of the Société de Familles are imprisoned for the illegal possession of arms and the manufacture of gunpowder. 1837–39 Blanqui helps organize a new and more disciplined conspiratorial group, the Société de Saisons. 1839. On May 12, Blanqui and Barbes lead the Société de Saisons in a failed insurrection, which is crushed after 2 days of street battles. Like the other leaders of the coup attempt, Blanqui is condemned to life in prison. 1840–47 Blanqui endures extremely harsh conditions in the prison of Mont Saint-Michel, and almost dies in a prison hospital in Tours. In 1841, Blanqui's wife Amélie Suzanne becomes ill and dies. At the age of 26, Blanqui is heartbroken and never remarries. 1848. In February, a popular uprising overthrows the Orleanist monarchy, and leads to the establishment of a relatively moderate republic. From early March to mid-May, Blanqui leads an influential political club, the Société Républicaine Centrale. The government tries to discredit him, in April, by publishing the Taschereau document, which claims he betrayed his comrades of May 1839. He is arrested shortly after a failed march on the National Assembly, on May 15, and then imprisoned in Vincennes. He remains in prison for the next 10 years. 1849. Blanqui is imprisoned in Doullens, and then moved on to Belle Isle. 1851. President Bonaparte seizes power in a coup d'état, and a year later becomes Emperor Napoleon III. 1859. Blanqui is finally liberated, as part of a general amnesty, and begins to focus on clandestine journalism and propaganda. 1861. Blanqui is again arrested, on charges of conspiracy and sedition, and imprisoned at Saint-Pelagier, in Paris, where he influences a new generation of radicals. 1865. Blanqui escapes from a prison hospital and goes into exile in Brussels. From 1865 through to 1870, a small but organized Blanquist party begins to take shape, as Levieux, the old man, wins over new support in student and workers' circles, recruiting people who would soon play important roles in the Paris Commune of 1871. With Gustave Dryden, Blanqui edits the newspaper Candide. It publishes 8 issues, with a circulation of around 10,000 copies, before the government closes it down. 1869. A general amnesty allows Blanqui to return to Paris, anti-government pressure grows. 1870. War with Prussia begins in July, and immediately goes badly for France. On August 14, pressed by his more impatient followers, Blanqui reluctantly leads a futile and hastily arranged attempt at insurrection in northeastern Paris. In early September, Napoleon III surrenders to Bismarck, and an emergency government of national defense is established, dominated by moderate Republicans. Blanqui founds the newspaper and associated club La Patrie and Danger, calling for mass resistance to the German invasion and siege of Paris. 1871. In February, Adolphe Thiers' government surrenders to Germany. In mid-March, an insurrection in Paris establishes the remarkable but short-lived Paris Commune. The Commune is crushed in May by Thiers' troops, who slaughter thousands of its defenders. Blanqui himself is arrested in southwestern France a day before the insurrection in Paris, on March 17. He is condemned to another lengthy jail term, for participating in a brief and indecisive popular mobilization in October 1870. 1879. In April, Blanqui is elected, while still in prison, as parliamentary deputy for Bordeaux, following an enthusiastic campaign for his release. The government annuls the election but yields in June to pressure to free the aging Blanqui, who spends the last year of his life touring France and speaking to mass audiences about the need for political change. 1881. On January 1, Blanqui dies of a stroke, aged 75. Perhaps as many as 100,000 people attend his funeral march. Editor's note and acknowledgements. This first English anthology of Auguste Blanqui's political writings is complemented by a website dedicated to his work and legacy, the Blanqui Archive, launched in 2016 and hosted by the Center for Research in Modern European Philosophy at Kingston University, blanqui.kingston.ac.uk. The website includes French versions of the texts translated here, along with scans of Blanqui's manuscripts and publications and a wide sampling of critical assessments by writers positioned across the political spectrum. Blanqui's compressed and vivid prose style is strongly influenced by the Latin classics he absorbed as a student, and which remained for him, a lifelong critic of Romanticism, the model of effective written expression. Believing that the incommunicable idea amounts to nothing, Blanqui filled his notebooks with rough drafts and recopied versions of his main texts, written and rewritten in search of the most succinct formulations. The concision of his syntax is often difficult to render in English. So are a number of notoriously ambivalent French terms. La conscience can mean either consciousness or conscience, or both. L'expérience can mean either experience or experiment. Abrutir evokes a process that both exhausts or stultifies people, and that reduces them to the level of beasts. The useful French distinction between a general faculty of volant, as much wanting as willing, on the one hand, and a supposedly unconditioned libera arbitra, absolutely free will, on the other hand, is often hard to convey. The same goes for the distinction between education, which evokes moral upbringing, and which Blanqui tends to associate with the oppressive abrutissement of Christian indoctrination, and instruction, which evokes learning and science, and which Blanqui associates with enlightenment and emancipation. We have translated la patrie, with its strong patriotic connotations, as country rather than use the more literal but Germanic-sounding fatherland. We have translated the term home as man or mankind throughout, and retained the masculine equivalent of the pronouns il and ils, rather than adopt more gender-neutral but anachronistic formulations. Whatever else one can say of Blanqui, no one is likely to claim him as a precursor of feminism, and there can be no evading or downplaying the ugly streaks of misogyny, nationalism, and Eurocentrism that sometimes run parallel to his hatred of religion and spiritualism. We have assumed that it would be counterproductive to try to censor these aspects of Blanqui's texts. We are grateful to Dominique L. Nuz, Sinead Rushdie, Sarah Hirschmuller, Lucy Mercier, Eddie Hughes, and Alain L. Goff for their help with the most stubborn translation puzzles, and again to Dominique L. Nuz for her pioneering and painstaking editorial work on Blanqui, upon which we have relied at every stage in the preparation of our anthology. Mitchell Abider was the first person to translate a significant number of Blanqui's texts into English. For the Marxists' Internet Archive, he paved the way for this project, and has played an invaluable role in bringing it to fruition. Needless to say, we assume responsibility for any errors that remain. This project was made possible by a research grant awarded by the Arts and Humanities Research Council, 2015-16, and facilitated from start to finish by the support of our colleagues in the CRMEP and Kingston's Faculty of Arts and Sciences. Peter Hallward and Philippe L. Goff. December 2016. Preface, Blanqui our contemporary. Peter Hallward. Auguste Blanqui has been ignored or dismissed for so long now that it is hard to guess how a new generation of readers might respond to his work. With indifference, hostility, enthusiasm. There is no denying that, in many ways, he belongs to a bygone era, that his various revolutionary projects all ended in failure, that his understanding of economic tendencies and historical change was relatively superficial, and that, even by the criteria of his own day, his strategic approach was outdated and ineffectual. Blanqui had neither the opportunity nor the desire to elaborate a systematic social theory, and anyone who looks to him for a set of enduring answers to political questions is likely to be disappointed. When it comes to doctrines, Blanqui was the first to admit, "I have nothing novel or unprecedented in reserve, no more me than anyone else." Nevertheless, there are at least 4 broad reasons for thinking that he can still help us, as much as any of the great revolutionary figures of his century, to clarify how best to pose these questions themselves. A first reason concerns Blanqui's own impatience with attempts to formulate political theory in the abstract, and his positive antipathy to any attempt to impose such theory as a blueprint for the future. If political thinkers had the ability simply to ponder and then explain what must be done and how society should be organized, then this illumination would have already been accomplished a long time ago. Robespierre, Saint-Simon, Fourier, Cabet and various others have said their piece, Blanqui observes, and in a sense everything has been said. What we find is that no amount of theoretical reflection can or should replace the searching and uncertain engagement in political practice, and in periods of retreat there is no avoiding the fact that we are condemned to mark time until events put us back on track. Point 2. Blanqui accepts that, just because it has been successfully established, so then the established order is a barrier that conceals the future from us and covers it in an almost impenetrable fog. Only radical and unexpected change can clarify the way forward. Nothing illuminates the way, nothing lifts the veil of the horizon, nothing resolves problems like a great social upheaval. 3. A revolution not only does or accomplishes more than any controlled process of reform, it also thinks more. A revolution improvises more ideas in one day than the previous 30 years were able to wrest from the brains of 1,000 thinkers. This is because a revolution transforms a glimmer that once floated like a cloud in the minds of a few into a light that shines forth from the minds of everyone. If then the ideas that will generate the new society must precede and prepare the movement that will create it, nevertheless these ideas as such are obvious, and already familiar, indeed overly so. What alone is transformative, and startling, are the convulsive storms that accompany their conversion into actual revolutionary movement. For all the powers of thought, all the greatest efforts of intelligence are unable to anticipate this creative phenomenon that can break out at any given moment. One can prepare the cradle, but not bring to life the long-awaited being. There comes a time, in other words, when talk of communism, of equality, of social justice, and so on, is simply a matter of talk, a time when discussion, exhausted, is no longer capable of moving so much as an inch further towards the future. In vain it tires itself out attempting to lift an insurmountable barrier to thought, a barrier that only the hand of revolution can break. 5. Hence Blanqui's first and recurring piece of practical advice: do not presume and then try to impose a model of social justice and equality, but instead set about undermining, right away, the existing ramparts of injustice and inequality. Do not anticipate or wait for a more or less distant future, do what is necessary to confront what is intolerable in the immediate present. Let us destroy the old society, we shall find the new one beneath the ruins. 6. Straddling the long period of turbulent experimentation between the unexpected insurrections of July 1830 and March 1871, and marked above all by the disappointments and consequences of 1848, in his own century Blanqui was the intervallic thinker par excellence, someone who sought to persist in a revolutionary project at a time when its history could no longer be repeated but before its future could be envisaged. His project was doomed by circumstance to be more one of provisional demolition than of lasting construction. Our destiny, he acknowledged in a letter to his sister written in 1852, has been to live in an era of transition, belonging to neither the world of the past nor that of the future, wandering like the Israelites between Egypt and the Promised Land. 7. A generation that has come of age after the eclipse of a later round of emancipatory struggles may find they share more with Blanqui than with some of the more dogmatic figures of both the second and the subsequent internationals. A second reason why Blanqui's work might resonate today, after decades of neoliberal reaction, and after the apparent containment of revolutionary hopes in the Middle East and in Latin America, is his unblinking emphasis on the fundamental and ultimately decisive dimension of such struggle: force. Revolutionary change requires revolutionary power, a capacity to overwhelm the diverse mechanisms that protect the established order and its ruling class. Force is the only certain practical factor. 8. Since any regime that is truly threatened can be trusted to do everything in its power to eliminate the threat. Whenever push gives way to shove, in a genuine conflict the most dangerous enemy is always whoever holds the sword. 9. It is equally obvious, for the Blanqui who studies the failed insurrections of 1832, 1834, 1839, June 1848, and so on, that only idiots arm themselves with wooden swords when obliged to confront troops wielding the genuine article. Whenever state security demands it, a disarmed crowd is swept aside. 10. The outcome of any struggle between the oppressed and their oppressors remains a foregone conclusion until the day the former find a way first to overcome the military resources of the latter, and then to put them, and their former commanders, permanently out of action. Blanqui himself lived at a time when old Jacobin slogans to arm the people could still be taken literally, when it remained possible to think that a France bristling with workers in arms means the advent of socialism, and that in the presence of armed proletarians, all obstacles, resistances, and impossibilities will disappear. 11. The instructions for an armed uprising that Blanqui circulated in 1868 might still have helped the Paris communards survive the murderous assault to which they were subjected 3 years later, and to this day there is no shortage of places: Palestine, Haiti, Venezuela, Sri Lanka, Syria, where his lucid emphasis on the balance of forces may offer more insight than routine appeals to human rights, democratic inclusion, and civil society. Elsewhere, especially in those well-armed states whose monopoly of violence certainly defies any direct challenge on their preferred terrain. It is not Blanqui's specific military strategy but his insistence on the pursuit of victory that today might strike a chord with readers whose political horizons have been shaped largely by the repeated experience of defeat. As Cuba's José Martí would say in due course, if it is criminal to promote a war that can be avoided, it is just as criminal to fail to promote an inevitable one and do everything necessary to win it. 12. Blanqui never wavered in his class-riven understanding of society as dominated by the privileged few, who live comfortably off the backs of the proletariat. Such a society must always be structured first and foremost by a war between rich and poor. 13. To a world thus polarized into two warring camps there corresponds a recurring refrain: woe to the vanquished, and glory to the victors. Vi victus. Surely no one has ever meditated more deeply than Blanqui on the implications of this phrase. In the age-old struggle between the exploiter and exploited, the victors not only control how society is fashioned and its history recorded, but determine the criteria of political morality that serve to absolve themselves of all blame and to demonize their victims. As he reflects on one of the great vanquished factions of the French Revolution, the atheist sans-culottes who rallied around the uncompromising Jacques Hébert, Blanqui hammers this point home. It must be stressed that it is victory that carries glory or opprobrium, freedom or slavery, barbarism or civilization, in a fold of its dress. We do not believe in the fatality or inevitability of progress, that doctrine of emasculation and submission. Victory is an absolute necessity for right le droit, on pain of no longer being right, on pain of becoming like Satan, as he writhes under the archangel's talons. 14. The people should never engage in a fight they cannot win, and they should never allow their victories to be rolled back, by offering premature clemency to their adversaries. Impunity for former oppressors, as Blanqui repeatedly insists, after Marat, as good as guarantees the restoration of oppression. Needless to say, strategies that might have succeeded in the Paris of 1830 or 1848 have their limits, and anyone interested in winning contemporary political battles has more to learn from the sorts of mass civil disobedience that have sometimes succeeded, when sufficiently determined and well organized, in making a situation ungovernable. Blanqui's own conception of people's war may belong more to the past than the future, but he leaves us with a question that remains as timely as ever, in an era still defined by the neoliberal presumption that there is no alternative: what sort of popular force is required to overcome the powers that preserve the world's injustice and inequality? How might such force be inspired, informed, organized and applied? For reasons both personal and political, Blanqui had as much reason to be pessimistic about the prospects of such force as we do. His confidence is tempered by his own repeated experiences of defeat, and by his awareness of the scale of the obstacles to confront. A third good reason for reading Blanqui today, however, is that he refuses to mortgage his political optimism to the apparently discouraging movement of history. However bleak the current prospects may appear, Blanqui never forgets that the people have all the political force they need to prevail, should they choose to use it, and this choice, in the end, is within their power to make or evade. It is a mistake to derive an assessment of political capacities from the structured configuration of an existing situation, since Blanqui maintains that nothing is so deceptive as a situation, because nothing is so changeable. More than actual impotence, passivity, or indifference, what preserves mass subordination is simply lack of awareness. The major barrier, one cannot say it enough, is ignorance. 15. Everything turns on education and illumination, and though Blanqui knows very well that it normally takes decades if not generations to re-educate a systematically miseducated population, nevertheless political understanding can occasionally crystallize in a flash, and so can the insurgent force that sometimes accompanies it. On that score, the experiences of July 1830 and February 1848 remain an inexhaustible source of hope, in spite of the equivocations and betrayals that will always succeed in stifling a half-hearted revolution. Blanqui's point is that revolutions are not doomed to be half-hearted. Early and late, he concedes nothing to any momentary setback. Whatever happens, we must march on. When the masses encounter an obstacle, they stop, gather themselves together, and overturn it. This is the history of the past, it is also that of the future. 16. Blanqui's confidence in the irrepressible popular enthusiasm for revolutionary change underlies every phase of his political career. It is what guides his strategy in the 1830s as a conspirator and as the consummate artist of insurrection. It still orients the instructions he provides for an armed uprising in the late 1860s, which are entirely predicated on the assumption that such an uprising would prompt the citizens to rush into the streets and unhesitatingly risk their lives in its support. 17 This same confidence also accounts for the serenity with which Blanqui contemplates a more distant future, which he imagines will be shaped by the consequences of mass education and free association. Such a future will be communist because an informed people will freely choose to make it so, and thereby invent new means to achieve it. It is neither necessary nor feasible, Blanqui insists, against his socialist contemporaries both utopian and scientific, to try to anticipate what our more educated descendants ought to do. 18 We have more reason to trust the people of the future than we do the limited powers of our own critical judgment. No one better illustrates than Blanqui that optimism of the will that Gramsci, after Lenin, will see as an essential virtue of revolutionary militants. This is because Blanqui's whole political psychology is grounded precisely in a robust and nuanced conception of volonté, or volition. Here is a fourth reason for returning to Blanqui, one that deserves detailed study in its own right. 19 Although rarely posed in our purportedly post-revolutionary times, one of the central questions at issue in any theory of political action must concern its willed or voluntary quality. To what extent is political action best understood in terms of the actor's own deliberation and resolve, rather than by the supposedly deeper logics of economic development, historical tendency, providential design, biological evolution, technological innovation, cultural differentiation, or unconscious drive? Prior to Gramsci himself, Blanqui is perhaps the most suggestive and significant figure of the whole post-Jacobin revolutionary tradition to have insisted on the primacy of the actor's initiative and purpose, and on their relative capacity to overcome the obstacles that might block the realization of their collective will. On this point, reference to Blanqui, today, helps draw a line under the long spell of anti-voluntarism that has dominated recent European philosophy, an aversion common to thinkers as different as later Heidegger and Adorno, Foucault and Derrida, Deleuze and Agamben. No form of association is worth defending, Blanqui insists, if its members do not join it out of their full and free will. Esse plain et libre volonté. 20 Blanqui follows Rousseau in defining legislation as an expression of the general will. The conspiratorial Société de Saisons that he led in an attempt to overthrow the monarchy in May 1839 took it as self-evident that the only legitimate form of government is one that expresses the enlightened will of the nation's vast majority. 21 For Blanqui, as much as for Rousseau, and indeed for Lenin, for Fanon, for Che Guevara, politico-psychological factors like purpose, intention, consciousness, deliberation, and discipline are primary rather than secondary considerations. Whether he is discussing the strategic configuration of a street barricade, communism as the future of society, or a Paris-led campaign for popular education, Blanqui always recognizes that, if it is to prevail and endure, the movement from imposed necessity to an assumed freedom must itself be freely and consciously undertaken. In the late 1860s in particular, Blanqui reserves his most vitriolic polemics for the smug complacencies of Kantian positivism, and those other forms of theodicy or fatalism which affirm what happens as both inevitable and desirable, simply because it happens. 22. Again, however, like Rousseau before him, and like Lenin or Gramsci after him, Blanqui also rejects any spiritualist or religious appeal to an abstract, metaphysical notion of a disembodied libre arbitra or indeterminate free will, a punitive fantasy that serves only to assign misplaced moral blame to the victims of social disadvantage. 23 Effectively anticipating some subsequent developments in neuroscience, Blanqui instead dwells at length on the reciprocal action of the brain on thought and of thought on the brain, in order to emphasize how thinking and willing depend on the material conformation of the brain. while insisting both that this conformation itself can be improved by the way we use our mental faculties and that our capacity for deliberate social change underlines the peculiar characteristic of our species, our perfectibility, or capacity for improvement. 24. Thus, if la volonté du peuple is not to be confused with the complacent mirage of an undetermined libre arbitre, still less is it to be conflated with any sort of all-determining biological inevitability, economic necessity, or historical destiny. At every stage of his work, Blanqui privileges the freedom to embrace transformative ideas over unchangeable facts and material constraints. It is ideas alone that make people what they are, he insists. The instrument that frees us is not our arm but our brain, and the brain lives only through education and the cultivated practice of critical thought. By extension, and as if to invert the priorities of Marxian historical materialism, Blanqui believes that philosophy rules the world and that the life of a people is not in works of its hands but in what it thinks. 25 The course of such a life is determined by those who live it, and not by the social equivalent of laws or cycles. The word law only makes sense in nature, he argues, since whoever says law means an invariable, imminent, and fatal rule, a principle that is immediately incompatible with intelligence and will. 26 And since nature largely leaves us alone to get on with our lives as we choose, so then are we free and indeed obliged to make and remake the course of our own history, which is the only one that matters. 27. Blanqui's experience of history provided him with every reason he might have needed, to paraphrase some often quoted words of Raymond Williams, to make despair convincing. Instead he remained stubbornly committed to an unyielding political hope. 28 Confidence in the potential of insurgent change, confidence in the force required to actualize this potential, confidence in the sufficiency of such confidence itself, and in the capacities that underlie it, this is the legacy that Blanqui has left us, and that we are free to dismiss or renew. Introduction. Philippe Le Goff. This anthology brings together Auguste Blanqui's most significant and suggestive political writings. In the following pages, the reader will find a couple of landmark works: Instructions for an Armed Uprising 1868, Eternity by the Stars 1872, several major speeches and public interventions, like the defense speech of 1832, or the warning to the people of 1851, as well as edited selections from Blanqui's manuscripts, a disorderly mass of essays, articles, discarded jottings, correspondence and newspaper clippings bound into some 30 volumes and housed at the Bibliothèque Nationale in Paris. Many of the texts in this collection have been translated into English for the first time, some have never been published in French. Taken together, they provide a fairly thorough overview of the political thought of the most overlooked revolutionary figure of the 19th century. Anglophone readers have never yet had a chance to engage with Blanqui's work in any detail. The context is remote, the material fragmentary and largely inaccessible. It may be helpful, then, in this introduction to give a brief outline of the life and thought of this unfamiliar and underappreciated figure, highlighting some of the principal themes he affirms and questions he raises. Often described as the link between Babeuf and Bolshevism, Blanqui occupies a peculiar position in the history of revolutionary politics. He rejected the toothless mutualism of Proudhon, and he defined himself against the limited republicanism of Ledru Rollin and Louis Blanc. He cannot be pigeonholed as either a utopian or a scientific socialist, and he was certainly not influenced by Marx. Instead, inspired largely by the legacy of the most radical aspects of the French Revolution, he is perhaps best understood as a neo-Jacobin communist or a forward-looking sans-culotte, a political militant of social equality. 2 If he looks backwards to the enrages and Hebertists of 1792–93, he also anticipates some of the priorities of a whole range of thinkers in the 20th century, from Lenin and Luxemburg through Che and Fanon to Badiou and Bensed. To appreciate the central concerns of Blanqui's project, it must first be situated in a historical landscape shaped by the fallout of the French Revolution, and by the long reaction that sought to stifle memories of 1789. In the first decades of the 19th century, the legacy of the revolution divided France into roughly 4 political groupings. The right was split between more moderate royalists, who recognized the need to make at least some concessions to the revolution's legal and economic achievements, and ultra-royalists who sought to reverse any such concessions, to reinstall a royal prerogative, and thereby to return to the structures of the Ancien regime. Of the 2 Restoration monarchs, Louis XVIII, who ruled from 1815 to 1824, fell into the former category, while his younger brother Charles X, king from 1824 to 1830, fell into the latter. On the left, meanwhile, there were a growing number of liberals who sought a return to the moderate reformist program epitomized by the old Constitution of 1791, but in ways now designed to forestall any renewal of mass participation in politics, and to block any revival of the Jacobin radicalism that prevailed in 1792–94. The liberals were outflanked, finally, by a small cluster of far-left activists who remained committed to precisely such participation and such radicalism, and who dreamed of following in the footsteps of Hébert or Babeuf. Blanqui became one of the foremost representatives of this last grouping. The simplest way to describe his entire project is as an attempt to continue and revitalize, for the 19th century, the militant egalitarian legacy of the sans-culottes, and to persevere in the tradition of the great popular insurrections, most notably of August 10, 1792 and May 31, 1793, that they organized in order to impose their will upon the governments of the day. To most of Blanqui's contemporaries, or at least to most members of the political class, such an attempt seemed downright quixotic, not least in the late 1820s, when 30 years of imperial and then royalist reaction had all but buried the revolutionary heritage he sought to reinvigorate. On the margins, heroic, shadowy figures like the Carbonari helped to preserve an alternative conception of politics, as did veterans of the 1790s like Philippe Bonarroti, whose defense of Babeuf, in his Conspiracy of the Equals, published in 1828, provided an important source of inspiration and continuity for a new generation of Republicans. Yet, as Blanqui understood more acutely than most, the fact that history is always written by the victors colors both the present and the past. Pending a change in the balance of forces, and a change in the whole understanding of politics and government, the revolution would be forever dismissed as a short-lived deviation from the natural and established order of things, and a criminally violent one at that point. 3. Although Blanqui dedicated his life to trying to change the material balance of political forces in favor of the exploited and the oppressed, he was more successful in helping to change the way such forces were understood. In the most schematic terms, the broad outlines of his thought might be summarized as follows. The point of departure is an insistence that all fields and facets of any given established order, from social relations and economic production to popular morality, are subordinate to the primacy of politics. If the decisive political battle culminates in the contest for control of state power, the ideological sphere of thought and ideas defines the broader terrain of the political battlefield. Blanqui takes consciousness to be both constitutive and primary. To be human is to think, and it is the way people think that largely shapes the way they live, and not the reverse. Ways of thinking and living are polarized between principled dedication to notions of justice and equality on the one hand, and, on the other, the enduring persistence of domination and exploitation, deceit and duplicity, manipulation and opportunism. However principled it might be, mere thought in isolation, of course, cannot influence or change society. It must be translated into action. The social sphere, in short, is largely shaped by struggles either to fulfill or to thwart the realization of basic political principles. Blanqui's general outlook is shaped by a further dualism that separates this variable psychopolitical domain from a natural or cosmological domain governed by regularity and necessity. The works of nature are fated or fatal fatale, and are carried out according to immutable laws. The works of human thought are changeable like thought itself, and depend on will, on energy or on weakness, for this dualism blocks any straightforward synthesis or conflation of man and nature, of human affairs and natural processes. Society does not conform to any sort of divine authority or underlying historical tendency, and Blanqui rejects any philosophical system in which people figure as nothing more than the blind and involuntary instruments of God or of some inevitable force that might play a role similar to that of a providential God. 5 The shape of a society is ultimately determined not by supposedly objective forces, be they economic or religious, but by our own choices and actions, which are essentially political choices and actions. By the same token, ignorance is the precondition of exploitation in all its forms because it suppresses our capacity for conscious volition, and with it our collective capacity for socio-political self-determination. The struggle between emancipation and oppression must be resolved through mass education. Both economic injustice and religious domination are symptoms of popular ignorance that can only be ended through popular enlightenment, and historical experience has shown that education is the sole agent of progress. 6 The long-term conclusion follows as a matter of course: no more ignorance, no more oppression. 7 In the short term, responsibility for initiating processes of mass education falls on the only group of people in a position to undertake them, the déclassés intellectuals who align themselves with the proletariat, and the atheist workers, artisans, and students concentrated in Paris and other major cities. More generally, to reject any form of historical necessity within the realm of human affairs is to advance social progress as forever politically possible, so long as we are prepared to do what it requires. We can do it, as Blanqui put it in 1832, if we will it. Nous les pouvons, si nous les voulons. 8 The collective capacity to realize freedom and equality is tied at every step to the process of collectively willing this realization. Words without deeds to back them up are nothing but an empty sigh. Deeds without words to justify them are nothing but crimes. Let us never separate these two elements of justice. 9 Together these elements combine to sustain the only passion of the revolution, the achievement of its emancipatory idea, the triumph of its principle. 10 Serious politics can be done through the pen and through action, Blanqui continues. If it is through the pen, then let it be mighty, dominating, galvanizing. If it is through action, let us organize the people so as to lead them into battle. In both cases there is a visible goal, a positive result. 11 And in both dimensions, revolutionary politics seeks to overthrow what currently exists, not aimlessly or for the benefit of intrigues, but by virtue of settled principles, with the firm resolution to build the future on the new foundations that will be provided by enlightened socialism, developed and determined by the events that occur. 12. 2. Revolutionary combatant, self-professed proletarian, militant atheist and insurrectionary strategist, exiled agitator, cosmic speculator, voracious reader and perpetual prisoner, forceful orator, newspaper founder, organizer and leader. Despite the constraints to which he was subjected, Blanqui led a remarkably multidimensional life. 13. Born on February 8, 1805 in Puget-Théniers, a small town in the Alpes-Maritimes department in southeast France, at the age of 13 Blanqui was sent to Paris to enroll as a boarder at the Institution Masson. He soon gained a reputation as a brilliant student, and would go on to graduate from the Lycée Charlemagne in 1824. He began to study both law and medicine at the Sorbonne in 1826, and became increasingly politically active as the 1820s progressed, joining the Carbonari in 1824 and participating over the course of 1827 in a series of popular protests against Bourbon rule that left him injured on 3 separate occasions. In the evolution of Blanqui's political perspective, however, the 1830 revolution eclipsed all that went before and remained the point of departure for all that followed. Blanqui witnessed firsthand not only the capacity of a people to overthrow a repressive regime, but also the kinds of manipulation and fragmentation that can stifle any subsequent process of mass empowerment. Both the victory and the betrayal of July 1830 cast a long shadow over the whole of Blanqui's political life. It is honorable to be fooled, he admitted in 1846, looking back on the event, so long as you are only fooled once. 14 In defeat lessons were learned, resolutions were made. The unmaking of a revolution was the making of a revolutionary. 15. If Blanqui first rose to prominence during the period in the early 1830s that became known as les temps d'émeutes, the time of riots, his understanding of revolutionary politics evolved in tandem with his recognition of the inadequacy of mere riots or uprisings as a means of challenging the established order of things. In a situation in which this order was protected by censorship, police surveillance and ruthless armed force, like many of his contemporaries, Blanqui concluded that only disciplined conspiratorial insurgency offered any real prospect of revolutionary renewal. Following imprisonment in 1832–33 and again in 1836–37, Blanqui patiently rebuilt the secretive Société de Saisons, which he led in an ill-considered coup attempt on May 12, 1839. The rising was crushed after 2 days of street battles. Although he evaded capture for several months, in January 1840 Blanqui was convicted and sentenced to life in prison. The brutal conditions of the Mont Saint-Michel prison did indeed nearly shorten his life on more than one occasion, until his qualified release on medical grounds, shortly before the revival of revolutionary energies in Paris in February 1848. The subsequent course of Blanqui's brief return to the political stage mirrored the course of events over that climactic year. March 1848 saw him rapidly established as an influential figure, at the head of an enthusiastic political club, the Société Républicaine Centrale. April was derailed by government attempts to discredit him, on trumped-up charges, implied by the so-called Taschereau document, that he had betrayed other participants in the May 1839 insurrection in exchange for a reduced prison sentence. Following pressure from his supporters, May 15 found him leading a doomed march on the National Assembly, for which he was again arrested and jailed, just weeks before the disastrous June Days revolt. He would not be released for another 10 years. The cycle of engagement, imprisonment, liberation thus established over the first half of Blanqui's life continued until his death in early 1881. Having spent no less than 33 of his 75 years behind bars, imprisonment may appear as their defining theme, a bleak and invariable background punctuated only by repeated political failures. L'Enferme, the prisoner, as Gustave Geoffroy entitled his 1897 biography, seems an apt epithet for a man imprisoned by all the post-Restoration regimes of the century: July Monarchy, Second Republic, Second Empire, Third Republic. No matter how long the term or severe the conditions, however, prison never succeeded in breaking Blanqui's political commitment. Deprived of the freedom to act and organize, he devoted his energies, as far as his chronically poor health allowed, to the written word. Like Lenin or Che after him, Blanqui went to extraordinary lengths to unite in himself, as Fidel Castro later said of Che, the revolutionary ideas, the revolutionary action and the revolutionary virtues that form the three pillars of his political project. 16 Again, rather like Che, it is the way that Blanqui lived his political dedication as an enduring and unconditional commitment, to the point of self-sacrifice, that accounts for the loyalty he came to inspire among younger activists in particular. A new generation of Blanquist supporters emerged in the 1860s. Blanqui spent most of the preceding decade in political limbo, interned in Belle Isle prison, off the coast of Brittany, while Napoleon III consolidated his grip on power and memories of 1848's compromised republic faded away. Upon his release in August 1859 following a general amnesty, Blanqui quickly decided that propaganda and clandestine political publications, rather than conspiratorial action, would provide the best means of sustaining and renewing a revolutionary project in the face of widespread resignation. Imperial censorship, however, just as quickly condemned Blanqui to another prison term. Confined again at Saint-Pélagie in Paris, to his own surprise Blanqui found himself surrounded by a small group of young and enthusiastic followers, which came to include people like Gustave Tridon, Émile Eudes, Eugene Proto, Raoul Rigaud, and Jules Valles. During the late 1860s, some of these young radicals, many of whom would go on to play key roles in the 1871 Paris Commune, began to form an increasingly organized and influential Blanquist party. Some of them also helped Blanqui to escape, disguised, from the Necker prison hospital in Paris in August 1865, and secure his safe passage to Brussels. Apart from a few clandestine trips back into France to meet with his supporters, Blanqui's exile would last until 1869, when a further general amnesty allowed him to return to Paris. The mass anti-government demonstration on the occasion of Victor Noir's funeral in January 1870, which Blanqui helped to organize, marked his return to direct political agitation. It was the outbreak and consequences of the Franco-Prussian War later that year, however, that shaped the final decade of his political life. Seeking to tap into popular discontent with the floundering war effort, Blanqui was again pushed by his more impetuous followers to lead an abortive attempt at insurrection, on August 14, in La Villette, northeast Paris. This immediate failure nevertheless anticipated an imminent shift in the balance of power. After Napoleon III surrendered to Bismarck at Sedan, mass pressure led to the hasty proclamation of a new republic on September 4. Blanqui's response to this rapid change in the political landscape was to set up La Patrie en Danger, a newspaper and associated club. Blanqui used the columns of the newspaper to attack the Provisional Government of National Defense for its inadequate and ineffectual military reaction and to call for popular resistance to the Prussian siege of Paris, which continued through the winter and into the following January. On October 31, he played a prominent role in another popular uprising, which was again snuffed out after a brief moment of political uncertainty. On March 17, 1871, on the eve of the further mobilization that would finally lead to a slightly less ephemeral political result, the establishment of the Paris Commune, which lasted through to late May, Blanqui was again arrested, for his role in the October 31 insurrection. In May 1871, as in June 1848, the Parisian working class was crushed by the established regime. By then Blanqui was already immured at the Château de Taureau prison, and oblivious to the massacre taking place in the capital. It was there that he wrote his peculiar meditation on man and the universe, Eternity by the Stars, 1872, a long-standing project whose origins can be traced back to the early 1840s. 9 long years later, another amnesty campaign finally secured Blanqui's release from prison in June 1879. Despite his age and poor health, Blanqui launched himself into a last round of political activity, co-founding the journal Ni du Ni Maitre, and speaking out at venues across France against the establishment of a standing army and in favor of a general pardon for the surviving communards. Blanqui died of a stroke on January 1, 1881. Perhaps as many as 100,000 people joined his funeral procession through the streets of Paris to Père Lachaise cemetery, where he was buried. 3. In his own lifetime Blanqui was a symbol of hope and fear, inspiring respect and revulsion in equal measure. For the Marx who narrated the fate of 1848's class struggles in France, whereas utopian or doctrinaire socialism remained the socialism of the petty bourgeoisie, the proletariat rallies more and more round revolutionary socialism, round communism, for which the bourgeoisie has itself invented the name of Blanqui. This genuine form of socialism, Marx continues, is willing to embrace the class dictatorship of the proletariat as the necessary transit point to the abolition of class distinctions generally, to the abolition of all the relations of production on which they rest, to the abolition of all the social relations that correspond to these relations of production, to the revolutionizing of all the ideas that result from these social relations. 18 Almost 30 years later, an ultimately successful campaign to elect the still imprisoned Blanqui as a parliamentary deputy for Bordeaux received the support of Garibaldi, who endorsed Blanqui as the heroic martyr of human freedom. 19 Shortly after that, at his funeral, Blanqui's memory was celebrated as much by the proto-anarchist Louise Michel as by the proto-Bolshevik Peter Tikhakov. The prolific writer Eugene de Meyer-Court, by contrast, reflected more settled views when, in 1857, he described his subject as the most cynical of all the fiends plotting the downfall of modern society. 20 Conceding Blanqui's talents as an organizer and his brilliantly cultured mind, de Meyercourt poured scorn and vitriol over this Machiavellian fanatic, this formidable demagogue. 21 More measured observers likewise chose to highlight the form of terror that is attached to the name of Monsieur Auguste Blanqui. His name is an axe, concluded Hippolyte Castille. 22 It is not surprising that Walter Benjamin later acknowledged Blanqui as the most dreaded adversary of 19th century French society. 23 Needless to say, adherents of today's self-declared post-ideological and consensual politics are only too ready to dismiss anyone who identifies the future of society with communism as a relic of a bygone age. Dismissal of Blanqui, however, is as easy to find on the left as on the right of the political spectrum. As Benjamin again observed, back in 1940, it took the Second International less than a generation to erase the name of Blanqui, the rallying sound that had reverberated through the preceding century. 24 Not much has changed since then. Blanqui, the imprisoned one l'infirme of capitalist society, wrote Maurice Dominguet, Blanqui's foremost biographer, is also the forgotten one l'oubli of socialism. 25 Marxian writers have rarely deviated from Engels's late critique of Blanqui's legacy. 26 Here was an idealist pre-Marxist communist who, though deserving of admiration for his courageous and unwavering devotion to the cause of revolution and for grasping the basic nature of class struggle, was compromised by his inability to understand and adopt the scientific theory of socialism. 27 Remembering him as nothing more than a conspiratorial putschist, even those thinkers who in some ways might be described as similar to Blanqui, for instance Lenin, Gramsci, Castro, Che, never self-identified with him. 28 For socialists of all stripes from the Second International onwards, the names Blanqui and Blanquism spelled adventurous naivete at best and cynical despotism at worst. There is no denying that even the most enthusiastic reconsideration of Blanqui's legacy will need to grapple with at least two apparent limitations. There is, first of all, a tension between the importance ascribed to enlightened consciousness and processes of popular empowerment. To choose commitment to the cause of justice, Blanqui assumes, presupposes consciousness of the initial choice itself, pending their necessary re-education. Those who have been systematically miseducated and deceived seem to remain incapable of exercising the form of collective self-determination that governs a free and equal society. Although he is right to insist on free and informed discussion as the prerequisite to arriving at free and informed decisions, Blanqui's conception of conscious volition too often overstates the gap between knowledge and ignorance, between who has and who lacks the intellectual capacities that decisive voluntary action demands. It leaves him unable to formulate a convincing account of politics as self-emancipation, and occasionally leads him to embrace substitutionist forms of political organization, whereby a vanguard group might act on behalf of the people, rather than with them. Blanqui's politics certainly serves as an important antidote to any form of economic determinism that might scorn the significance of organized collective action here and now. Blanqui's own account of the objective socio-economic circumstances in which subjective political forces operate, however, is undeniably thin. If the image of Blanqui as a blind adventurist indifferent to the constraints of circumstance is unfounded, it is true that he sometimes emphasizes the significance of political action at the expense of an understanding of the historical grounds on which people act. Less than a full set of complete answers, then, Blanqui leaves us with an abiding set of questions. How far are political events determined by the actor's own purpose or goals? How is a collective sense of political confidence and enthusiasm created, harnessed, and sustained? How is it stifled, repressed, and extinguished? How should we think the relation between collective political action and mass education? How should we negotiate the apparent tension between popular empowerment and the concrete organization and exercise of political power? Part I. 1830 to 1834, the July Revolution and its aftermath. After 3 days of unexpectedly fierce street fighting in Paris, 27 to 29 July 1830, Charles X was forced to abdicate as king and the Bourbon Restoration was brought to an end. Maneuverings among politicians behind the scenes resulted in the accession to the throne of the Duc d'Orléans, who as King Louis-Philippe sought to legitimize a new republican monarchy as the most appropriate means of preserving the post-Restoration order of things. Supporters celebrated a government that was equally distant from the abuses of royal power and the excesses of popular power, as Louis-Philippe himself put it. One opponents argued that the new just milieu allowed the old forms of oppression and inequality to continue as before. The first priority of the new government was to end the popular uprising as quickly as it had begun. There has been no revolution, insisted Casimir Périer, who succeeded Jacques Lafitte as first minister in March 1831, both were wealthy bankers. There has been only a change in the person of the head of state too in the short term. As repression grew, so did further popular unrest, culminating in uprisings in Paris in June 1832, and in massive riots that spread from Lyon to Paris in the spring of 1834. Blanqui came of age as a political leader in the midst of this rousing and divisive sequence of events. After playing a leading role in the Paris street battles of July 1830, he joined the newly founded radical Republican Société d'Amis du Peuple. He was imprisoned for sedition in 1831 and 1832–33. During these years, and in Le Libérateur, which he published in early 1834, he presented some of his most uncompromising and incisive speeches and writings, in which he reflected on the nature of class conflict and the processes by which popular power had been mobilized and then usurped in the aftermath of July. First Proclamation. July 27, 1830. Parisians. Charles X has torn up the charter, overturned the laws, destroyed all liberties. Gone are the printing presses. Gone are the newspapers. Gone are the books. Gone is the chamber. The ancien regime has been re-established. France, bound hand and foot, has been delivered to the nobles and priests. To arms, citizens. To arms, for the defense of our country, la patrie, our honor, our existence. Do we consent to becoming a herd of slaves under the lash of the Jesuits? No, no. Sooner death. It is not the people who will perish but the scoundrels who seek to enslave them. Arise. Arise. Let us crush these infamous villains. Let punishment fall upon their assault like a thunderbolt. Article 1. All citizens from 16 to 50 years of age are called upon for the defense of the country and of freedom. Article 2. Men between 16 and 30 years of age, armed or unarmed, are to go to the Place de l'Hôtel de Ville where they will be organized into battalions. Article 3. Men between 30 and 50 years of age are to remain in their neighborhoods in order to prepare resistance there. Article 4. Barricades are to be constructed every 50 meters on all streets. The streets are to be dug up and, on the primary routes, the cobblestones are to be taken to the upper floors in order to be thrown down on Charles X's troops. Article 5. Veteran officers, non-commissioned officers, and soldiers are called to the Hôtel de Ville in order to train the corps of the popular battalions. Article 6. Commissions are to be established for 1. Provisioning, 2. Armament, 3. Supplying ammunition. Citizens capable of taking part in these commissions are asked to report to the Hôtel de Ville. Article 7. The people are to seize firearms, as well as gunpowder and bullets, from the gunsmiths. The state will reimburse them for the cost of these objects along with a 25% premium for the risks involved. Declaration of the Provisional Committee for Schools. Le Globe, January 22, 1831. When, covered in blood, we emerged from the barricades of July, having won freedom, we said to the men who then came forward as the friends and guardians of France, we confide to your patriotism this freedom that has cost us so dearly, it is now the property of all French people, we leave to you the task of sharing it out, do not be selfish. The students waited for their share of this freedom, and it would have been large had it been based on their share of the fighting and the funerals. Enclosed within the narrow confines of arbitrary decrees and ordinances under the Restoration, they thought that, in the great battle of the people, they had forever smashed the barriers erected by a prescient despotism. But now the men who owed us the cost of our blood instead entrench themselves against us within this arsenal of tyranny. Now a minister, one whom several among us remember having met in many a conspiracy against the Bourbons, finds nothing better to do than to throw himself into the arms of our most implacable enemies, the Bourbons' henchmen, placed by the agents of the Holy Alliance at the head of education in order to stifle education. Now a minister, a former Carbonaro, exhumes the bloody ordinance of July 5, 1820 and hangs it over our heads once again, with its threatening evocation of L'Allemand.2. We admit that our hearts have withered at the sight of so many broken promises. Our good faith, the faith of simple and trusting young people, has been outrageously betrayed, our future has been sacrificed, and the blood of our brothers appears to count for nothing. But it is easier to deceive us than to demoralize us, and since the powerful only hear when you speak loudly, we will make ourselves heard. We have been taught an excellent lesson, and learned that when it comes to freedom, you cannot wait for it, you must take it. As the elderly like to say, experience is good for the young. Students, young people, have the right to join together in order to guide their efforts towards a common goal, and they will use this right. As for their goal, it is simple. For them it is a matter of ensuring that the July Revolution is not a lie. Every edifice built by the Empire and the Restoration must be overthrown, and since not one single stone of this edifice has yet fallen, they will work indefatigably to demolish and destroy it. We call for the destruction of the university. We call for the destruction of the country's most odious and harmful monopoly, one that stifles civilization at its source and that inflicts the cruelest insult on human intelligence. The University of the Middle Ages was certainly an admirable institution and an ingenious innovation. Founded in the time of oppression and feudal anarchy with the aim of shielding science from the dominance of the sword, which at the time remained the only recognized power, the university was like an oasis of freedom, reserved for civilization, amid deserts of barbarism and slavery. The near monstrous privileges with which the kings of France had continuously and willingly surrounded it had made it a sanctuary impenetrable to feudal violence, one that was always respected even during the most disastrous disputes. Even a student who might have committed the most serious of crimes, by virtue of the simple fact of being a student, and thereby deemed to bear a small part of that sacred flame of science whose hearth the kings strove to protect, avoided common jurisdiction, and was only subject to trial in a court of the university. But since liberty has become a common right, since, thank God, enlightenment and civilization have no longer required guardians or privileges, that which in the past was intended to spread education well beyond the needs of the time, today, by an incredible metamorphosis, serves only to suppress it within a Gothic enclosure. The university, shaped by Napoleon into an instrument of despotism, one that was so effectively exploited by the Restoration, must not outlive these two tyrannies. We are tired of this execrable tax that strikes that which is most holy and sacred, that which makes the man and the citizen, education. We only acquired this education by sacrificing our most fruitful years of study, years deliberately prolonged by avarice and by hatred of the Enlightenment. And yet the same men who as monopolists so dearly sold our education to us, now come to take back what we wrested from them at such great cost, robbing us of the fruits of our work and striking dead our future. They operate as the blind and cowardly instruments of power, in the form of a tribunal that proceeds in the absence of any guarantee or publicity. It is this odious yoke that we reject with all our might. Let the government, in its arrogance, call us rebellious children, forgetting that it was more than happy to address us as men back on 22 December 3 and that, adopting the language of the abhorred Bourbon dynasty, it characterizes as paternal reprimands the brutal measures it takes to crush us. Let it drive us from all the schools of France, let it drag us from court to court, let it shower our elderly parents, whose children are being struck down, with sorrow and bitterness. This will be a fine and honorable spectacle, that of young people marked by the scars of July being treated as pariahs on the soil that they redeemed with their blood. But what does it matter? Through persecution and violence we will march firmly, unshakably, towards our goal. We are young, We are patient, we will not easily give up on freedom. We won it in July, and by January it was already lost. Well, it is worth being won twice. Legitimate right and the future belong to us, the day of justice will arrive. And all of you, our friends and brothers, students of the schools of Paris and the whole of France, join your efforts with ours. Our isolated cries would get lost in the immense tumult of society, but, united as a solid mass of acclamation, they will form one great voice that will silence these charmers of tyranny. Let us rally around the immortal motto, freedom. In the hubbub of all the cries that the passions and base interests have sought and still seek to mix with this sacred cry, freedom. Its echo alone stirs our hearts, it alone has a right to our love, our devotion, we want it, and we will have it. Nous l'avons et nous l'aurons. Auguste Blanqui's defense speech at the trial of the 15. January 12, 1832. Members of the jury. I am accused of having told 30 million French people, proletarians like me, that they had the right to live. If that is a crime, then it seems to me at least that I should only respond to those who are not parties to the very question they are judging. Indeed, gentlemen, please note that the public prosecutor did not appeal to your sense of equity and your reason, but to your passions and your interests. He is not calling for severity in response to a breach of morals and the laws, he seeks only to unleash vengeance against what he presents to you as a threat to your existence and your property. I am thus not standing before judges, but am in the presence of enemies. As a result, there is no point in defending myself. I have resigned myself to every possible sentence you might pass upon me, while nevertheless vigorously protesting against the substitution of violence for justice, and while trusting in the future to restore force to right. However, if it is my duty as a proletarian deprived of all the rights of the city, to reject the competence of a court where only the privileged, who are not my peers, can sit, I am convinced that your hearts are elevated and dignified enough to appreciate the role that honor imposes on you in a situation where disarmed adversaries are effectively handed over to you to be slain. As for our role, it is scripted in advance, only the role of accuser is appropriate for the oppressed. For one must not suppose that men who have momentarily gained power through stealth and fraud can simply, at their whim, drag patriots before their courts and force us to beg mercy for our patriotism by confronting us with the sword. Do not think that we came here to try to clear ourselves of the offenses attributed to us. Far from it. We are honored by this accusation, and it is from this very criminal's bench, where we have the honor of sitting today, that we will launch our own accusations against the scoundrels who have ruined and disinured France, while waiting for the natural order of roles, the roles for which the opposing benches of this courtroom are designed, to be restored, and for accusers and accused to return to their rightful places. What I want to say will explain why we wrote the lines for which we stand accused by the Crown, and why we will continue to write in the same vein. The public prosecutor has, so to speak, conjured up in your minds a slave revolt in order to stir up your hatred through fear. You see, he says, this is the war of the poor against the rich, it is in the interest of all those who own property to repel the invasion. We bring your enemies before you. Strike them now, before they become any more fearsome. Yes, gentlemen, this is indeed the war between rich and poor, the rich wanted it so, for they are the aggressors. And yet they think it wrong that the poor resist. They would readily say, in speaking of the people, this animal is so ferocious that it defends itself when attacked. The prosecuting lawyer's entire diatribe can be summed up in this one sentence. Proletarians are constantly denounced as thieves prepared to throw themselves upon property proprieties. Why? Because they complain of being crushed by taxes for the benefit of the privileged few. As for the privileged few, who live comfortably off the backs of the proletariat, they are the legal proprietors who are threatened with pillaging by a greedy rabble. This is not the first time that the executioners act as if they are the victims. So who are these thieves worthy of such anathemas and torment? 30 million French people, who pay $1.5 billion to the tax office and about an equal amount to the privileged few. Meanwhile the proprietors, whose power must be protected by the whole of society, comprise 200,000 or 300,000 idlers who calmly devour the billions paid them by the thieves. It seems to me that it is here, in a new form and between different adversaries, that we rediscover the war of the feudal barons against the merchants they robbed on the highways. Indeed, the present government has no base other than this iniquitous distribution of benefits and burdens. It was established in 1814 by the Restoration, under the thumb of foreign powers, with the aim of enriching a minuscule minority from the nation's spoils. 100,000 bourgeois form what is called, by a bitter irony, its democratic element. What, good God, is to become of the other elements? Paul Louis Courier I has already provided posterity with an immortal picture of the way our representative government operates, and has evoked the force of that suction pump that crushes the matter called the people, so as to suck the billions out of them and then pour them continuously into the coffers of a few idlers, a pitiless machine that grinds down 25 million peasants and 5 million workers, one by one, in order to extract their purest blood and transfuse it into the veins of the privileged. The workings of this machine, whose cogs are assembled with amazing artistry, affect the poor every minute of the day, pursuing them in the most basic necessities of their humble lives, taking half of the most meager of their earnings and the most miserable of their pleasures. And yet it is not enough that so much money travels, through the depths of the tax office, from the pockets of the proletarians to those of the rich. Even greater sums are levied directly on the masses by the privileged, by means of the laws that govern industrial and commercial transactions, laws that the privileged have the exclusive right to make. In order for the landowner to get a high rent for his land, foreign corn is hit by an import duty that increases the price of bread, and you know that a few centimes more or less on a loaf of bread is a matter of life and death for many thousands of workers. The grain law hits the maritime population of the Midi especially hard. To enrich some large manufacturers and forest owners, iron from Germany and Sweden is subject to enormous duties, such that peasants are forced to pay a high price for poorly made tools, even though they could get excellent ones at a good price. Foreigners in turn take revenge on our prohibitions by forcing French wine out of their markets, which, together with the taxes that weigh on this commodity inside the country, reduces the richest regions of France to destitution, and kills viticulture, this country's most natural and truly indigenous form of cultivation, that which best promotes the enrichment of the soil and small-scale property. I will not speak about the tax on salt, the lottery, the tobacco monopoly, in a word, this inextricable network of taxes, monopolies, prohibitions, customs duties, and city tolls that envelopes the proletariat, and that enchains and atrophies its limbs. Suffice it to say that the burden of this mass of taxes is always shared out in such a way as to benefit the rich and to weigh exclusively on the poor, or, rather, so that the idlers can carry out a shameful plundering of the laboring masses. Plundering is indeed essential. Should there not be a large civil list to defray the cost of the royal family, to console it for the sublime sacrifice it has made of its peace and quiet for the happiness of the country? And, since one of the main things that entitles the younger Bourbons to their hereditary status is their large family, surely the state will not be miserly and refuse the princes their prerogatives or the princesses their dowries. There is also this immense army of those who hold sinecures, of diplomats and civil servants, to whom France, for its own happiness, must pay huge stipends, so that they in turn are wealthy enough to enrich the privileged bourgeoisie, for all the money of those contributing to the budget is spent in the cities, and scarcely a single penny returns to the peasants who contribute 5/6 of the 1.5 billion livres that are collected. Likewise, should not this new financial start to this 19th century Gil Blas, courtier of and apologist for all the ministries, darling of the Count de Olivares and the Duke of Lerme alike, be free to sell high offices for great sums of hard cash? It is essential to oil the large cogs of the representative machine, to richly endow sons, nephews, cousins, and their sisters. And should not all the vermin of the palaces and the salons, the male and female courtesans, the schemers, the croupiers who gamble the honor and future of the country on the stock exchange, the brothel madams, the mistresses, the dealers, The writers bought off by the police who speculate on the fall of Poland, should they not all be gorged on gold? Should one not encourage the fermentation of this manure that so successfully fertilize public opinion? This is the government that the silver tongues at the ministry present to us as the highest form of social organization, the encapsulation of all that was good and perfect in the various administrative mechanisms since the flood. This is what they praise as the ne plus ultra of human perfectibility as far as government is concerned. It is quite simply the theory of corruption pushed to its furthest limits. The strongest proof that this order of things has been established to serve only the exploitation of the poor by the rich, that it has sought no other basis than an ignoble and brutal materialism, is that intelligence has been reduced to slavery. For intelligence is a guarantee of morality, and if inadvertently introduced into such a system, morality could only enter it as an infallible element of destruction. I ask, gentlemen, how men of heart and intelligence, rejected as pariahs by an insipid aristocracy of wealth, could not be profoundly affected by such a cruel affront? How could they remain indifferent to the shame of their country, to the suffering of the proletariat, their brothers in misfortune? Their duty is to summon the masses to smash the yoke of poverty and ignominy. I have carried out this duty, and, regardless of prisons, we will carry it out in full, and defy our enemies. When you have behind you a great people advancing to win their freedom and well-being, you must be willing to throw yourself into the obstructing ditches in order to serve as a fascine and provide a way forward. The spokesmen of the ministries smugly repeat that avenues are available for proletarians to voice their grievances, and that the law provides them with the regular means through which to advance their interests. This is an insult. The tax office hounds them with its gaping jaws. They must work night and day, in order to constantly feed its insatiable hunger. They can consider themselves lucky if some scraps remain for them to stave off the hunger of their children. The people do not write in the newspapers, they do not send petitions to the chambers, it would be a waste of time. Moreover, all the voices that reverberate in the political sphere, the voices of the salons, those of the boutiques, of the cafes, in short of all the places where so-called public opinion is formed, are the voices of the privileged few. Not one belongs to the people, they are mute, they vegetate far from these high places where their destiny is determined. When, by chance, the Tribune or the press let slip some words of pity about the people's poverty, silence is quickly imposed in the name of public safety, which forbids touching upon these burning issues, or else cries ring out about anarchy. If a few people persist, prison refutes any clamour that might trouble the ministerial digestion. And then, when there is silence all around, they say, "Look now, France is happy, it is peaceful, order reigns." But if, in spite of these precautionary measures, the cry of hunger uttered by thousands of poor wretches still reaches privileged ears, then they roar, they exclaim, "Force must remain with the law. A nation's sole passion should be for the law." Gentlemen, in your opinion, are all laws good? Have there never been any that horrified you? Do you not know of any that are ridiculous, odious, or immoral? Is it possible thus to hide behind an abstract word that refers to a chaos of 40,000 laws, and that equally signifies what is best and what is worst? You respond, if there are bad laws, ask for legal reform, in the meantime, obey. This is an even more bitter insult. The laws are made by 100,000 voters, applied by 100,000 jurors, enforced by 100,000 urban National Guards, for the rural National Guard, which too closely resembles the people, has been disbanded with great care. And these voters, these jurors, these National Guardsmen are all the same individuals, and they accumulate the most conflicting roles, finding themselves simultaneously legislators, judges, and soldiers, such that the same man who in the morning creates a deputy, that is, the law, also applies this law at midday in his capacity as a juror and carries it out in the evening in the streets while wearing the uniform of the National Guard. What do the 30 million proletarians do in the midst of all these maneuvers? They pay. The apologists for the representative government have largely based their praise on the system having successfully established the separation of the legislative, judicial, and executive powers. They could not find sufficiently enthusiastic expressions of admiration for this marvelous equilibrium that has solved the long-standing problem of reconciling order with freedom, movement with stability. Well, it would seem that it is precisely the representative system, as the apologists describe it, which concentrates the three powers in the hands of a small number of privileged people who are united by the same interests. Does this conflation not constitute the most monstrous of tyrannies, even by its apologists' own admission? What, then, is the upshot? The proletarian remains on the outside. The chambers, elected by the monopolizers of power, continue unperturbed to concoct tax, penal and administrative laws, all with the same aim of despoilment. If the people, crying out their hunger, were to ask the privileged to abdicate their privileges, the monopolists to relinquish their monopolies, and all of them to renounce their idleness, they would be laughed at. What would the nobility have done in 1789 if they had been humbly begged to give up their feudal rights? They would have punished such insolence. So the people went about things in a different way. The most skillful of this heartless aristocracy, sensing all that threatens them in the despair of a starving multitude, propose to alleviate their misery a little, not out of humanity, God forbid, but to save itself from the danger. As for political rights, no one must speak of them. It is simply a matter of throwing the proletarians a bone to gnaw on. Other men, with kinder intentions, claim that the people are tired of freedom and ask only to live. I am not sure what vague despotic impulses lead them to exalt the example of Napoleon, who knew how to rally the masses by giving them bread in exchange for freedom. This despotic leveller was indeed supported for a time, especially after flattering the passion for equality, for he had the same thieving contractors shot who would today be rewarded with positions as deputies. He fell nevertheless, for having killed freedom. This should serve as a valuable lesson for those who seek to be his heirs. One cannot respond to the cries of distress of a starving population by repeating the insulting words of imperial Rome, panem et circenses. Let it be known that the people beg no more. It is not a question of dropping some crumbs from a splendid table to amuse them. The people do not need alms, they aim to secure their own well-being themselves. The people want to make the laws that should govern them, and they will make them. Laws will then no longer be made against them, they will be made for them because they will be made by them. We do not recognize anyone's right to bestow the kind of extravagant favors that a contrary whim could revoke. We call for the 30 million French people to choose the form of their government and elect through universal suffrage the representatives who will be tasked with making the laws. Once this reform has been accomplished, the taxes that strip the poor for the benefit of the rich will be promptly abolished and replaced by others established on a contrary basis. Instead of taking from the proletarian workers to give to the rich, taxes should seize the idler's surplus so as to distribute it among this mass of destitute men, condemned to inactivity by their lack of money. Taxes should target unproductive consumers so as to stimulate the sources of production. Taxes should facilitate the progressive reduction of the public debt, this bleeding sore of the country. Finally, taxes must replace the stock exchange's disastrous swindling with a system of national banks that will offer active men funds for investment. Then, but only then, will taxes be a benefit. This, gentlemen, is what we mean by the Republic, and only this. The year 1793 is a bogeyman that frightens only doorkeepers and domino players. Note, gentlemen, that I deliberately said the words universal suffrage in order to show our contempt for certain comparisons. We are all too familiar with the use a hard-pressed government makes of lies, of calumnies, of tales ridiculous or perfidious, so as to restore some credence to the old story it has been peddling for so long, that of an alliance between Republicans and Carlists 3, that is, an alliance between the two most contrary forces in the world. This is its last resort, its great resource for finding some support. An invocation of the most stupid of melodramatic conspiracies, of the most odious police farces, does not appear too dangerous a game to the government if this allows it, by threatening France with the Carlism it detests, to divert it a few more days away from the republican paths to which its instinct for salvation leads it. But who might ever be persuaded of the possibility of this unnatural union? Do the Carlists not have on their hands the blood of our friends who died on the Restoration scaffolds? We do not forget our martyrs so easily. Did not the Bourbons foment opposition to the revolutionary spirit represented by the tricolor flag across Europe for 25 years, just as they still do today? This flag is not yours, apostles of quasi-legitimacy. It is that of the Republic. It is we Republicans, who raised it in 1830, without you and in spite of you, you who burned it in 1815, and Europe knows that only a Republican France will defend it when the kings return to attack it once again. If there is any natural alliance here, it is between you and the Carlists. For the time being, it is true that you do not both support the same man. They are sticking to their man, who is not here, but you will probably sell yours down the river so as to be more accommodating and to arrive more surely at what you both wish for, not least because doing so will simply return you to your old stomping grounds. Indeed, the very word Carlists is a nonsense. In France there are and can only be royalists and republicans. With each passing day the division between these two principles becomes ever sharper. The good people who had believed in a third principle, a sort of neutral genre called the just milieu, are slowly but surely abandoning this absurdity, and they will all return to one flag or the other, according to their passion and their interest. Yet you monarchic men, who revive the spirit of monarchy so effortlessly, we know towards which banner your doctrines lead you. It did not take you 18 months to choose your side. At 10 o'clock in the morning on July 28, 1830, having dared to say in the office of a newspaper that I was going to get my rifle and tricolor rosette, one of today's leading figures exclaimed, full of indignation, "Sir, the colors of the tricolor may well be your own but they will never be mine. The white flag is the flag of France." Then as now, the coterie of men who control the country is so compact that you could almost squeeze them onto a single sofa. Point 4. Well then, we who for 15 years plotted against the white flag, we could only grit our teeth in anger when we saw it flying above the Tuileries Palace and the Hôtel de Ville, where the foreign powers had planted it. The most beautiful day of our lives was the day we dragged the white flag through the mud and trampled upon the white rosette, that wench of the enemy camps. It takes no small amount of impudence to accuse us of being complicit with royalism. And yet, on the other hand, it requires no small amount of tactless hypocrisy to pretend to pity our apparent credulity and foolish bonhomie, which allow, it is claimed, the Carlists to make dupes of us. To say such things is not to add insult to injured enemies. They the Carlists claim to be strong, and they have their Vendée. Whether or not they return to the fray, we shall see. In any case, I say again, it will soon be necessary to choose between the monarchical monarchy and the republican republic. We will see whom the majority are for. Still, if the opposition in the Chamber of Deputies, as national as it is, cannot rally the whole country, if it allows the government to accuse it of incompetence and impotence, it is because, even though clearly rejecting royalty, it has not dared to declare itself as for the Republic with the same frankness. It is because, in saying what it did not want, it did not articulate what it did want. It does not reject the use of the word Republic, with which the men of corruption seek to frighten the nation, knowing full well that the nation wants it almost unanimously. For 40 years now, and with extraordinary success, history has been distorted so as to instill fear. But the last 18 months have disabused many people of many errors, and dispelled many lies, and the people will not allow themselves to be deceived for much longer. They want both freedom and well-being. It is slanderous to portray them as prepared to exchange all their freedoms for a piece of bread. We must cast this imputation back at those cynical political atheists, these politiques who threw it. Is it not the people who, in every crisis, have shown themselves as ready to sacrifice their welfare and their lives for moral interests? Was it not the people who asked to die in 1814, rather than see foreign invaders in Paris? And yet what material need pushed them to this act of devotion? They had bread on April 1st just as they did on 30 March. 5. One might have assumed, by contrast, that our privileged few would be easily roused by grand ideas of country and honor as a result of the exquisite sensitivity they acquire through opulence, and would at least have foreseen better than others the disastrous consequences of that foreign invasion. And yet was it not in fact they who wore the white rosette before the enemy and who kissed the boots of the Cossack? What? Classes that applauded at the country's dishonour, that openly profess a most disgusting materialism, that would sacrifice 1,000 years of freedom, prosperity, and glory for a 3-day ceasefire bought by infamy, these classes are to have in their hands exclusive custody of our national dignity. Since they are rendered bestial by corruption, they recognize in the people only the appetites of beasts, and thereby arrogate to themselves the right to distribute whatever food is necessary to sustain the animal vegetation that they exploit. Neither is it hunger that pushed the proletarians into our public squares in July. They were motivated by feelings of the highest morality, the desire to redeem themselves from servitude by performing a great service to the country, and above all, by hatred of the Bourbons. For the people never recognized the Bourbons. Their hatred has smoldered for 15 years. They waited in silence for the chance to take revenge. And, when their mighty hand smashed the Bourbon yoke, they believed that they had also torn up the treaties of 1815. For the people are a greater politician than the statesman, their instinct told them that a nation does not have a future so long as its past is burdened with a shame of which it has not been cleansed. And so, to war. A war not to resume the absurd conquests of the past, but to end the political exclusion of France and to return its honor, the first condition of prosperity. A war in order to prove to the nations of Europe, our sisters, that far from bearing a grudge against them for the error that led them to invade France in 1814 and which was to be fatal for us and them, we know how to avenge both them and us by punishing deceitful kings and by bringing peace and freedom to our neighbors. This is what the 30 million French people who enthusiastically greeted the new era wanted. This is what should have emerged from the July Revolution of 1830. It came to serve as a complement to our 40 revolutionary years. Under the Republic of 1792, the people had won freedom at the price of famine. The Empire of 1804-15 gave them a kind of well-being while stripping them of their freedom. The two regimes both knew how to gloriously enhance our dignity abroad, this first requirement for a great nation. All of this perished in 1815, and the foreigners' victory lasted 15 years. What, then, was the Battle of July, if not revenge for this long defeat, and a renewal of what binds our nation together? And since every revolution is a step forward, should not this one have guaranteed us the full enjoyment of those gains which until then we had only partially secured, and finally returned to us all that we had lost with the Restoration? Freedom, well-being, dignity abroad. Such was the motto inscribed on the plebeian flag of 1830. Our doctrinaire opponents read instead, uphold all privileges. The Charter of 1814. Quasi-legitimacy. As a result, they gave the people servitude and misery within, infamy without. So did the proletariat fight simply to change the face on the coins that they so seldom see? Are we so very curious about new metals that we overturn thrones just in order to indulge such a passing fancy? This is certainly the opinion of a ministerial propagandist who claims that in July we persisted in wanting constitutional monarchy, with Louis Philippe taking the place of Charles X. The people, according to him, fought only as an instrument of the middle classes, that is to say that the proletarians are gladiators who kill and are killed for the amusement and benefit of the privileged, who applaud from their balconies, once the battle has ended, of course. The pamphlet containing these fine theories on our representative government appeared on November 20, 1831. Lyon responded on the 21st.6. The response of the people of Lyon was so resolute and decisive that nobody mentioned the propagandist's work again. What an abyss the events of Lyon have just exposed before our very eyes. The whole country was moved to pity at the sight of this army of ghosts, half consumed by hunger, running headlong into grape shot so that at least they could die right away. And it is not only in Lyon, workers are dying everywhere, crushed by taxes. These men who were not long ago so proud of a victory that linked their arrival on the political stage to the triumph of freedom, who required the whole of Europe as the stage of regeneration, are now fighting hunger, a hunger that does not leave them enough strength to protest against all this new dishonour being added to the dishonour of the Restoration. Even Poland's death cries could not distract them from the contemplation of their own miseries, and they withheld what remained of their tears for themselves and their children. Imagine the kind of suffering required to make them forget the exterminated Poles so quickly. This is the France of July such as the doctrinaires have made it. Who would have thought it? In those intoxicating days, as we wandered without thinking, with our rifles on our shoulders, through barricades and streets whose paving stones had been torn up, dazed by our triumph, our chests puffed up with happiness, dreaming, as the distant roar of our Marseillaise reached their ears, of the pallid reaction of kings and the joy of peoples, who would have ever said that such joy and glory would turn into such mourning? Seeing these great workers, 6 foot tall, whose rags the bourgeoisie willingly kissed as they came trembling from their cellars, and whose selflessness and courage they evoked with sobs of admiration, who would have thought that they would die of poverty on these streets, streets they themselves had conquered, and that their former admirers would now call them the scourge of society? Magnanimous shades ombres. Glorious workers, whose dying hands I grasped in a final farewell on the battlefield, whose dying faces I covered with rags, you died happy in the midst of a victory that should have redeemed your race. And yet, 6 months later, I found your children in the depths of our dungeons, and each evening I fell asleep on my pallet to the sound of their moaning, to the curses of their torturers, and to the whistling of the whip that silenced their cries. Gentlemen, is there not some imprudence in these insults cast at men who have tried their strength, and who find themselves in worse conditions than those that drove them to battle? Is it wise to teach the people, in such bitter fashion, that they were the dupes of their own moderation in victory? Can you be sure that the proletarians' clemency will no longer be needed, that you can safely risk finding them pitiless? It seems that the only precaution taken against popular vengeance is to exaggerate the picture in advance, as if this exaggeration, these imaginary scenes of murder and plunder, were the only means to avert the reality. It is easy to point the bayonet at the chests of men who surrendered their arms after victory. What will be less easy is to erase the memory of this victory. Almost 18 months have been spent rebuilding piece by piece what was toppled in 48 hours, and these 18 months of reaction have done nothing to undermine the work of 3 days. No human force can reduce to nothing what was achieved. Ask those who complained of an effect without a cause if they believe there can be causes without effects. France conceived new offspring in the bloody embrace of its 6,000 heroes. The childbirth may be long and painful, but the wombs are robust, and the poisonous doctrinaires will not succeed in aborting it. You confiscated the guns of July. Yes, but the bullets have been fired. Each of the bullets fired by the Parisian workers is now making its way around the world. They strike without ceasing, and they will continue to strike until not a single enemy of freedom and the happiness of the people is left standing. Report to the Society of the Friends of the People. February 2, 1832. Citizens. Our Central Committee has asked me to present to you a report on France's internal and external situation since the July Revolution of 1830. I have not sought to address each and every detail of this vast question, which for the past 18 months has been fueling the periodical and non-periodical press, parliamentary debates and foreign diplomacy, not only in France but across Europe as a whole. Let us therefore leave aside the multitude of events with which you are all familiar, sparing ourselves the reflections they inspired in both you and me. In order to explain the position of the country, I will simply try to make clear the various parties whose opposing interests constitute the struggle that is being waged with such violence, and in which you are playing an increasingly important role. These parties all existed well before the July Revolution. No new party emerged during this revolution or as a result of it. The present situation is defined simply by the extreme development of the parties who lay dormant side by side under the oppressive Restoration regime, and for whom the 3 days of awakening ignited an all-consuming fever, one that was steadily enflamed, stirred up and intensified by the disease that is progressively eating away at the social body. We should not conceal from ourselves the fact that there is a war to the death between the classes that compose the nation. This truth being fully understood, the truly national party around which all patriots should rally is the party of the masses. Until now there have been 3 interests in France, that of the so-called upper classes, that of the middle or bourgeois class, and finally that of the people. I place the people last because they have always been the last, and because I count on an imminent application of the gospel maxim, the last shall be first. In 1814 and 1815 the bourgeois class grew tired of Napoleon, not because of his despotism. The bourgeoisie cares little for liberty, seeing it as not worth a pound of good cinnamon or a properly endorsed bill of exchange, but because, the blood of the people having been exhausted, the war was beginning to claim their own children and, above all, because it was disturbing their tranquility and hindering commerce. The bourgeois class therefore welcomed the foreign soldiers as liberators and the Bourbons as God's own envoys. It was they who opened the gates of Paris in March 1814, they who called the soldiers of Waterloo the brigands of the Loire, one they who encouraged the bloody reaction of 1815.2. Louis XVIII rewarded them with the Charter. This charter established the upper classes as an aristocracy and gave the bourgeois the Chamber of Deputies, the so-called democratic chamber. With this the émigrés, the nobles, and the big landowners, who were fanatical partisans of the Bourbons, along with the middle class, who accepted them out of self-interest, found themselves as equal ruling partners in the government. The people were left to one side. Deprived of leaders, demoralized by foreign invasion and having lost faith in liberty, they remained silent and submitted themselves to the yoke, keeping their reservations to themselves. You are aware of the bourgeois class's consistent support for the Restoration through to 1825. It lent a hand in the massacres of 1815 and 1816, in the execution of Bories and Bertin III, in the war in Spain, 4 in the accession of Villèle, 5 and in the changes to the electoral law. Until 1827 it regularly returned electoral majorities committed to those in power. During the period from 1825 to 1827 Charles X, encouraged by his success on all fronts and believing himself to be strong enough to forego the support of the bourgeois, wanted to see to their exclusion, as was done with the people in 1815. He took a bold step back towards the Ancien regime and declared war on the middle class by proclaiming the exclusive dominance of the nobility and clergy under the banner of Jesuitism. The bourgeoisie are essentially anti-spiritual, they detest the church, and have faith only in double-entry bookkeeping. The priests irritated them. The bourgeoisie had agreed to join the upper classes in oppressing the people, but upon seeing that their own turn to be oppressed had come, full of resentment and envy of the high aristocracy, the bourgeoisie now rallied to that small part of the middle class that alone had fought the Bourbons since 1815, and that they had sacrificed up to that point. There then began a war that was waged with great resolve and fury through the press and elections. But the bourgeois fought in the name of the Charter and the Charter alone. Indeed, the Charter guaranteed their power. If properly enacted, it accorded them overall supremacy within the state. The theme of legality was invented to represent this interest of the bourgeoisie and to serve as its flag. The legal order became a sort of divinity before which constitutional opponents burned their daily incense. This struggle continued from 1825 to 1830, turning ever more favorably for the bourgeois, who rapidly gained ground and who, as the ruling power within the Chamber of Deputies, were soon threatening the government with complete defeat. What were the people doing in the midst of this conflict? Nothing. They remained a silent spectator to the dispute, and everyone knows very well that their interests counted for nothing in the debates that arose between their oppressors. The bourgeois certainly cared little for them and their cause, which for 15 years had been considered lost. You will recall that the newspapers most devoted to the constitutionnels regularly repeated that the people had resigned their political role in favor of the electors, who were considered to be the only legitimate voice of France. 6. It was not only the government that considered the masses to be indifferent to the debate. The middle classes scorned them perhaps even more, and they certainly counted on being the only ones to reap the fruits of victory. That victory did not go beyond the Charter. Charles X and the Charter with an all-powerful bourgeoisie, this was the goal of the constitutionnels. Yes, but the people saw things differently. The people mocked the Charter and execrated the Bourbons. Seeing their masters quarrel, they looked on in silence, waiting for the right moment to throw themselves onto the battlefield and bring the parties into agreement. When things reached such a point that the only option left to the government was a coup d'état, and when this threat of a coup began to hang over the heads of the bourgeois, they were suddenly gripped with fear. Who does not recall the regrets and the terror of the 221 after the ordinance to dissolve the chamber appeared in response to their famous address? 7. Charles X spoke of his firm resolve to resort to force, and the bourgeoisie turned pale. Most of them openly disapproved of the poor 221 for having allowed themselves to be swept along into revolutionary excesses. The most daring placed their hopes in the refusal of a tax that was bound to have been paid, and in the support of the tribunals, almost all of whom would have gladly served as officers of the provost courts. If the royalists demonstrated such confidence and resolution, if their adversaries let such fear and uncertainty show, it is because both thought the people had resigned their political role, and expected them to be neutral in the battle. Thus, on one side, there was the government, supported by the nobility, the clergy, and the big landowners. On the other side was the middle class which, after having prepared itself for 5 years in a war of words, was now ready to come to blows. And then there was the people, who remained silent and who had been written off for 15 years. This was the context in which the fighting took place. The ordinances were issued and the police smashed the newspaper presses. 8. I shall not speak of our joy, citizens, we who were trembling beneath the yoke and who finally witnessed the awakening of the popular lion that had been asleep for so long. The 26th of July was the most beautiful day of our lives. But the bourgeois. Never has a political crisis provided the spectacle of such fright, such profound consternation. Pale and distraught, they heard the first shots as if it were the first discharge of a picket that would shoot them down one by one. You all remember the deputies' conduct on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. They used what presence of mind and faculties fear had left to them to ward off, to halt the fighting. Preoccupied with their own cowardice, they refused to foresee a popular victory, and were already trembling beneath the sword of Charles X. But on Thursday, July 29, the scene changed. The people emerged victorious. It was then that another, far greater and more overwhelming terror seized the bourgeois. So much for their dreams of the Charter, of legality, of constitutional royalty, of the exclusive domination of the bourgeoisie. The powerless phantom that was Charles X had faded away. Through the debris, through the flames and smoke, the people appeared, standing atop the corpse of the monarchy, standing tall like a giant, with the tricolor flag in hand. The bourgeoisie were struck with stupor. It was then that they regretted that the National Guard had not existed on July 26, and then that they condemned the lack of foresight and folly of Charles X for having dashed his own last chance of salvation. But it was too late for regrets. You can see that during these days, when the people were so imposing, the bourgeois were shaken by two fears, first that of Charles X, and then that of the workers. It was a noble and glorious role for those proud warriors whose plumes float so high at parades on the Champ de Mars. But citizens, how did it come to pass that such a sudden and fearsome revelation of the power of the masses remained sterile? By what fatality did this revolution made by the people alone, and that should have marked the end of the exclusive reign of the bourgeoisie as well as the advent of popular power, have no other results than establishing the despotism of the middle class, increasing the poverty of the workers and peasants, and plunging France a little deeper into the mud? Alas, the people, like an illustrious figure from antiquity, knew how to win, but not how to make use of their victory. 9. It is not their fault alone. The fighting was so brief that their natural leaders, those who would have led the way to victory, did not have time to distinguish themselves from the crowd. The people inevitably rallied to the leaders who had been at the head of the bourgeoisie during the parliamentary struggle against the Bourbons. Moreover, they were grateful to the middle classes for their little 5-year war against their enemies, and you know what benevolence, I would almost say what feeling of deference, they showed towards those well-dressed men whom they met on the streets after the battle. Did the people already feel, as if by instinct, that they had just played a nasty trick on the bourgeoisie and, in their generosity as victor, did they want to make advances and offer peace and friendship to their future adversaries? That cry of Vive la Charte, which was so perfidiously abused, was nothing but a rallying cry to prove their alliance with these men. Whatever the reason, the masses had not formally expressed any positive political will, volonté politique positive. What moved them, what had pushed them into our public squares, was their hatred of the Bourbons, their firm resolve to overthrow them. There were traces of both Bonapartism and the Republic in their wishes for the government that was to emerge from the barricades. You are aware how the people, in their confidence in the leaders they had accepted, whose own long-standing hostility to Charles X had led to their being considered as equally implacable enemies of the whole Bourbon family, retired from the public squares once the battle was finished. It was then that the bourgeois emerged from their cellars and in their thousands ran into the streets, which had been left empty by the combatants' departure. Everyone remembers the amazing suddenness with which the stage changed on the streets of Paris, as if by a coup de theatre, the way respectable suits replaced work jackets in the blink of an eye, as if a fairy wand had made some disappear and others suddenly loom into view. This was because bullets were no longer flying. It was no longer a question of receiving blows, but of claiming the spoils. To each his role, the men of the workshops had withdrawn, the men who worked behind the counter now appeared. It was then that the scoundrels to whom the victory was entrusted, after having attempted to reinstate Charles X on his throne, and feeling that their lives were at risk, settled on a less perilous treason, another Bourbon was proclaimed king. Under the direction of agents paid with royal gold, 10 to 15,000 bourgeois, installed in the courts of the new palace, greeted the ruler with their cries of enthusiasm for several days. As for the people, since they enjoy neither the receipt of rents or dividends nor, therefore, the means to stroll beneath the windows of palaces, they remained in their workshops. But they were not complicit in this shameful usurpation, which would never have occurred with impunity if they had found men capable of guiding the blows inspired by their anger and vengeance. Betrayed by their leaders, abandoned by the students, they remained silent and on their guard, as in 1815. As an example for you I shall mention a coachman who drove me last Saturday. After having told me of the part he played during the 3 days of fighting, he added, "On the way to the chamber I encountered the procession of deputies making their way towards the Hôtel de Ville. I followed them to see what they would do. I then saw Lafayette appear on the balcony with Louis Philippe and say, 'People of France, here is your king.' Well, sir, when I heard that word it was as if I had been stabbed. I could see nothing more, I went on my way. That man is the people." This, then, was the position of the parties immediately following the July Revolution. The upper class was crushed. The middle class, which hid during the fighting and condemned it, showing as much shrewdness as they did prudence, snatched the fruits of victory that were won in spite of them. The people, who did everything, remained nothing, as before. But a tremendous fate was accomplished. The people had suddenly entered onto the political stage like a thunderbolt, taking it by assault, and, although driven from it at almost the same instant, they nevertheless acted with mastery and put an end to their resignation. Henceforth a bitter war will be waged between them and the middle class. The war is no longer between the upper classes and the bourgeois. In order to resist the people, the latter will even need to call their former enemies to their assistance. And indeed, for a long time now the bourgeoisie has not concealed its hatred of the people. At first, and while the cannon was still booming, so to speak, under the sway of the initial terror and of the initial respect that the heroism of victors inspires, it was thought necessary to lavish praise on them, though reluctantly, unwillingly, and with bitterness in their soul. How many workers who fought were dismissed by their masters not because they had fought, but on the pretext that they had been absent from the workshop for 4 or 5 days. It must be said, however, that there was a chorus of praise for the moderation, generosity, and wisdom that the victorious proletarians had shown. But if they were praised, this was because they were still feared. The chorus of praise ended soon enough, giving way to indifference. It soon became unacceptable to speak enthusiastically of the unforgettable revolutions and the heroes of July. Then, as the people, impelled by hunger, marched their discontent through the streets, they were accused of disturbing public order, and were met with outrage. The word rabble-canile, which was supposed to have been erased from our vocabulary, was now on everyone's lips. As the workers responded to these insults with nothing but patience, their enemies grew bolder, spoke louder, threatened further insults, contempt, affronts. The poor people were spared nothing. Woe betide anyone who has shown themselves strong enough to win, but who does not know how to preserve their victory. The hatred they attract is intensified by the fear they inspire, and it soon becomes implacable. And in due course, from insulting words and openly expressed contempt, the bourgeois soon turned to violence, and I need not recall here the cruelties inflicted upon unarmed and starving workers by National Guards who were both well fed and armed to the teeth. For the last 18 months, as you all know, the streets of Paris have been prey to military executions undertaken by the armed bourgeoisie. At this point the execration shown towards the people by this class is such that, after having celebrated with such enthusiasm the selflessness of the workers in July 1830, it today proclaims everywhere that it was only for lack of time and resolve that they did not plunder the city, and that they are now ready to ransack Paris at the first sign of a riot. The sentiments of this class are the same in the provinces as they are in the capital. If we examine the government's conduct, there is in its policies the same march, the same progress of hatred and violence, as there is among the bourgeoisie whose hatred and passions it represents. I think then that it is unjust to accuse it of being unfaithful to its origins. For example, it seems to me a nonsense, an impudent lie, to call Louis Philippe's monarchy the July monarchy. Louis Philippe is rather the monarchy of Auguste, the monarchy of the Palais Bourbon, and this is altogether different. Is there not something admirable, in your opinion, about the perfect precision with which the current head of the government retraces and summarizes the character of the merchants who have put him where he is? He is the very type, the very incarnation of this merchant class. The rest of the government is in keeping with this. At first, when the bricks of the barricades were still piled up on the streets, all that was spoken of was the program of the Hôtel de Ville, and republican institutions. There were handshakes, popular proclamations, and the grand words of liberty, independence and national glory were bandied about. And then, once those in power had an organized military force at their disposal, their pretensions mounted. All the laws, all the ordinances of the Restoration, were invoked and applied. Later, we saw legal proceedings against the press, the persecution of the men of July, the people hounded by the sword and the bayonet, taxes increased and collected with a severity never experienced under the Restoration, the systematic deployment of violence. This entire tyrannical apparatus has revealed the government's hatreds and fears. But it also realized that the people must hate it in return, and, not feeling itself strong enough with only the support of the bourgeoisie, it sought to rally the upper classes to its cause, so that, once established on this dual base, it would be able to resist more successfully the proletarian invasion that threatened it. The entire system developed by the government over the past 18 months should be understood in terms of this maneuver to conciliate the aristocracy. Here lies the key to its policies. For this upper class is composed of royalists. In order to carry them along, it was thus necessary to align itself as closely as possible to the Restoration, to follow its meanderings, to continue it. This is what was done. Nothing was changed except the name of the king. The sovereignty of the people was denied, trampled upon, the court still mourned the death of foreign princes. Legitimacy was copied in every respect, and in every place. Royalists were kept on in their positions, and those who had had to withdraw in the face of the first onrush of the revolution all ended up in more lucrative positions. The configuration of the government was preserved in such a way that the whole administration is now in the hands of men devoted to the old Bourbons. In the provinces, where patriots and royalists can be found in almost equal numbers, as in the Midi for example, every time the two sides have found themselves opposing one another as a result of the weakness and the betrayal of the government has intervened against the patriots and in favor of the Carlists. Today, finally, it no longer seeks to hide its hatred of one and its predilection for the other. It was difficult for the aristocracy to resist such tender advances. Moreover, one part of this class, the most rotten part, which wants gold and pleasure above all else, deigned to promise to protect the public order. But the other part, the one I shall call the least gangrenous or corrupted, so as not to use the word honorable, the part that has some self-respect and faith in its opinions, which worships its flag and its pious memories, that part disgustedly rejects the cajolery of the just milieu. Behind them they have the majority of the populations of the Midi and the West, all those peasants of the Vendée and Brittany who, having remained alien to the movement of civilization, retain an ardent faith in Catholicism, and who in their worship conflate Catholicism with legitimacy, and rightly so, for these are two things that have lived and must die together. Do you think that these simple believers in God are susceptible to seduction? No, citizens. For the people, whether in their ignorance and ablaze with religious fanaticism, or more enlightened and inspired by enthusiasm for liberty, the people are always great and generous. They obey not lowly monetary interests but the most noble passions of the soul, the inspirations of a higher morality. Well then, however much consideration and deference is shown towards Brittany and the Vendée, they are still ready to rise up at the cry of God and King, and with their Catholic and royal armies threaten the government, which would break with the first clashes. That is not all. The fraction of the upper classes that has aligned itself with the just milieu will abandon it at the first opportunity. All it has promised to do is not to work to overthrow it. As for devotion dévouement, you know whether it is possible for money grubbers to feel it. I would even say that most of the bourgeois, who are crowding around the government from hatred of the people whom they fear, from fear of war which terrifies them because they think it will cost them their money, these bourgeois have no great love of the current order, they feel it is powerless to protect them. Come the white flag of the royalists and its promise to guarantee oppression of the people and material security, and they would be ready to sacrifice their former political pretensions, for they bitterly regret having, through pride, undermined the power of the Bourbons and paved the way for their fall. They will give up their share of power to the aristocracy, willingly trading servitude for tranquility. For the government of Louis Philippe scarcely reassures them. However much it copies the Restoration, persecuting patriots, attempting to erase that stain of insurrection which tarnishes it in the eyes of the worshippers of public order, the memory of those 3 terrible days still pursues them, and dominates them. 18 months of a successfully waged war against the people have not yet managed to counterbalance just one popular victory. The battlefield still belongs to the people, and though already old, this victory remains suspended over the government's head like the sword of Damocles. All are looking to see if the thread might soon break. Citizens, 2 principles divide France, the principle of legitimacy and the principle of popular sovereignty. The first denotes the old organization of the past. It is the framework in which society lived for 1400 years and which some seek to preserve out of their instinct for survival, others because they fear that the framework cannot be swiftly replaced and that anarchy will follow its dissolution. The principle of popular sovereignty rallies all men of the future, the masses who, tired of being exploited, seek to smash the framework that suffocates them. There is no third flag, no middle term. The just milieu is a nonsense, a bastard government whose efforts to give itself an air of legitimacy elicit nothing but laughter. And so the royalists, who perfectly understand this situation, take advantage of the consideration and indulgence of a government that seeks to win them over, in order to work more actively towards its ruin. Every day their many newspapers argue that only with legitimacy is order possible, that the middle road is powerless to hold the country together, that aside from legitimacy there is only revolution, and that once the first has been left behind there remains only the second. What emerges from this situation? The upper classes are simply waiting for the moment to hoist the white flag. The great majority of the middle class, composed of men who have no other homeland than that of their office or their cash box, and who would gladly become Russian, Prussian, or English if this allowed them to earn a couple of pennies for a piece of cloth, or an additional 0.25% of profit on a discounted bill, will without fail line up behind the white flag. The mere words war and popular sovereignty are enough to make them tremble. A minority of that class, composed of the intellectual professions and the small number of bourgeois who love the tricolor flag, the symbol of France's freedom and independence, will take the side of popular sovereignty. Thus, before July, power was concentrated in the hands of the upper class, who occupied the highest rung, and of the middle class who held the second. The only consequence of the revolution was to invert the order of supremacy between these two classes. Today the bourgeoisie finds itself in the front line and the upper classes are nothing more than their subordinate. The people, before as after, are nothing, they count for nothing. However, they want to be something, and in their common dread of this formidable pretender, the two privileged classes, with the exception of a small minority, put their mutual enmity to the side and unite under the same flag in order to fight against the advancing danger. As for the people, they scorn both aristocracies. They broke the power of the upper classes without the bourgeois and almost in spite of them. With their arms of a giant they will overthrow the allied bourgeoisie and aristocracy. The revolution is underway, nothing can stop it. The moment of catastrophe is rapidly approaching. You see that the Chamber of Peers, the government officials and magistrates, and the majority of civil servants, are openly conspiring for the return of Henry V, mocking the just milieu. Legitimist gazettes no longer hide either the hopes or the plans of the counter-revolution. The royalists in Paris and the provinces are gathering their forces, organizing the Vendée and Brittany, and are proudly planting their banner. They state openly that the bourgeoisie is with them, and they are not mistaken. They are waiting only for the signal from abroad to raise the white banner, for without the foreign powers they would be crushed by the people. They know this, and we fully expect them to be crushed, even with foreign support. You can be assured, citizens, that they will not lack this support. Let us now take a look at our relations with the European powers. It should indeed be noted that the external situation has developed in parallel with the political course of the government internally. Shame without has grown in the exact same proportion to bourgeois despotism and the poverty of the masses within. At the first sound of our revolution the kings lost their heads and, as the electric spark of insurrection rapidly set Belgium, Poland, and Italy ablaze, they sincerely believed their last day had arrived. 10 Who could have imagined that the revolution would not be a revolution, that the expulsion of the Bourbons would not be the expulsion of the Bourbons, that the overturning of the Restoration would be a new version of the Restoration? Not even the maddest of the mad could have believed this. Over those 3 days the cabinets of Europe's governments saw both the awakening of the French people and the beginning of their vengeance against the oppressors of nations. The nations judged like the cabinets. But for our friends as for our enemies, it was soon obvious that France had fallen into the hands of cowardly merchants who asked only to traffic its independence and sell its glory and liberty at the best possible price. Whereas the kings were awaiting our declaration of war, they instead received pleading letters in which the French government implored forgiveness for its misdeeds. The new master apologized for his reluctant participation in the revolt. He protested his innocence and his hatred of the revolution, which he promised to subdue, to punish, to wipe out, if his good friends the kings would grant him their protection and a small place in the Holy Alliance, whose thoroughly faithful servant he would become. The foreign cabinets understood that the people were not party to this treason and that they would not delay in bringing it to justice. They had made their choice. They would exterminate the insurrections that had broken out across Europe and then, once order had returned, unite their forces against France and go to Paris itself to strangle the revolution and its creative spirit. This plan was followed with admirable steadfastness and skill. They could not proceed too quickly, because the people of July, still full of their recent triumph, would have been alert to so clear a threat, and might have forced their government's hand. It was moreover necessary to allow the just milieu time to stifle enthusiasm, to discourage patriots and instill mistrust and discord across the nation. Nor could they go too slowly, for the masses might grow tired of the servitude and poverty that weighed on them internally and throw off the yoke for a second time, before the foreigners were in a position to stop them. All of these pitfalls were avoided. The Austrians invaded Italy. The bourgeois who govern us cried good, and bowed before Austria. The Russians exterminated Poland. Our government cried very good, and prostrated itself before Russia. Meanwhile the London Conference gained some time with its protocols aimed at guaranteeing the independence of Belgium. For a restoration in Belgium would have opened France's eyes, and France would have been able to defend its accomplishment. The kings are now taking another step forward. They no longer want an independent Belgium. They want to impose a Dutch restoration on it. The three courts of the North are taking off their masks, and refusing to ratify the famous treaty that cost the conference 16 months of labor. Well then, will the just milieu respond to this insolent aggression with a declaration of war? War. Good God! The word alone makes the bourgeois turn pale. Listen to them. War means bankruptcy, war means the Republic. War can only be supported with the blood of the people. The bourgeoisie does not get involved in such things. One must appeal to the people's interests, their passions, in the name of liberty and the country's independence. The country, which they alone can save, would have to be put back into their hands. No, it would be 100 times better to see the Russians in Paris than to unleash the passions of the multitude. At least the Russians are friends of order, they re-established order in Warsaw. Such are the calculations and language of the just milieu. It did not go to war when Italy and Poland rose up, even though Lord Grey openly admitted before Parliament that Europe at that moment was in no position to resist France. It did not declare war after Austria's invasion of Italy, the odds were already less favorable. It did not go to war after the extermination of Poland. This was understandable, the enemy forces had tripled. And what does the just milieu say to absolve itself of its betrayal of our allies? It says that war would affect credit and ruin commerce, that is to say it would end financial speculation at the stock exchange and would cause the capitalists to lose a few pennies. That is why we must expect an invasion, for it threatens us, it is here. The government, which did not know how to resort to arms when the danger was minimal, will show no more courage before an imminent danger. It can boast all it likes that it will defend France with the greatest vigor. No. 1,000 times no. War would lead to the same ills today as a year ago. It will allow Dutch rule to be restored in Belgium, and the French government will show itself to be still more groveling when confronted with a stronger enemy. Here we are, then, surrounded by a wall of bayonets. Europe is in arms along our frontiers. Will they cross them this year? Perhaps in seeing us now reduced to our own forces alone, the kings will want to condemn us to an even greater impotence, and for that all they need to do is to give the just milieu time, allowing it another year to deepen the people's discouragement, to make them lose their taste for revolution, and to strike them with inertia. The royalists will ready themselves, and in the spring of next year, the Russians will find their lodgings prepared for them the whole way to Paris. 11 For you can be sure that even then the bourgeoisie will not resolve to make war. Its terror will further increase if it sees that the people might become furious and begin to seek vengeance. You will then see merchants wearing the white cockade and greeting the enemy as a liberator. The Cossacks frighten them less than the rabble in work jackets. And then is it not an honor to patrol alongside the Prussians, and will not our friends the enemies get commerce moving again? Perhaps these wretched bourgeois will see their daughters raped on the doorsteps of their boutiques. But who cares about a raped girl, so long as the till is full? Such is the fate that awaits us if the people do not recover their energy in order to punish the traitors. But a people does not make revolution without a great purpose. A powerful lever is needed for it to arise. It only resorts to insurrection at the final moment, when the danger is at its doors. I say it with sadness, but the old regime will be restored in Belgium without the masses mobilizing. I am firmly confident, however, that if the foreigners were to cross our borders, the people would not offer their hands to be shackled, and woe to our enemies. Should it go otherwise, then before the Russian and Prussian hordes had breached the walls of Paris, all of us would be dead, citizens. All of us. But not like our brothers of July, in the midst of victory, who took with them to the grave the consolation of having bestowed liberty on our country. We would die in the despair of a defeat, dead with this idea that France was no more and that we had seen its final days. Thus it is not enough to give one's blood for the country. What would this sad sacrifice matter if it did nothing for its salvation? We must do better, we must save it, and we can do it, if we will it. Nous les pouvons, si nous les voulons. What magnificent opportunities lie before us, in fact. What beautiful elements of victory. Italy, Switzerland, Germany, and Poland are ready to rise up en masse and welcome us as liberators. Spain is royalist and fanatically religious, it is true, but it is poor and depopulated, and moreover rendered powerless to threaten us by the constitutionals who are rich and numerous, and who would cause a diversion in our favor. Prussia is divided into two parts, of which the entirely liberal one would be our auxiliary, and only the other half would fight for our enemies. Austria is troubled internally by the nobility, and by the Hungarian peasants. Russia, with neither money nor enthusiasm, would be forced to assemble at great cost and with an enormous waste of time its soldiers who are spread across its vast wilderness. Finally there is England, in whose entrails silently rumbles the greatest revolutionary storm that might ever serve as a lesson to the powerful of this world. For the people are far more miserable across the Channel than in France. Poverty is far more horrifying there, and it is not uncommon for men to collapse, starved to death, on street corners or by the side of the road. The English therefore greeted our revolution with cheers of triumph. There as here, the middle class was supported by the masses, struggling against the aristocracy and, seeing that the July days had brought the French bourgeoisie to power, it considered imitating it. But the workers' insurrections in Bristol and Nottingham, the riots in Paris and the Lyon movement all taught it that the people grow tired of being duped, and that they seek to pursue their own interests. The English middle class saw what a revolution would mean and, unwilling to risk one itself, in its fear it rallied to the aristocracy to repress the popular masses. Such is the situation in England. The people use the drive for parliamentary reform 12 as a pretext to bring down the tyranny of the aristocracy, the clergy, and the upper bourgeoisie, the middle classes, who can thus see that reform is for the workers nothing more than a pretext, want to deprive them of it by uniting with the nobility. Today it is announced that the reform bill has been withdrawn. If this news is true, it is almost tantamount to a declaration of war against France, for it means Wellington's return to the ministry, and in order to attack our borders the Holy Alliance is only waiting for just this change, which it has been pursuing for 15 months. But the withdrawal of the bill is also a declaration of war against the English proletarians. It remains to be seen if the aristocracy will be clever enough to deflect their anger by awakening the old national hatred of France, or if the people, understanding their interests, will rise up to punish their enemies, and if that happens, let God have pity on the English aristocracy. In any case, be they for or against us, what do the English matter to us? They have already learned that we care little for the addition of one further flag among the ranks of our enemies. France still has 14 armies to unleash on the Europe of the kings, and the Europe of the peoples is on our side. Equality is our flag. Le Liberateur, No. 1, February 2, 1834. It has become common usage today to demand professions of faith from new politicians. Professing a faith necessarily means admitting to something other than material interests. But, as soon as one claims to step outside the circle of these interests, with one voice all tendencies of the royalist faction cry out about anarchy. You want to destroy what exists, it is proclaimed from all sides, and you have nothing to put in its place. This is the sacramental phrase that has now governed the country for 3 years, and there is no appeal against it once it has been proclaimed against you. And yet we must put an end to this hollow phraseology and categorically explain ourselves, without mincing words. What is meant by destroying what exists? There exists a French nation of 33 million individuals spread across a territory of about 28,000 square leagues. They will apparently grant us that we do not want to erase this territory from the map of Europe, nor its 33 million inhabitants from the ranks of the living. The accusations of wanting to overthrow what exists thus bear only on the constitution and written laws of the country, for as regards its customs and ideas, it will be demonstrated below that we respect them more than anyone. Well then, we shall respond that the constitution and the written laws are nothing more than a purely statutory question. In the course of a half-century more than 40,000 of these laws have been passed, not counting the ones still being made, and France would surely lose nothing by simplifying this jumble of statutes. As for what is called the Constitution, it is nothing but a framework for civil servants. A nation changes it the same way a man changes his clothes, without its temperament being in any way disturbed. The one we have today is the 8th we have had to endure in 40 years. Thank God that France does not live by the grace of its constitutions, and it will no more die from the death of this one than it did from the demise of the preceding ones. This botched charter is so insignificant a measure that it could be changed without the current government being destroyed, and the government could be changed without its being modified. Another dynasty would be able to accommodate itself to the charter of 1830 just as the dynasty of 1830 was able to accommodate itself to another charter. To denounce us so strongly because we are bold enough to refuse to venerate such a pastiche is to make a lot of noise about nothing. We, who are profoundly indifferent to the form of society and go right to its basis instead, could not care less about what might become of the dull buffoonery that is so pompously called our institutions. If, in fact, we call ourselves Republicans, it is because we hope the Republic will succeed in implementing the social transformation that France so urgently calls for and which is its destiny. If the Republic were to fail to fulfill this hope, we would cease to be Republicans, for in our eyes a form of government is not an end but a means, and we only want political reform as a step along the road to social reform. We know that our projects are dismissed as utopias. But history offers us a guarantee of the infallible realization of these utopias. What would indeed be merely utopian would be to want to reconstitute a nation a priori, with arbitrary elements whose contours would not be based on an analysis of this nation. To do so would mean believing that we could impose on France, as it has been shaped by the preceding 14 centuries, customs, ideas, and beliefs completely foreign and opposed to the ideas and customs that have resulted from the slow organizing process of these 14 centuries. In a word, it would be like saying to France, you will no longer be France, you will be China, Turkey, or the Roman Empire. No one can change a people in this way, through a sudden metamorphosis, the way wizards in 1001 Nights change a man into a horse or a dog with a simple magic word and a little bit of water thrown in his face. But if, by contrast, it is precisely in the past that we have found the elements for this reform of the present, and if this reform is the necessary condition for France to have a future, if the reform is nothing but the natural development of its existence as a nation, is not the reproach that we want to destroy everything, which is the sole argument levelled against us, absurd? It is not a matter of destroying or even of replacing, on the contrary, it is simply a matter of continuing an admirable movement of progress which has emerged with irresistible perseverance, smashing one after the other the obstacles that are ceaselessly reconstructed to hinder its forward march. But all these obstacles have not disappeared, for privilege, the enemy that gives them life, is still standing, and it continues to pursue against equality, the mother of progress, the implacable war that has already lasted 1,800 years and which seethes all the more fiercely in the entrails of Christian society. Privilege and equality, these are the two principles which have struggled over France since its infancy. The first, as old as the world of which it is the Ahriman, the evil genius, principle of disorder and violence, seeking support in selfishness, egoism, and the base passions that flow from it, divides men in order to isolate them, wields no other instrument than material force, gives birth only to competition and war, and has destruction as its final, logical consequence. The other, a sublime revelation, suddenly appeared to the eyes of the nations like a symbol of deliverance and salvation. Equality, given to the world by the gospel that thus seemed the work of a God, is the principle of order and eternal justice, destined to heal the hideous wounds inflicted by privilege. Equality appeals to all virtues and rejects all vices. It kills selfishness and lives on nothing but dedication and devotion. It is through devotion that it unites and brings men together. It is through intelligence alone that it governs them and that it leads them to coordinate their efforts towards a common goal, which is the well-being of all. Finally, it is unity and fraternity that it establishes on earth, just as privilege produces nothing but hatred and isolation. The whole of French life is bound up in the duel between these two principles, which fight with incredible ferocity, with neither peace nor truce, for any compromise between them is impossible, and the combat can end only with the death of one of the combatants. Privilege, alternately violent and perfidious, humble and arrogant, always bloodthirsty and cowardly, is unable to fight face to face because it feels crushed by the moral superiority of its adversary. But, adopting the tactic of corrupting the soldiers of the opposing camp, and holding out only thanks to the treason of these renegades, it constantly retreats and is relentlessly pursued, being gradually weakened by successive defeats. Equality, meanwhile, brave and calm like the people it represents and disdainful of its enemies' ruses, advances, growing stronger with each step, driving privilege back from one refuge after another until it is cornered, at which point equality will leap forward in order to annihilate it. There is no need to ask us about which side of this momentous struggle our affections and efforts lie. Equality is our faith. We march with ardor and confidence beneath its holy banner, filled with veneration and enthusiasm for the immortal defenders of that faith, animated by the same devotion, and ready, like them, to spill our blood for its triumph. We are with Jesus Christ against the materialist and hateful Jews, with Gregory VII against Europe's feudal tyrants, with Rousseau against an ignorant and oppressive nobility and a clergy lost to debauchery, with Robespierre against a mass of greedy merchants, of faithless and lawless speculators, of patricidal traffickers, ready, like Judas, to sell humanity for 30 pieces of silver. In a word, we are always and everywhere with the oppressed against the oppressors, and we say with Saint Just, the wretched are the powerful of the earth. One, it makes no difference if oppression takes the form of military or commercial aristocracy, or if the people are exploited by the saber or the coin. Our hearts are moved with the same pity for the sufferings of the peasant trampled by his master's steed as for the agony of the worker whose blood serves to oil the gears of his industrial overlord. Indeed, nothing has changed, except that privilege, defeated in the armor of a haughty baron, reappears in the garb of the capitalist. It is still privilege, with its same banner of idleness and exploitation, and equality continues to oppose to it, with no less resolve, its motto that has so often proved victorious, intelligence and labor. Are these two symbols properly understood? Idleness means man as inert, no longer exercising his faculties, degraded to the state of a brute, in short, man ceasing to be man. Intelligence and labor means man exalted by thought, ennobled by the exercise of his power, man mastering all of creation. This is where these two principles, privilege and equality, lead in the end. We should not be surprised, then, that in the struggle between such enemies victory invariably goes to equality, since either it must triumph or humanity will perish. And so it is that humanity's two great strengths, which it always has at its disposal in every fight. Intelligence and labor infallibly ensure its success. Labor is the people, intelligence is the men of devotion, les hommes de dévouement who lead them. How can the brutal violence of privilege prevail against this invincible coalition, formed by the genius that conceives and the masses that execute? No doubt it may prevail from time to time, but its triumph cannot be definitive. If on occasion the side of right succumbs, and we have experienced a painful instance of this vicissitude, the people do not accept fortune's decision. The people religiously preserve the memory of the martyrs who died for their cause. They secretly erect altars in their hearts, awaiting the day when they can raise them in temples and public squares, and this day cannot fail to arrive. They agree to approve the deeds accomplished by material force only when they also obey intelligent force, always acting towards the triumph of equality as the final goal. For the people know full well that they have nothing to fear from intelligence, and obey it joyfully, despite the efforts of the privileged who would very much like them to share the hatred it inspires in them. The people do not consider intelligence to be responsible for the crimes of a handful of apostates who do nothing but violently divert it from its destination, by employing it against humanity. For the intelligence that makes a mortal god of man only has real power on the condition that it be moral, that is, useful to the masses. Indeed, it managed to sustain, on its own, by moderating the brutality of despotism, the various societies that preceded the arrival of Christ. It was a sublime effort of human intelligence that, in a corner of Judea, finally revealed that principle of equality, which for so long so many noble geniuses were only able to approach without managing to touch. Ever since this principle was revealed, it is what has served to measure the scope of intelligences, and to recognize truly elevated minds. Intelligence, in its highest form of expression, cannot be selfish, for the only salutary tendency it perceives is that which leads to equality, and one only arrives at equality through devotion. Devotion alone gives thought this irresistible power that rules the world. As soon as it ceases to take its aspirations from this creative principle, it falls from those heights where it hovers above men like a column of fire, guiding them through the deserts of selfishness towards the promised land of equality. Woe to those who blaspheme intelligence and attempt to enchain it. It is a sign that they no longer march along the road of humanity. Since they lack devotion, intelligence refuses to follow them. Unable to steer it, they attempt to stop it in its tracks. They do not understand, having directed it for so long, that intelligence was never reduced to trailing blindly behind them, and since it is no more in their power to suspend its march than to divert it, they explode in imprecations against those intelligences devoted enough to press on to the positions they have already deserted. They believed themselves to be a principle when they had been nothing but the instrument of this principle, everything through it, nothing without it. And so it is that we see the Catholic clergy, after abandoning the cause of equality, and having become the champion of the feudal and monarchical principle, denounce with all their might the spirit of impiety and pride of the new missionaries who are taking up the scepter of intelligence that fell from their hands, and who in their turn are followed by humanity, guiding it in its path of liberation. The apostles of Catholicism never thought of cursing intelligence when they ruled through it over peoples that were submissive and recovering after the fall of the Roman Empire. This is because they were devoted, at the time, and when they ceased being so, selfishness soon exhausted their intelligence. Nor did they blaspheme against thought, those philosophers of the 18th century who employed it with such impressive success to undermine the aristocracy of entitlements supported by a corrupt clergy. For they too fought for equality, and were followed by a whole people attuned to their voice and deaf to the anathemas of selfish priests who grew angry when they were no longer listened to. Alas, these noble geniuses did not foresee that unworthy successors, after having struck down the same enemies with this weapon of thought, would then themselves seek to break it in order to establish a new feudalism. This cruel lesson has been reserved for us, who not long ago heard the powerful voices of today proclaim the high morality of thought, and who, seeing them as its most distinguished spokesmen, enthusiastically followed the flag of equality that they brandished in their hands. And then we saw them change the bloody victory we thought we had won for the cause of equality into a triumph for privilege. Such is the hideous spectacle presented to the world by these renegades from liberalism who for 15 years appeared to defend this great principle with all their talent against the old aristocracy, and who since 1830 have put themselves in the pay of the aristocracy of capital. Ah! It is bitterly painful to see intelligence, that emanation from on high, betray the mission of devotion it received from heaven, and prostitute itself to privilege in order to share with it the spoils taken from the weak whom it is supposed to defend. In response, some noble hearts have been broken and have died, rather than suffer this anguish any longer. In fact, at the sight of so much unpunished opprobrium, how could discouragement and disgust not enter the generous souls that still believe in devotion? They feel that these great betrayals profoundly demoralize the people, who end up having faith in neither intelligence nor virtue, and yield with the resignation of despair to exploitation by brute force. And yet, this is but a momentary defeat. We must march on. When the masses encounter an obstacle they stop, gather themselves together, and overturn it. This is the history of the past, it is also that of the future. Equality did not perish from Catholicism's betrayal when the latter went over to the camp of feudal monarchy. It will not perish because new apostates have just gone over, with all their munitions and supplies, to the side of the mercantile monarchy. And it will not even perish should future defectors, who today fight beneath its banner, also one day desert it, which is something we should perhaps anticipate, after learning such discouraging lessons. Why there are no more riots. Le Liberateur, No. 1, February 2, 1834. The government is wrong to declare victory simply because the riots have ceased. If it was more sensible, far from taking the silence of the streets to be a favorable sign, it would see this only as a sinister symptom. But as it happens, we think that it is not as deluded as it might seem, nor as blind to the danger as its swaggering posture might lead one to believe. It seems unlikely that our rulers maintain, behind the closed doors of the dynastic salons, that conceited tone they constantly affect to the outside world in order to reassure the supporters of the just milieu and to fill them with a sense of security that they themselves do not have. This confidence is not even feigned well enough to conceal the price of forcing it. The boastful and menacing quality of the official harangues does little to disguise the underlying fear, or, rather, it simply serves to reveal it. Why are there so many threats against the guilty factions and the eternal enemies of order? The eternal enemies of order remain calm. The government repeatedly insisted that once the last riot had been subdued it would all be over. Well then. There are no more riots, and it seems there is not even any imminent possibility of riots. But does the monarchy think that its power is now permanently and definitively established? The Journal des Débats certainly does not believe so, for its famous tirade against moral disorder is nothing but a cry of distress uttered by its owners at the sight of the abyss they see opening up in front of them. The Journal des Débats is indeed right. It was the end of the rioting that betokened the real danger for the government. Its fall has never been more certain than since its sergeants de ville began to rule unchallenged over the city streets. On the contrary, so long as the riots continued the government ran no real risk, for the government the riots were a sign of life. This was not, however, as is generally understood, because the riots ensured it the armed support of the bourgeoisie, who had become furious in reaction to the disorder that it blamed for the poor state of commerce. Everything must be judged in terms of its real value. The bourgeois are allies that only appear when they are not needed. They might be well turned out when they take up arms, with fine, strong woolen uniforms, with wonderful plumes, with rifles that are all the more well polished since they do not even clean them themselves. But we have no illusions, they are only capable of defending a power that is not seriously threatened. They are equally unable either to maintain or to overthrow a government against the will of the people. The people, if they choose to, might make 10 further revolutions in a row, under the nose of the National Guard, who will not raise a finger to stop them, regardless of the irritation this might cause them. Power is only really maintained because the people do not think to destroy it. The riots are the best proof of this. The workers, it must be admitted, for a time showed benevolence towards this power that emerged from a revolution that they themselves had made. At first they did not ask whether it remained loyal to its origins, but once they saw the series of counter-revolutionary acts unfold, they sought, in their own way, to change its course. Unable to express their disapproval legally, as a result of the political repression that weighed upon them, they instead protested tumultuously on the public square. Each riot was a paternal warning issued from the barricades to the monarchy. The unrest of October 18, 1830, for instance, was designed to show that the people had not been duped by the shameful bit of political theater performed in the Chamber of Deputies in order to save the minister's skin, by resorting to the pretext of a philanthropic abolition of the death penalty, and that the people considered the solicitude towards those responsible for the July massacres to be grossly indecent while the bodies of their victims were not yet cold. The Great Riot of December only reiterated the lesson given 2 months earlier with an even more fearsome voice. 1. On February 13, 1831 the people offered their own definition of the famous Khoikhoi Bourbon III, making clear with a stunning act of sovereignty that they intended to bring about a definite break with both the tradition and the symbols of a detested family. They demonstrated in the same moment that they saw the Catholic clergy as nothing but an odious instrument of the feudal monarchy. The riots of the Faubourg Saint-Denis 14–17 June and the Rue du Cadran September 7 were an open indictment uttered out of despair at a government that could only draw, from a revolution carried out by the masses, hunger and destitution for those same masses. They were also the first rumblings of the mounting anger of the people against their exploitation by insatiable capitalists. The same month of September was marked by an explosion of popular grief at the news that Warsaw had fallen into the hands of the Russians as a result of the French ministry's betrayal. 4 There was then a pause before the dreadful convulsion that soon came to devour Paris, when cholera, which had loaded its gloomy wings with death as it flew over the battlefields of Poland, suddenly swooped down on the faubourgs. 5 Who could have failed to learn the lessons of this great disaster? It revealed a people decimated by hardships, prey to the pitiless greed of a handful of privileged exploiters, and driven by new woes to make a new revolution. The government misjudged remonstrances. It responded to the people's first demonstrations against their old enemies by surrounding itself exclusively with these very same enemies. It responded to cries in support of Poland by hunting down Polish refugees like savage beasts. It responded to everything with force. And yet the various popular demonstrations, far from seeking to overthrow the new Orleanist dynasty, only sought to enlighten it. In December 1830, as in February, June, and September 1831, one thing remains constant: the idea of destroying the new monarchy did not enter into the people's head. For them it was only a matter of convincing the dynasty to change its system of government. The ill-fated June days 6 were themselves, in principle, nothing but a major demonstration staged in pursuit of this end. It was only a fortuitous clash with the armed and provocative forces of order that drove a small number of men to take up arms, men who had now finally begun to despair of reforming the monarchy. So long as they still had hopes for reforming the government, the people continued to send it warning signs, in the form of riots. The government, for its part, saw in every riot that came to an end a battle it had won, and in the end its state of siege convinced even the most incredulous members of the public that from now on the august monarchy intended to rely only on the sword, and that it had firmly taken its side. The people had taken their side too. They withdrew from the public squares, and they offered no further warnings. The monarchy now has a free hand to imprison, crush or deport whomever it wants. It can raid houses day and night, condemn any suspects behind closed doors with their magistrate provosts, dismiss any jury that might compromise it, and dismiss any defense lawyer who might be troubled by such measures. Ah, by God, no one at all. The masses are not moved by these palace intrigues. The bourgeoisie will be delighted. Some observers think that the bourgeoisie has become somewhat disaffected, and is distancing itself from the monarch. This is the error of those brilliant writers who believe they might win them over through magnificent reasoning. But the bourgeoisie will exclaim while rubbing their hands, "The government is strong." That is very good. Now we must put an end to these crude tracts that rouse our workers, by persuading them that they are men like us. What do they want? Have they ever been happier? See how rich our shops are. What a wonderful regime. Tell them that they only see this wonderful regime from the comfort of their fireside after a good dinner. Tell them, for example, that this very morning officers dragged a woman and 2 children, the oldest of whom is not 5 years old, before the correctional police, that this wretched mother earns 15 sous a day for her work, of which 12 pays for her rent, leaving her with 3 to feed, heat and clothe herself and her 4 children. Tell them that, and they will respond, we cannot change this. Things have always been this way, they will always be so. If this woman was brought before the correctional police, it is because her children were begging. There must not be any beggars, they are a disgusting sight in the street, and begging brings shame on a great nation. Moreover, why did she have 4 children when she knew she could not feed them? Or why did she keep them? It is clear that the men who are prepared to say such things have decided to support the government to the end, and that they will also stand by it should it resort to violence. With the approval of the bourgeoisie and the support of 4,000 soldiers, the government has carte blanche to spill blood and to crush any resistance. If the workers try to assemble, if they try to agree on means of relieving their common misery or of protecting themselves from their exploitation, they are thrown into prison for 2, 3, 5 years, they are hunted down, they are arbitrarily stripped of their employment records livrets. What is to be done? These iniquities will have to remain momentarily unpunished, they should be left to accumulate, so that people grow weary of them. What's certain is that the workers will no longer merely riot with their hands in their pockets, and present their unarmed bodies before bayonets that they know are thirsty for their blood. And there are other men who are also smoldering with a profound sense of resentment. They are ardent, generous minds who dream of a great, strong France giving impetus to Europe, gathering all people around it like an invigorating center of intelligence, a France where talent is honored, where genius earns respect and veneration, where noble thoughts are welcomed, encouraged, rewarded, in a word, a brilliant and glorious France. Looking out from it, they see a country stripped of its sovereign status, reviled and scorned by the kings of Europe, forced to lick the blood of Poland from the hands of Tsar Nicholas, a country that has become an object of ridicule for all the old aristocracies, of hatred and contempt for all the peoples it has deceived, a country kicked in the shins by the most recent prig anointed with a duke's crown, playing the role of both traitor and fool in this feeble diplomatic melodrama that is jeered by the European audience. Looking inside it, they see a country delivered to the plundering pashas who make themselves millionaires in 18 months by scooping up the pennies of the poor, a country ransacked by a band of tax collectors and publicani who snigger at the words probity, honor, and la patrie. They see the golden calf placed on the altar and proclaimed the true God, the only God, the complete dissolution of all society's moral ties, and this hideous anarchy celebrated in the name of public order. Can these good-hearted men continue to live in this public order, or, rather, this filthy public disorder? One should not count on it. There are no more riots, but the silence of the streets is sinister, for it foreshadows a revolution. The monarchy suspects as much, and now sees in the National Guard only a weak bulwark against this danger. It is more reassured by the 15 regiments gathered in Paris. But its enemies are animated by a somber determination. Should a spark ignite the gunpowder, 80,000 armed men will appear on the public square. Social wealth must belong to those who created it. Le Liberateur, No. 2, February 1834. If we examine the source of social wealth, we find that it resides exclusively in intelligence and labor. Indeed, it is through labor and intelligence that society lives and breathes, grows and develops, and if these two forces were to withdraw from it for even a single moment, it would immediately dissolve and all its members would perish as if through a sudden catastrophe. But these two forces can only act on the condition that a third element, inert in itself, serves as an instrument to sustain the life of society in the hands of the men of intelligence and labor. This element is the land. It would seem, then, that the land should belong to all members of society equally, who, through their combined efforts, would be able to exploit the wealth it holds in its depths. But this is not the case. Through deceit and violence, some individuals seized this common land that we walk upon. Declaring themselves to be the exclusive owners of this land, they established through law that it will forever remain their property and that this right to property shall form the basis of the social order. They declare that their right to property shall dominate all the rights of humanity, and that, if need be, it may absorb them all, so that, for example, it may infringe upon the right to life that every man acquires at birth, if this right, which is the right of all men, in any way conflicts with the right to property of a privileged few. After the land, this right to property was then applied to other instruments of labor linked to the land without being an integral part of it, to which we can give the generic name of capital capitas. Now since land and capital are sterile in themselves and only acquire value de valeur through labor, and since they are also the raw materials that the active forces of society must put to work, the result is that the immense majority of citizens, who are completely excluded from the distribution partage of these materials, find themselves forced to toil on land whose produce they do not reap, and to enrich through their labor an idle minority that gathers up everything. And so neither the instruments nor the fruits of labor belong to the working masses but to a usurping aristocracy that consumes and does not produce. The sap of the trees is absorbed by an abundance of gluttonous leaves and twigs to the detriment of the fertile branches that languish and wither. The honey produced by the bees is devoured by hornets. Such is our social order, an order founded on conquest and which divided the population into two categories, the victors and the vanquished, reserving the exclusive ownership of the land for the former while transforming the latter into vile cattle destined solely to work and manure the land of these monsters. The logical consequence of such an organization is slavery, and we can see that the principle of property, established in accordance with it, has not failed to bring about that very consequence. Indeed, since land only derives its value from labor, the result has been that from the right to own land the privileged have also assumed the right to own those who make it fertile, considering them to be, in the first instance, the complement to their material property, and, in the final analysis, as personal property completely independent of the land. However, the principle of equality, which slowly works to destroy all forms of exploitation of man by man, dealt the first blow to this sacrilegious right to property by bringing an end to domestic slavery. Privilege thus had to limit itself to owning men no longer as chattel but merely as an immovable good or asset that belonged to the property and not to the property owner, to be passed on with the property and not separated from it. Even so, we saw the right to property reappear in the 15th century in all its barbarism with the re-establishment of absolute slavery for Negroes, and it has been maintained ever since as a permanent affront to humanity. For today the inhabitants of a territory, which is said to be French, own men in the same way they own a horse or a coat, that is, by virtue of the right to property. 1. Moreover, there is not as great a contradiction as first appears between the social conditions of the colonies and our own. After 18 centuries of a constant struggle undertaken against privilege and for the principle of equality, slavery could certainly not be re-established in all its naked brutality at the very heart of the country that bears the brunt of this struggle. But if it does not exist in name, it exists in fact, and the right to property, while more hypocritical in Paris than in Martinique or ancient Rome, is neither less insolent nor less aggressive. Servitude does not mean being the transferable slave of a man, or being a serf attached to his land glebe, it means being completely dispossessed of the instruments of labor, and then being put at the mercy of those privileged groups who usurp them, and who retain through violence their exclusive ownership of these instruments that are indispensable to the workers. This monopolization accaparement is thus a permanent despoilment. From this it becomes clear that it is not one or another political form of government that maintains the masses in a state of slavery, but rather the usurpation of property presented as the fundamental basis of the existing social order. For from the moment a privileged caste passes on land and capital through inheritance, all other citizens, though not condemned to remain slaves of any given individual, nevertheless become absolutely dependent on that caste, since their only remaining freedom is the choice of which master will rule over them. It is apparently in this sense that today the rich are said to provide workers with employment. Yes, undoubtedly they employ them, just as the Romans employed their slaves and the colonizers employ their Negroes, so as to nourish their all-consuming idleness from the sweat of these workers. Even if they agree to leave their victims just enough bread to spare them from death, they do so only out of self-interest, just as one might add a few drops of oil onto the cogs of a mechanism to prevent rust from causing it to break down. Moreover, it is in the interest of the wealthy that the workers are able to perpetuate their miserable flesh so as to bring into the world the children of the slaves who are destined one day to serve the children of the oppressors, and thereby continue from one generation to the next this dual, parallel inheritance of opulence and poverty, of pleasure and pain, that constitutes our social order. When the proletarian has suffered enough and has provided replacements to suffer after him, his only remaining task is to go and die in a hospital so that his desiccated corpse can serve to teach doctors the art of healing the wealthy. From where, I ask, does this horrific degradation of a great people originate, if not from the principle of property that confers on an idle aristocracy the exclusive and hereditary ownership of the instruments of labor which should belong only to those who use them to work? Even the most laborious work barely provides the masses with what they need to live from one day to the next, and never enough to make provision for the days ahead. For if, through a surge of anger or fear, the property owners decide to prevent them from using the instruments of labor, their lives immediately suffer. And what does it matter to the privileged? They lack for nothing, they can wait. The working population would have died of hunger 10 times over before the privileged could be forced to go to its aid. This could be seen after the July Revolution, when, through either a spirit of vengeance or through selfish fear, the capitalists suddenly tightened their grip on their capital, thereby sacrificing the enormous profits they draw from the worker's labor simply for the pleasure of depriving him of even that meager share of the fruits of his labor that must otherwise be relinquished to him. We saw these new barons of hoarded wealth ces feudo du coffer fort withdraw into their Dutch cheese too to contemplate impassively the anguish of the people they decimated through hunger, as recompense for the selflessness with which the people had devoted themselves to serving their own hatred and envy against the nobility and clergy. Nonviolent reprisals and a war that involves playing for time on guerre de temporisation are impossible against an enemy who has such abundant resources behind it. To appreciate the incapacity of the workers to fight against the allied forces of capital, one need only consider the findings of the most recent experiment carried out in Lyon, where 60,000 men were forced to submit to the will of a few hundred manufacturers who subdued them through famine. 3. It is indeed a miracle that there were writ 4 who so much as considered serious resistance to oppression, and that the workers attacked their true enemies en masse. No small amount of misery was necessary before these simple men were able to grasp its real cause. However, this is not a typical case. Most of the impoverished classes still misunderstand the source of their ills. Profound ignorance is the first and most deplorable consequence of their enslavement. It almost always makes them the docile instruments of the wicked passions of the privileged. How could the destitute, eternally bent beneath an exhausting task, with no guarantee of a piece of bread at the end of their daily fatigue, cultivate their intelligence, enlighten their reason, and reflect on social phenomena in which they play only a passive role? Doomed to a bestial existence, and all too happy to receive what their masters deign to leave them of the products of their own labor, as if this were an act of charity, all they see in the hand that exploits them is the hand that feeds them, and they are ready to persecute at their master's signal the men of devotion who attempt to show them a better future. Alas! Humanity has always marched with a blindfold over its eyes, and only briefly raises it, from time to time, in order to discern and rejoin the road it most often blindly follows. Every step humanity takes on the path of progress crushes the guide who clears the way, and it must first make victims of those it will later consider heroes. The Gracchi were torn to pieces on the streets of Rome by a mass of plebeians stirred up by the words of patrician families. Jesus Christ atoned on the cross amid the joyous cries of a Jewish mob incited by priests and Pharisees. The most generous defenders of freedom in our first revolution climbed the scaffold because of the ingratitude and cowardice of the people. 5 The people allowed its cruelest enemies, through an execrable concert of calumnies, to curse the memory of those who were thus executed, and, still today, every morning, scoundrels teach the French to spit on the tombs of these martyrs. What combination of circumstances is required for the masses to open their eyes to the truth and learn to distinguish between their friends and their oppressors? If they rose up with such impressive unanimity in Lyon in November 1831, it is because the conflict of interests was so obvious, the division between the opposing camps so sharp, that it became impossible even for the most stupid of people not to see clearly that they were the victims of insatiable greed. Unanimity also stemmed from the fact that, when these poor wretches attempted to resist, they became all too familiar with the store of hatred and ferocity that lies hidden away in the hearts of those factious merchants, to whom they are handed over like prey. The working population of Lyon was dealt with like an invasion of locusts. While bloodthirsty dealers and traders once again prophesied destruction and massacre with a sinister glee, artillery, arms, and grape shot were being readied from all sides, and soldiers, horses and caissons rushed to exterminate the workers to the last man, and to swell the ranks of their enemies with all these new martyrs. Extermination or humble acceptance of their duty, this is the only alternative offered to the workers. The duty of the workers is to consider themselves as machines that operate in order to create pleasures enjoyed by the privileged. The duty of the workers is to die of poverty upon the silk fabrics they weave for the rich. The duty of the workers is to suffer a gallinose torment. 6 It is to see their wives and children slowly perish, consumed by famine, and then to expire themselves while blessing the successors of Archbishop Roger who, in the meanwhile, danced gaily to the sound of voluptuous music while displaying in sparkling salons the gold and silver brocades made by their victims. Such are the disastrous extremities to which society has been led by the monopoly of property. How might it be possible to escape the disastrous consequences of a social law that concentrates all wealth in the hands of a few and that confers on a privileged caste the vast majority of the population's right to life or death? The spokesmen of this caste seek to instill the idea that, since neither one can do anything in isolation, owners and workers have equal need of the other, and, as a result, they share the same common interests. In the current state of things, it is certainly all too clear that the proletarians cannot survive 24 hours without the instruments of labor that the privileged control. But it is a strange form of reasoning to conclude from this that there is a community of interests between the two classes. We see nothing in this coupling but the union of the lion with the lamb. The classes only subsist on condition of boundless tyranny on the one hand and absolute submission on the other. But if the master maître strives constantly to make the chains that bind the oppressed heavier, the latter strive to free themselves from the yoke. What we have here is not a community, but rather a conflict of interests. There is no other relation between the two unequal halves of society than that of struggle, and their only need is to cause the other as much harm as possible. In a word, it is organized war. We know that the lynxes of monopoly wage this war more through treachery than violence. They are free to declare that it is for the sheep's own benefit that they so closely shear the wool from their backs. Contrived words of concord and fraternity that mask an insatiable thirst for exploitation may fool some dupes. But facts are also eloquent, and they are ultimately far more persuasive and far more consequential. The facts show that there is a struggle, and that in this struggle one of the parties must succumb, for there can be no fusion between two contradictory principles, between good and evil. To know who must succumb one need only see on which side justice lies. For it seems that no one thinks that any form of society can exist without labor, nor, consequently, that the idle landowners can live in any way other than by the labor of those who make their land fertile. But why do the workers need a caste of lazy landowners who devour the fruits of the land without creating them? Why should they need the land to belong to anyone but themselves, who give the land all its value? Let us imagine that all the people who live by the sweat of their brow one day leave France's harsh and difficult land, and emigrate en masse to some distant country where they might found an association of free men, where the right to live belongs to those who work. Would we see them forced to create an aristocracy from within their midst and to put it in possession of all the instruments of social wealth? Would this new people be unable to live without all this? And what would our proud lords of the land and of finance do, I wonder, if suddenly abandoned along with their houses, their vast fields, and their horses and carriages? They would die of hunger amid all this luxury, unless they promptly deserted their old salons and removed their beautiful attire, so as to dirty their hands by cultivating a plot of land that would be large enough to sustain them. But, given that a country of 33 million men can no longer retreat to the Aventine Hill 7, let us imagine the opposite and more likely hypothesis, that the entire caste feeding off the labor of the proletariat itself quits France, taking with them nothing but their own arms. Who would notice their absence, other than by seeing the well-being and prosperity that would spread among the working population? Who will own the land and be rid of the parasites who previously devoured it? For if the country is impoverished by the loss of a single worker, it is enriched by the loss of an idler. When a man who has nothing but wealth dies, nothing is lost. On the contrary, if he has no heir to inherit his wealth and his property is returned to the state, his death benefits the country. Today it is easy to see that the principle of property is in decline. The best minds prophesy its imminent fall, at the same time as they hope and pray for it. Its decadence dates back to the advent of Christ, who introduced into European society the principle that was fatally destructive of the right to property, by which I mean the right to equality, which for 18 centuries has been invading its enemies' terrain more and more with every passing day. In this long struggle, the right to property has been weakened by the successive abolition of all previously acquired privileges, of which it was the common origin, and which in turn lent it its strength. It will end up disappearing altogether, along with the final privileges that are still in place and in which it has now taken refuge. This is the least one could expect from studying the history of the past and observing the march of the present. For if the right to property were destined to triumph, a bleak future indeed would appear before us. Humanity is not stationary, it either advances or it retreats. And the road forward goes towards equality. If it goes backwards, it must necessarily retreat back up all the degrees of privilege right through to personal slavery, the ultimate expression of personal right, and the ultimate expression of the right to property. In order to return to such a point, we would have to pretend that the long existence of Christianity had never come to pass, the Gospels would have to be erased from the memory of man, and European civilization would have to be buried in the night of some universal catastrophe. Fortunately, none of these things are to be foreseen, and we can, without any illusions, rest assured that all nations are advancing, with the French leading the way, towards the definitive conquest of absolute equality. Moreover, it should be clear that by absolute equality we do not mean the equal distribution of the land among all members of society. Something similar has already been attempted, and it did not even offset the underlying problem. It would lead only to an extreme division of property that would, at bottom, change nothing of the right to property itself. Since wealth always stems from possession of the instruments of labor and not from labor itself, the spirit of individualism, if all its force is left intact, would imperceptibly tend towards the reconstruction of large-scale properties, and would promptly re-establish the inequality of social conditions. Equality, therefore, should only be realized through a regime of association, substituted in place of the reign of individual property. This is why we see all the men of the future working fervently to clarify the elements of this association. We expect to make our contribution to this labor of devotion at a later date. Part 2. 1835 to 1847, Secret Societies. Following his release from prison in November 1833, Blanqui returned to neo-Carbonarist forms of clandestine political organizing. Far-reaching government censorship and repression appeared to offer no other viable means of persisting in a revolutionary project. Blanqui helped lay the foundations for what became, in July 1834, the conspiratorial Société de Familles. Composed of small, isolated groups of militants linked only by a vertical and unilateral chain of command, the group was sustained by an absolute commitment to secrecy, discipline and fraternity. Blanqui and Armand Barbes became its two leading figures, with Blanqui its commander-in-chief. Members of the familles began to stockpile weapons and to manufacture gunpowder in a workshop in Paris. However, after receiving a tip-off by an informer, on March 10, 1836 police shut down the familles' gunpowder operation, and 3 days later Blanqui was arrested at Barbes's house, where incriminating membership lists were discovered. In August, he was convicted along with other members of the Société de Familles for illegal possession of arms and the manufacture of gunpowder. The organization disintegrated, and Blanqui spent 8 months in prison at Fontrévaud, near Saumur. In May 1837, an amnesty occasioned by the wedding of Louis Philippe's heir allowed Blanqui to live quietly in the village of Blanqui, near Pontoise, albeit under constant police surveillance. Nevertheless, he soon began to reorganize, cautiously and laboriously, former members of the Société de Familles into a new Société de Saisons. During a prolonged period of economic crisis and political uncertainty, and after careful strategic planning, Blanqui led, along with Barbes and Martin Bernard, around 500 members of the Société de Saisons in an armed insurrection on May 12, 1839. Although the insurgents briefly occupied the Palais de Justice and then the Hôtel de Ville, they proved unable to storm the main police station. Around a dozen barricades were erected by residents of the Faubourg Saint-Denis and Faubourg Saint-Martin, but the profound secrecy that had surrounded preparations for the insurrection also discouraged the sort of spontaneous popular support upon which its success depended, with both the government and the wider population caught off guard. Once government forces rallied, the insurgents were forced to scatter after 2 days of fighting. Around 100 people were killed, including 30 soldiers, 200 people were arrested. Blanqui himself escaped immediate capture and lived in hiding for 5 months, but was tracked down and arrested on October 13. Blanqui was put on trial with 30 other defendants. He was condemned to death on January 31, 1840, although, in keeping with the precedent set by the conviction of Barbes the previous year, the sentence was quickly commuted to life in prison. From February 5, Blanqui began to serve his sentence at Mont Saint-Michel, on the coast of Normandy. There, physical and emotional hardship soon pushed him to the limits of endurance. On January 31, 1841, his wife Amélie Suzanne died at the age of 26. Blanqui was devastated and would never remarry. Following a daring but unsuccessful escape attempt with 3 other inmates, Barbes, Bernard, and Constant Hubert, on February 10, 1842, the appalling conditions in the island prison took their toll on Blanqui's health. He was transferred to a high-security hospital/hospice in Tours, and finally released on June 1, 1847. Prevented from returning to Paris, however, he was obliged to live in Blois, where he was kept under constant and stifling surveillance. Democratic propaganda. 1835. Citizen. The sympathies of the masses, tempered anew by a system of terror, are reawakening stronger than before. They are like a spring that has been made all the more energetic by compression, and that asks only to be released. It is up to us to encourage this movement of expansion. If the doctrinaires were able to claim to have crushed democracy forever, it is because the last catastrophe allowed them to put a halt to propaganda la propaganda. Let us re-establish it and advance. For the aristocracy is powerless to fight against republicans through principles alone. If the press is still a weapon in its hands, it is because it uses it to spread slander, while we, by the sheer strength of our doctrines of equality and fraternity, are sure to lead the masses. But our voice must be able to reach them. So let us unite our efforts, citizen, in order to destroy the most odious of monopolies, the monopoly of enlightenment. Let us prove to proletarians that they have the right to prosperity with freedom, to free, common and equal education, and to intervene in the government, all of which are things they are denied. As you see, citizen, we have in mind less a political change than a refoundation refonte of society. The extension of political rights, electoral reform, and universal suffrage may be excellent things, but only as means, not as ends. Our goal is the equal sharing of the burdens and the benefits of society. It is the complete establishment of the reign of equality. Without this radical reorganization, all formal modifications in government would be nothing but lies, all revolutions nothing but comedies performed for the benefit of an ambitious few. But it is not enough vaguely to declare that all men are equal, it is not enough to combat the slanders of the wicked, to destroy prejudices and the carefully maintained habits of servility in which the people are kept. We must convince proletarians that equality is possible, that it is necessary. They must be made aware of their dignity and clearly shown their rights and duties. This should be the aim of our efforts. But they will only be effective with the support of all Republicans. We appeal to their devotion and ask for their active and selfless cooperation. As it is clear that new writings from a Republican perspective, and with the goal we have just indicated, would be the object of perpetual harassment, however moderate they might be, we have resolved to thwart the relentless efforts of the police. What is important to us above all is to enlighten the masses, but trials, imprisonments, and fines would soon destroy our efforts, despite all the perseverance that patriotism might inspire in us. We will limit thus ourselves simply to spreading ideas by reprinting fragments of the best works published in the interests of the people, works that have circulated freely for some time. We will select those that most clearly deal with the great questions of equality and liberty, those that aim to establish, as the sole basis of social institutions, the principle of the fraternity of all men, and as the sole guarantee of their lasting value, the responsibility of power. If the ideas developed in these diverse writings are not always as up-to-date as might be hoped by the most advanced minds engaged with matters of the future, it should be remembered that we will be reprinting previously published works, and one must understand that public education has been so severely delayed that what may seem to be old truths to the enlightened remain entirely new to the proletarian. The writings we will publish will have 4 duodecimo pages, they will appear irregularly, but in such a way as to form a brochure of 96 pages by the end of the year. For 1 franc 25 centimes, 100 copies will be sent to your home address. It is possible to subscribe for a smaller number. Those citizens in Paris and the departments who want to aid us in these efforts are requested to send their names and precise addresses to Rouanet's bookshop, Rue Verdelet, number 6. L. Auguste Blanqui, Hallward. Our publications will appear irregularly, twice a month. Since most writings cannot reach the people, who do not have the means to pay for them, the particular goal that we have set ourselves is to solve this problem by distributing them to proletarians for free. Therefore, those citizens who want to assist us in our work should distribute among the people the copies that they will receive, by giving them away. In order to receive the printed materials at a home address, one must subscribe for 20 copies of each publication, as postage costs prevent us from sending fewer than this. Citizens who subscribe for fewer than 20 copies should collect them from the office of the Rouanet bookshop, Rue Verdelet, number 6. Hallward, Rue de Dames, 37, Batignolles. Imprimerie de L.E. Herhan, Rue Saint-Denis, 380. Blanqui's notes for his defense at the gunpowder trial. October 1836. If blood was spilled by our revolutionary ancestors, it was spilled regretfully, as a terrible necessity, by upright men, ardent friends of their country, who were fanatically devoted to the saintly and sacred cause of equality, and who also gave their own lives for their beliefs. It is because of this blood that was thus shed that the blood flowing through our veins is still French. The oldest among us were not yet born when this painful sacrifice was made. All those who played a role in it, victims or instigators, are equally distant from us, but we would be unable to accuse the austere and powerfully brilliant figures who saved the people at large from disaster. We measure our gratitude to them against the bitterness that gripped our hearts when the tricolor flag disappeared from French soil, carried off by the storm of nations. 1. As for us, children of a younger France, it is true that we have shed blood, but it is our own, and one might note that we have not been sparing with it, since it has not ceased to drip from our pores for 20 years. It has reddened both our scaffolds and our public squares. For my part, I have not spared mine. Wealth, repose, happiness, I have sacrificed everything for the flag I serve. This is why I despise the hypocritical declarations of those persecutors who have never risked a hair on their heads or a day of their freedom. How strange, that those who cause suffering accuse those who suffer of barbarism. Or rather, it is considered a ridiculous weakness to complain of it. Vi victis. Woe to the vanquished. Slander is the bread with which the vanquished are fed. We must learn stoically to eat this bread that tastes so bitter. All things considered, it is sweeter to the heart than those refined words that are savored to the sound of fanfares and flatterers, baleful words filled with the blood and tears of oppressed and just men, and that disturb the sleep of the oppressor with sinister dreams. Today what is said of devotion, dévouement and equality? Equality is a chimera, and devotion foolishness. Let each man be devoted to himself and he will not need the devotion of others. Our only duty in this world is to enrich ourselves. The strongest and most cunning have free rein. Those who dream of universal happiness are either madmen or fanatics. You have said that we are fanatics, and this appellation suits us well enough. The most magnificent compliment that this century of selfishness and cowardice could offer us is to hurl this insult at us, the most cutting of all insults. Yes, my friends, we are madmen diffuse. We have a faith, we have austere, passionate beliefs. We are not, thank God, fleeting fair-weather republicans, enthusiasts one day, apostates the next. If we were to be told, you are free to leave on condition that you forget your mad utopias. Leave behind thoughts of the restoration of Poland, of the liberation of Europe, of the emancipation of the proletarians. Cease dreaming of the reign of equality, put aside your chimeras of devotion. Return to being good citizens, earn money, think of yourself and not of others. Go on now, wealth and fortune, and the power they accord, are yours. How would you respond? I can do so on your behalf, as long as Polish blood flows unpunished, as long as the hideous contrast between idleness attired in richly decorated embroideries and labor covered in rags appears before our eyes, as long as the groans of the starving children of the people reach our ears, as long as the golden calf remains God, as long as equality is outlawed, probity scorned, vice triumphant, virtue crushed, we shall remain as we are. We would like to change, but there is here something stronger than our will. We could not do it. No, we could not be rich or powerful, we would be far too miserable. Was it not you, my friends, you who followed me into our prisons, you who left children as orphans, who said as one, do not open these doors. If this is the price for our release, then let them remain closed. Rather peace of mind in a dungeon than freedom with infamy and remorse. As for me, I spent 4 whole months in the infirmary. Alone with my thoughts, I began to think that if I was miserable, others were even more so. This, I assure you, is the most powerful remedy for all ills, and it is the one recommended by Socrates. Do not think of ourselves, rather think of those who suffer more than us, and this thought will silence our pain. None of the laws that are in force today rest on those eternal moral principles that have been deposited in the hearts of men, for the benefit and protection of societies. Some of these laws are the offspring of ephemeral passions. By seeking to impose respect for laws that do not command it themselves, you remove it from laws that did enjoy it. This is how governments can come to perish through the very efforts one makes in order to save them. The human conscience cannot be changed according to the fleeting whims of short-lived legislators. Over the centuries, the cross, instrument of the cruelest and most ignoble torture, the object and symbol of opprobrium and infamy, nonetheless came to dominate the world, since on the cross there perished, some 1800 years ago, another man was also condemned as seditious by his judges. There is talk of restoring the cross in this courtroom, doubtless in order to teach both judges and the accused how enemies of the social order should be punished. The great image of the dying Christ thus reappears in court, on the one hand to incite the emulation of political justice, on the other to frighten the new dissidents who seek to revive the doctrines and sedition of the crucified with the spectacle of his bloody death. But the people no longer sanction, as rulings of justice, decrees that persecute and torture. They no longer believe that it is good men who punish and bad men who are punished. And if they ever see a convoy of prisoners surrounded by guns and soldiers, accused of violence and ignominy, they stop to contemplate them, their hearts filled with fear and pain, and they say to themselves, "It is again just menly justs who are being persecuted." Posterity has honored the ashes of martyrs who died for having openly professed a proscribed faith by exclaiming to their judges, "I am a Christian." Sympathy and admiration will also be felt for the good men who are incapable of renouncing their fervent convictions, and who come knocking on the dungeon doors, saying, "Let me in, I am a Republican." All of these things must come about, because they serve humanity's ends, for the public conscience is moved when it sees just men suffer, and it asks questions about the stones with which they are struck. The punishments that went unnoticed in the past, when they fell only on culprits who were genuinely guilty, now seem to be odious tortures, and it is in this way that the barbarism of human laws, slowly but surely, comes to be reformed. And so for us it is a consolation to suffer like Christ, among thieves, and to think that our sufferings redeem those of the poor and unfortunate people who will be born after us. This is why we shall leave with our heads held high. Whatever punishments are imposed on us, by striking us they will be ennobled. Initiation Ceremony of the Society of the Seasons. 1837. The newly elected member is brought in blindfolded. The president to the presenter of the new member, "What is the name of the new brother you bring before us?" To the newly elected member, "Citizen, their name, how old are you? What is your occupation? Your place of birth? Your home address? How do you earn a living? Have you thought through the decision you are now taking, the commitment you are entering into? Are you aware that traitors are punished by death? So swear, citizen, to reveal to no one what is about to take place here today." The president asks the following questions. The citizen leading the initiation ceremony prompts the new member when they are unsure how to respond. 1. What do you think of royalty and kings? Royalty is abhorrent. Kings are as dangerous to humanity as the tiger is to other animals. 2. How does royalty, which you declare to be so awful, preserve itself? Because it gave certain classes of the people a share in its exploitation of all the rest, it established an aristocracy. 3. Who are the aristocrats today? Hereditary aristocracy was abolished in July 1830. Now the aristocrats are the rich, they constitute an aristocracy that is every bit as voracious as the first. 4. Should we be satisfied with overthrowing royalty? Any form of aristocracy, any form of privilege, must be destroyed. To do otherwise is to do nothing. 5. What should we put in its place? The government of the people by the people, which is to say, the Republic. 6. Why is the Republic the only legitimate form of government? Because it alone is founded on equality, it alone imposes on everyone equal duties and grants the same rights. 7. What are the duties of each citizen? To obey the general will, to be devoted to the country and to maintaining fraternity with every member of the nation. 8. What are their rights? The right to life, and to the right to work. The right to existence must be assured for all. The right to education. Man is not simply composed of matter, he has an intelligence. Like the body, this intelligence has the right to life, and thus the right to education is simply the mind's right to existence, l'existence spirituelle. The right to vote. 9. Do those who do not carry out their duties have rights? By virtue of not carrying out their duties they give up their rights as a citizen. 10. Are those who have rights without carrying out their duties, as is the case with aristocrats, part of the people? They must not be part of the people, they are to the social body what a cancer is to the human body. The first condition for the return of the body to health is the extirpation of a cancer, The first condition for the return of the social body to a just state is the annihilation of aristocracy. 11. How do the people indicate their will? Through the law, which is nothing other than the expression of the general will. 12. Can a chamber of deputies make the laws? No, it can only prepare them before they are submitted to the people for approval or rejection. 13. Can the people rule themselves immediately after the revolution? Since the social state has been rendered gangrenous, heroic remedies are required to reach a healthy state. For a certain period of time the people will thus require a revolutionary power. 14. In short, what are your principles? Royalty and all aristocracies must be exterminated, they must be replaced by the republic, which is to say the government of equality, but in order to reach this form of government a revolutionary power must be employed to enable the people themselves to exercise their rights. Citizen, the principles which you have just set forth are the only correct ones, the ones that can allow humanity to march towards the goal which is set for it. But their realization is not easy. Our enemies are numerous and powerful. They have all society's forces at their disposal. We, Republicans, whose very name is proscribed, we have only our courage and our rectitude bone droit. You still have time. Think of all the dangers to which you expose yourself upon entering our ranks. The sacrificing of wealth, the loss of freedom, the possibility of death. Are you prepared to brave these dangers? Your response is the proof of your vigor. Arise, citizen, and take the following oath. In the name of the Republic, I swear eternal hatred to all kings, to all aristocrats, to all of humanity's oppressors. I swear absolute devotion to the people, fraternity to all men except for aristocrats. I swear to punish traitors. I promise to give my life, even to go to the scaffold if such a sacrifice were necessary to bring about the reign of popular sovereignty and equality. The President places a dagger in his hand. May I be punished with the death of traitors, may I be stabbed with this dagger if I violate this oath. I consent to be dealt with as a traitor if I reveal the least thing to anyone at all, even my closest relative, if he is not a member of the association. The President, citizen, be seated. The society accepts your oath, you are now part of the association, work with us to free the people. Citizen, your name will not be uttered among us, here is your registration number in the group L'Atelier. You must procure for yourself arms and ammunition. The committee that leads the society will remain unknown until the moment we take up arms. Citizen, one of your duties is to spread the principles of the association. If you know any devoted and discreet citizens, you should present them to us. The newly elected member is returned to the light. Part 3. 1848, Year of Revolution. On 22 to 24 February 1848, a mass insurrection in Paris led to the sudden abdication of Louis Philippe. A provisional governing council was hastily established, dominated by Alphonse de Lamartine, Alexandre Ledru-Rollin and other relatively moderate Republican figures. Suddenly free to travel as a result of the uprising, Blanqui arrived in Paris on the evening of February 24 and immediately became the chief spokesman for positions on the far left of the revolutionary spectrum. In the last days of February, he founded a radical political club, the Société Républicaine Centrale. No longer obliged to work in secret, Blanqui now eschewed conspiratorial tactics in favor of public debate and the mobilization of public opinion and mass pressure. Throughout March, he repeatedly urged the provisional government to postpone its planned legislative elections, so as to allow pro-republican voices to gain more influence in the provinces and in the countryside, among communities still dominated by the traditional influence of the local aristocracy and the church. On March 17, he helped lead a crowd of around 100,000 people to pressure the government to reverse a recent build-up of troops in Paris and to delay the elections. The Provisional Council agreed to postpone them only by a couple of weeks, until April 23. As Blanqui had predicted, the results of these elections further strengthened the position of the conservative and moderate voices in the Constituent Assembly. As popular discontent in the capital grew more acute, On May 15, Blanqui reluctantly participated in a mass invasion of the newly elected chamber, but he argued against an improvised coup d'état. Troops loyal to the assembly arrested several leaders of the demonstration, including François-Vincent Raspail and Pierre Leroux. After this failure, conservative figures rapidly consolidated their position, and began to crack down on radical Republicans in Paris. On May 26, Blanqui was arrested for his participation in the May 15 march. He was imprisoned at Vincennes, in eastern Paris. In the last months of 1848, writing from his cell, Blanqui forcefully rejected any possible left-wing coalition in the December presidential election around the candidacy of Ledru-Rollin, who had sided with the government in May and during the suppressed June Days uprising in Paris. Looking back on the year's events, Blanqui concluded, like Saint just before him, that reliance on half measures had fatally weakened the revolutionary movement. Only robust socialist and egalitarian policies could offer any contemporary prospect of continuing in the tradition set by 1792–93. Ledru-Rollin's campaign failed to rally mass support, and Louis Napoleon Bonaparte was elected President of the Republic on December 20, winning 74% of the popular vote. Speech at the Prado. February 25, 1848. France is not yet republican. The revolution that has just taken place is a pleasant surprise and nothing more. If we sought to raise to power, today, names that have been compromised in the eyes of the bourgeoisie by previous political condemnations, then the provinces would take fright. They will remember the Terror and the Convention, and may recall the fugitive king. The National Guard itself has been nothing but an unwilling accomplice. It is made up of fearful shopkeepers who are capable of undoing tomorrow what they allowed to be done today, to cries of Vive la République. Leave the men of the Hôtel de Ville to their impotence, their weakness is a sure sign of their fall. They have in their hands an ephemeral executive power pouvoir. We, for our part, we have the people and the clubs, where we will organize them in a revolutionary manner, as the Jacobins once did. We must be ready to wait a few days more and the revolution will be ours. If instead we seize power by a bold assault, like thieves in the night, who can say how long our power puissance might last? Beneath us, would there not be energetic and ambitious men, burning to replace us by similar means? What we need is the immense mass of the people, the faubourgs rising up in revolt. A new 10 August.1 we will at least have the prestige of revolutionary force. For the red flag. February 26, 1848. We are no longer in 1793. We are in 1848. The tricolor flag is no longer the flag of the Republic. It is that of Louis Philippe and the monarchy. It is the tricolor flag that presided over the massacres of the Rue Transnonain, of the Faubourg Devise, of Saint-Étienne when it has been bathed 20 times in the blood of the workers. The people raised the red banner on the barricades of 48, just as they raised it on those of June 1832–2 April 1834 and May 1839.3. It has received the double consecration of defeat and victory. From this day forward, this banner is theirs. Only yesterday it flew, gloriously, from the fronts of our buildings. Today reaction ignominiously drags it through the mud and dares besmirch it with its slanders. It is said to be a flag of blood. It is red only with the blood of the martyrs who made it the standard of the Republic. Its fall is an insult to the people, a profanation of its dead. The flag of the municipal guard will now shade their graves. Reaction has already been unleashed. It can be recognized by its violence. The men of the royalist faction roam the streets, casting insults and threats, tearing the red colors from citizens' lapels. Workers! Your flag is falling. Pay close attention. The Republic will not be long in following it. Second petition for the postponing of elections. March 14, 1848. Citizens! We demand the postponement of the elections for the Constituent Assembly and for the National Guard. If they were to be held now, these elections would be derisory. In Paris only a small number of workers are registered on the electoral rolls. The ballot boxes would be filled with nothing but the votes of the bourgeoisie. In the cities, the class of laborers, shaped to the yoke by long years of repression and poverty, will take no part in the vote, or else they will be led there by their masters, like blind cattle. In the countryside, all influence rests in the hands of the clergy and the autocracy. By systematically isolating individuals, a cunning tyranny has stifled all spontaneity in the heart of the masses. The wretched peasantry, reduced to the condition of serfs, will become a stepping stone for the enemies who oppress and exploit them. We grow indignant at the thought that the oppressors can benefit from their crimes in this way. It is sacrilege to deceive 10 million men about their own salvation, to wrest from their inexperience the sanction for their slavery. This would be all too insolent a challenge to the barricades of February. The people do not yet understand, they must learn. Point 1. This is not the work of a day, nor a month. Since counter-revolution alone has had the right to speak for 50 years, would it be too much to grant the people, who ask for only half of the podium, and who will not put their hands over their enemy's mouth, perhaps a year of freedom? Light must shine into even the smallest hamlet, the workers must lift their brows bowed by servitude and rise from the state of prostration and stupor where the dominant castes hold them, their boot on their throat. And do not say that our fears are illusory. The elections, if they are held now, will be reactionary. This is the universal cry. The Royalist Party, the sole party that is organized, thanks to its long domination, will control them through intrigue, corruption, and social influence. It will emerge victorious from the ballot box. Such a victory would mean civil war. For Paris, the heart and brain of France, will not retreat in the face of this aggressive return of the past. Think about the sinister consequences of a conflict between the Parisian population and an assembly that believes it represents the nation but which would not actually represent it, for tomorrow's vote will be a surprise and a lie. May your prudence spare France from such perils. Let the people be born to the Republic. They are still imprisoned and suffocated in the swaddling clothes of the monarchy. Postponement of the elections, this is what the people of Paris demand. To the Democratic Clubs of Paris. March 22, 1848. The Republic would be a lie if it were to be nothing more than the substitution of one form of government for another. Changing words is not enough, we must change things. The Republic means the emancipation of the workers, it means the end of the reign of exploitation, it means the advent of a new order that will free labor from the tyranny of capital. Liberty. Equality. Fraternity. This motto that adorns the pediments of our buildings must not become a hollow architectural embellishment. No infantile illusions. We are no longer children. There is no freedom where there is a shortage of bread. There is no equality where opulence causes outrage in the midst of poverty. There is no fraternity where workers and their famished children grovel at palace gates. Work and bread. The life of the people cannot remain at the mercy of the fears and rancor of capital. Those popular societies that share our principles are invited to select 3 delegates to meet at the Central Electoral Committee on Sunday, March 26, 11 o'clock in the morning, in the Salle de Conferences, Rue de Poiriers, near the Sorbonne. Only club delegates will be admitted, and they must bear authorization from their respective societies. Address to the Provisional Government. April 20, 1848. Regiments are advancing on Paris. Their approach is spreading alarm through the ranks of the patriots. The army has not been reorganized. Its leaders, trained by a fearful tyranny for murderous purposes, remain today what they were before the barricades. In Paris, the royalists of yesterday, disguised as the Republicans of tomorrow, conceal neither their hatred nor their reactionary plans against what they call the rabble la populace. A coalition of these sentiments and the selfishness egoisms could cost the Republic dearly. The people have nothing but affection for the soldiers issued from their ranks, but they harbor profound mistrust of the doctrine of passive obedience that has so often drowned Paris in French blood. Moreover, why are professional soldiers stationed within our city walls? If we really willed and wanted it, in a week 300,000 armed National Guards could take on the task of maintaining order and security in the capital. Long-standing Republicans owe the provisional government the honest expression of their thoughts. Those thoughts are today truly bitter. The deplorable choice of commissioners sent to the provinces, the preservation of Louis Philippe's magistracy and functionaries, the systematic casting aside of old patriots, who are rejected everywhere by the agents of power and made the laughing stock of the reinvigorated royalists, the successive disarming of the fighters on the barricades, the calling to Paris of professional soldiers who belong at the frontiers, the threat to form an urban guard, resurrecting under a third name the gendarmerie and the municipal guard, the hurried convening of electoral assemblies which, under exclusively reactionary influence, can only create a retrograde assembly. All of these acts together appear to herald a repeat of 1830. Already the popular voice has called the new government a monarchical republic. Will this monarchical republic therefore be worth even less than the old republican monarchy? We once again appeal to your patience, to your prudence, citizens. Halt the reaction. Keep the troops far from the capital and dispel this threat of armed reprisals against the people's victory. The massacre in Rouen, the Central Republican Society to the Provisional Government. May 2, 1848. Citizens. The counter-revolution has just bathed itself in the blood of the people. Let the assassins be brought immediately to justice. For the past 2 months the royalist bourgeoisie of Rouen has been secretly plotting a St. Bartholomew's Day massacre one of the workers. It had stocked up on cartridges. The authorities knew of this. Deathly threats had been issued here and there, warning signs of the impending catastrophe. We must have done with the rabble. That same rabble who in February, after 3 days of resistance, forced the bourgeois guard to submit to the Republic. Citizens of the provisional government, why is it that, over these last 2 months, the working class population of Rouen and the surrounding valleys has not been organized into National Guard units? Why has only the aristocracy been organized and armed? Why, at the moment it carried out its hideous plot, did it encounter only the resistance of unarmed bodies? Why was the 28th Regiment of the Line, that sinister hero of the Faubourg Devise in 1834,2 in Rouen? Why did the garrison obey the orders of generals who are sworn enemies of the Republic, and notably of General Gerard, that lackey and henchman of Louis Philippe? They were thirsty for a bloody revenge, these hired assassins of a fallen dynasty. They needed an April massacre as consolation for a second July revolution. They did not have to wait long. To undertake the April days barely 2 months after the revolution is quick work, citizens of the provisional government. And April's new recruits were deprived of nothing. Neither the grape shot, nor the cannonball, nor the demolished houses, nor the state of siege, nor the ferocity of the soldiers, nor the insulting of the dead, nor the unanimous insults from the newspapers, those cowardly admirers of force. The massacre at the Rue Transnonain 3 has been surpassed. To read the loathsome story of the exploits of these brigands is to be returned to the aftermath of the disastrous days that recently covered France in mourning and shame. These are exactly the same executioners and the same victims. On one side are the frenzied bourgeois, inciting to carnage stupid soldiers whom they have gorged on wine and hatred. On the other side, poor and defenseless workers falling under the bullets and bayonets of the assassins. And for a final mark of resemblance, here comes the royal court, Louis Philippe's judges, pouncing like hyenas on the debris of the massacre and filling the dungeons with 250 Republicans. At the head of these inquisitors is Frank Kerr, the execrable public prosecutor of the Court of Peers, this law Bardemont IV who furiously demanded the heads of the insurgents of May 1839. The arrest warrants for those patriots who fled the royalist proscription pursue them all the way to Paris. For it is a royalist terror that reigns in Rouen. Do you not know this, citizens of the provisional government? The bourgeois guard of Rouen furiously rejected the Republic in February. It is the Republic that it blasphemes and that it wants to overthrow. All of the city's Republicans have now been put in chains. Your own agents have been threatened with death, removed from office, detained. The municipal magistrates, Lemason and Durand, have been dragged through the streets, bayonets at their chests, their clothing in shreds. They are being held in secret by authority of the rebels. It is a royalist insurrection that has triumphed in the ancient capital of Normandy, and it is you, a republican government, that supports these rebel assassins. Is this treason or cowardice? Are you cowards or accomplices? You know full well that there was no battle, it was a slaughter. And you let the slaughterers gloriously recount their feats of prowess. In your eyes, as in those of kings, is the blood of the people nothing but water, good for washing down the overcrowded streets from time to time? If so, then erase from your buildings that detestable three-word lie you have just engraved on them: liberty, equality, fraternity. If your wives, your daughters, those brilliant and frail creatures who promenade their gold and silk-woven idleness in sumptuous style, had been thrown at your feet, their chests ripped open by the iron of pitiless enemies, how your cries of pain and vengeance would ring out to the ends of the earth. Well then, open your eyes. Go and see stretched out on the slabs of your hospitals, on straw mattresses in attics, those corpses of slaughtered women, their breasts pierced by bourgeois bullets, the very breast, mark you, that bore and nourished the workers whose sweat fattens the bourgeois. The women of the people are worth as much as yours, and their blood should not, cannot, be spilled without vengeance. So let the assassins be brought immediately to justice. We demand 1. The dissolution and disarmament of the bourgeois guard of Rouen. 2. The arrest and trial of the so-called members of the Court of Appeals, these henchmen appointed by Louis Philippe who, acting in the name and on behalf of the victorious royalist faction, imprisoned the legitimate city magistrates and filled the dungeons with republicans. 3. The immediate removal from Paris of the troops of the line who at this very moment, at fratricidal banquets, are being urged by the reactionaries to carry out a St. Bartholomew's Day massacre of Parisian workers. The Union of True Democrats. November 1848. No alliance with the vanguard of reaction, with the renegades who opened the floodgates to counter-revolution. Let us say after the psalmist, Disc ern causam meme de gente non sancta, ob homin iniquo et dolos eremi. 1. Let us distinguish our cause from that of the defectors and tear ourselves from the clutches of the wicked and deceitful who betrayed the Republic. There must be nothing in common between the faithful socialists, the proven defenders of the people, and the henchmen of this provisional government, of this executive commission, the disgrace and scourge of the revolution. This would substitute confusion for union. There is nothing more harmful than doubtful allies, friends of today, enemies of tomorrow, traitors forever. Reject this adulterous mélange, this impure alloy. Let there be no Saxons in our ranks to fire on us in the middle of the battlefield. Let us have done with this ambiguous flag that others seek to plant in the midst of our camp. The flag of the provisional government is the flag of the deserters, it is not ours. Do not fear losing the forces that are still gathered behind that sullied banner. One by one, the last soldiers will open their eyes and line up behind the only true Republican colors, the socialist colors. Let a handful of wily schemers exhaust themselves in intrigues and maneuvers. Their ridiculous agitation will soon succumb under the jeers and curses of disabused patriots. Do not be duped by the hypocritical appeals for unity that resound in our ears. This is the favorite maneuver of tricksters. This perfidious cry, which they let fly in the aftermath of February, lulled the Republicans and ensured the success of the provisional government's sleight of hand. The men of La Reform set only one good example, the inexorable ostracism they pronounced against the dynastic opposition. 2. Let us follow their lead, by rejecting them in turn, they who are the inheritors and instigators of this opposition. Ledru Rollin used to say to Thiers, "Away with you, man of the September laws, of the Regency, of the massacre at Rue Transnonain." Let us now shout at Ledru Rollin, "Away with you, man of the 45 centimes 3 and of the Rappel, conqueror of 15 May 4th butcher of June, 5 Ledru Rollin does not deserve to receive from the people the scepter of the presidency, he deserves an indictment. Long live the union of all victims against all executioners. What do we care for your speeches, your manifestos, your professions of faith? What do we care for the socialist inscriptions that you have painted over your banners, and added to your pledges and your protests? We no longer believe in anything, for you have trampled on everything. What did you do with these noble principles on March 17, 16 April 6 May 15, and June 23? You were then the government. You were even the dictatorship. It was the moment to implement your Dijon and Lille programs. What became of them? They resulted in counter-revolutionary laws and measures. But reaction has proved victorious, thanks to your assistance, and it has since dismissed you and kicked you out like lackeys for which it has no further use. And now you quickly gather up from here and there the tattered remnants of your programs, you smooth them down and wipe them off, so as to renew the old pantomime of people's banquets, and once again ceremonially promenade the old rags, the old costumes, the old harangues, typed out afresh, and coiffed à la socialiste. Response to the request for a toast for a workers' banquet. November 1848. Citizens. Fond memories of you have warmed my heart in the depths of this dungeon, where the winter winds blow so mournfully. You can see that 10 years of relentless struggle, and 14 years of captivity, are worth more than a moment's fleeting imposture. Alas! Citizens, over the past 9 months, how many Republicans have been slaughtered, and immolated on the altar of calumny? Is it not finally time to overturn both the altar and its priests? Let us reform our columns that have been scattered by the storm, but let us not restore at their head those captains who defected to the enemy and then fired on us in battle. These authors of our disasters again ask for a place in our ranks because reaction drove them from its own during its victory. Are we to hand ourselves over to the discretion of these renegades for a second time? They led us into the abyss and they will lead us there again. Will we, dazed and half broken by our fall, return to following behind these sinister guides? The popular cause would bring ridicule and opprobrium upon itself if it were to give the world the example of such stupidity. Let us not amuse Europe with the spectacle of a party whose brutish obstinacy, persisting along the road to perdition, leads it to stumble constantly over the stones along its way, and to tumble into the same ditch as before. The contempt for or the absence of ideas, the substitution of the politics of expedience for the politics of principles, this was what led to our downfall. In order to avoid this calamity in the future, let us create, with clearly defined doctrines, a compass whose directions will alone serve to regulate the path of the ship. And first of all, let us dismiss the pilots whose blundering and perfidy have run it aground. In order to regain and then once again betray the confidence of the shipwrecked, you can be sure that they will now try to raise the socialist banner, as high as they can. Enough. Let the harsh lessons of defeat enlighten our decimated party. We must not allow ourselves to be betrayed twice. Ideas can only find sincere spokesmen among people whose acts offer a resounding declaration. The political adventurers who pursue power across the various fluctuations of systems and of the masses, who present themselves as the born executors of all programs, never serve as the instruments of principles. It is rather the principles that serve as their instruments. And so let us rally in homogeneous and compact phalanxes under the socialist banner, borne aloft by faithful hands. Let us make sure, however, that suffering and indignation do not drive the people under the enemy's artillery. No to armed conflict. It would be lost and, moreover, it is useless. Time will grant us victory without combat. As the sun of ideas rises ever higher, we will see the black curtain lined by the glint of bayonets gradually retreat and then disappear on the horizon, like a phantom. To victory won by words. To the mountain of 1793. To the pure socialists, its true heirs. December 3, 1848. Citizens. The mountain had sublime inspirations, offspring of the gospel and philosophy. but it never devised the kind of positive theories that emerge only slowly from a ruthless analysis of the social body, just as the art of healing is born of the revelations of anatomy. Nevertheless, if it lacks science and organization, its good-hearted enthusiasm sufficed to inspire the immortal formula of the future: liberty, equality, fraternity, and that admirable symbol, the Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen, which, broadly interpreted, contains the seeds of all the developments of future society. Unfortunately, works of genius that shake the world are destined to perish, asphyxiated beneath the clouds of incense in which superstitious admirers drown them. The vivifying spirit of the master is killed, suffocated by narrow observance of the text. The law of Moses succumbed to the desperate embrace of the Pharisees, the Quran will die out, petrified by the immobility of its thoughtless sectarians. And the gospel itself would have been almost buried in its tomb by the idolatrous hands of its disciples turned grave diggers, if its immortal ideas, escaping from the icy remains around which they remained kneeling, had not reappeared, shining still more brightly in the new incarnation that is sure to perpetuate it for humanity. The Declaration of Rights, a formula that was born only yesterday, is already suffering the same fate as the old dogmas which, during their period of decay, almost always become instruments of reaction against the redeeming labors of the initial revealers. The Judaic cult of the letter killed the revolutionary spirit of the symbol. The militant life of the mountain was brief and, like that of Christ, it ended on Golgotha. But its acts are a resounding commentary on its words, and provide the true meaning of the teachings it spread across the world. Like Jesus, consoler of the poor, enemy of the powerful, the mountain loved those who suffer and hated those who cause suffering. The salient trait of its existence was its close alliance with the Parisian proletariat, not because it had a sense of profound affection for only one city, but because, among so many populations equally laid low by suffering, it found at hand and ready to fight this energetic group, impassioned by consciousness of its sufferings. The mountain therefore made it the liberating army of humankind. From August 10, 1792, when the monarchy was overthrown, until the final convulsion of the Faubourgs on 4 Prairial 1795, the people and the mountain marched as one through the course of the revolution, inseparable both in victory and defeat. This is certainly a magnificent role to reprise, and to do so today would be all the easier, since the struggle of 1793 has just begun to start up again in this year of 1848, on the same battlefield, between the same combatants and, strange as it might seem, with almost the same daily episodes. What do we see? As in 1793, privilege battling with equality and, as their respective champions, a reactionary legislative majority clashing with the masses of Parisian democracy. Will we therefore see, once again, the mountain and its faithful solidarity with the people in arms? This great name has indeed reappeared. All the soldiers of the young phalanx bear it with pride and swear to follow bravely in the footsteps of their predecessors. Silence. The curtain rises, and the action begins. What do I hear? Under the pretext of fraternity, Monsieur Ledru-Rollin, the new leader of the Holy Mount, imperiously demands, contrary to the people's wishes, the return of troops to the capital. Is this, I wonder, faithful to the tradition of the mountain? Opening my history book, I read that the Gironde, trembling in anger and fright under the pressure of the Faubourgs, demanded the formation of a camp of 20,000 men at the city gates to protect the national representatives, and the mountain rose up against this liberticidal project, threatened the majority, and after a brave fight finally prevailed on this life or death question. Paris remained free. We have been less fortunate. And yet, to keep the soldiers at a distance from this bloody arena of civil war, where they would be met with only hatred or death, was indeed, I believe, to treat them as brothers. Our Montagnards preferred fraternization in the streets, and long may this come easily to them. What do we see now? The people march in columns from the Champ de Mars to the Hôtel de Ville, and Monsieur Ledru-Rollin, leader of the mountain, makes sure they are squeezed between two ranks of bayonets, and then he sets the raging counter-revolution upon the anarchists. I never saw such a maneuver carried out in the campaigns of either Marat or Danton. Did the hero of the Rappel one read his Montagnard theory incorrectly that day? But now there is yet another adventure. Who is that on horseback at the head of the National Guard? Why, it is Monsieur Ledru-Rollin, leader of the Mountain, leading the victorious reaction to the Hôtel de Ville, and patriotic prisoners to the dungeons of Vincennes. What a marvel! And is it not Monsieur Ledru-Rollin who puts forward, and the Mountain that passes, the draconian law against public gatherings? Indeed it is. Ah! Good heavens! Are these Montagnards nothing but Girondins? And yet I read the name of Robespierre on their banners. Be patient. In keeping with our historical parallel, no scene from the past drama will be missing from that of today. As before, the rising tide of hostilities between a reactionary majority and the Parisian workers inevitably had to lead to a May 31, 1793.2, and in 1848 such an insurrection did indeed break out. Not on May 15, a grotesque day, but on June 23. On that day the great army of the Mountain was ready. And what did we see? Our Mountain impostors threw off their carmagnoles and their bonnets rouges and roused from all sides the stored-up anger of the Federalists, unleashing the provincial counter-revolutionary masses on Paris like an avalanche. The affront of May 31 was avenged, the rebellious Babylon was punished. And by whom? By the Mountain. Woe to the vanquished! The combatants of June have drunk the chalice right down to the dregs. Crimes are eagerly being imputed to them. Had they emerged victorious, then everyone would have sought to take pride of place beneath their flag. But they are dead, and everyone spits anathema on them. The reactionaries depict them as escapees from penal colonies, the Mountain says they are in the pay of monarchism. What was the purpose of the latter insult? What was the aim of this fable of Russian gold, and the ridiculous search for dynastic recruiters of the insurrectionary workers? As if royalty could today inspire anyone to lift a single paving stone. Why have you stooped to this pathetic tactic which makes both your friends and enemies laugh with pity? No doubt to prevent any solidarity with the vanquished. But everyone knows there is nothing in common between you and them. Your artillery offers sufficient proof of your innocence. Perhaps you have had to justify your use of artillery, at least a little, to allow other people to see things properly, and so you go seeking imaginary ringleaders at the expense of the honor of the dead. What? The people of Paris, the precursors of the future, the pioneers of humanity, this prophetic and martyred people are supposed to be nothing but a herd of animals that Pitt and Coburg might coax to the slaughterhouse with a handful of salt. And all this because it pleased Monsieur Ledru-Rollin to harangue them with cannon fire. Shoot, gentlemen, but do not slander. June 26 is one of those ill-fated days that the revolution can only claim in tears, like a mother claiming the body of her son. So all of you, you great anonymous men who sank by the thousands into mass graves, you poor Lazaruses struck down by bullets in the great hunt for those in rags, you were nothing but the tools and mercenaries of royalism. You too, Calfavreux, Thuir for monuments to the justice and clemency of our masters, unfortunate victims of prison barges, writers struck from behind, noble martyrs of the press for whom the press itself offered not one word of support or farewell. And you, Geras, Herbulet, Peterman, my old companions at Mont Saint-Michel, brave soldiers of May 1839 and February 1848, thrice guilty of the crime of scorning the military, confined now to your lion's pit, know that the Kabylian razzia swept you away as enemies of the Republic. As for the saviors of the Republic, the Brutuses, the Savolas, they are the generals and aides-de-camp of Louis Philippe, the Marquis of the Faubourg Saint-Germain, the saintly militias of the church congregations. But they are also the gloriously decorated men of June, all them furious royalists only yesterday, princes and dukes, intrepid leaders of the rural National Guard. And finally, they are the Junes 5 who, upon the call of the priests, rose up en masse to attack Paris. Well, did they perhaps do this to take revenge on 1793, to avenge the old insults of the impious city? Not at all. It was to defend the Republic, we are told, against the Parisian royalist brigands. Oh, the old formulae. Ignes fatui, that cause mountains to sink into swamps. 6 This is the result of your blows. You have turned our senators into vicars and marabouts murmuring prayers they no longer understand. But this is not your fault. You have always been frank, but the mountain senses have been weakened. During the past 50 years the world has changed, and yet they have remained immobile. Science has forged more certain weapons for the people, it has cleared for us a wider and more direct way. But the mountain stubbornly holds to the old beaten tracks, in old worn-out attire, and they condemn as sacrilegious any novelty unknown to our fathers. These Epimenides 7 fell asleep during a session of the convention, and upon awakening inadvertently took their places on the benches of the right. And then out they came, performing the year 1793 before their audience, with its words, costumes, and decors, everything, in short, except for the meaning of the play, like Elivayu and Malibran of Campere Corentin 8, who think they will find the voice of their lead performer in a well-furnished costume room. The first act opened with a command to wear vests à la Robespierre. The performance goes on, and we will be spared not a couplet or a line. The slightest alteration to the script will result in its criminal author being sent before the revolutionary tribunal. Our Epimenides recognize no other living beings than the dead of 1793, and, whether they like it or not, they assign everyone a role in their play. Currently it is the second Cordelier Club that is on stage. A deputy, who used to cut a more striking figure in the Salle Taitbout theatre than he does today in political gatherings at Rue Taitbout, 9 was the first to detect and denounce an Hallwardist conspiracy. Then the men of the mountain immediately picked up the scent. They claim that, in order to fool the bloodhounds who are chasing them, the guilty parties have changed their names. A bear is now called Proudhon, and Jomet, Raspail. They are searching all over for disguised versions of Rancine, Momero, Vincent, Anacharsis Cloots, Bishop Gobel. 10 A warning to the priest of Saint Eustache, who is a socialist. If he falls into their hands, I would advise him that in order to be freed he should protest that he is not Father Gobel but rather Abbé Gregoire, and then he would be smothered in excuses and caresses. Our Jacobins asked Monsieur Butches 11 to illuminate their searches with the lantern of his Histoire parlementaire de la Révolution Française. Imagine their surprise when he answered them, angrily, "There is no need to keep looking. You are the Hallwardists, for you do not admire the St. Bartholomew's massacre." It appears that, at the moment of the abrupt awakening of February 24, 1848, all of our sleepers somehow managed to confuse each other's faces, to such an extent that in the midst of this chaos of unmatched physiognomies the disoriented Monsieur Butches mistook Girondins for Hallwardists, while the former considered themselves to be Montagnards. Some then rushed for clarification from Pierre Leroux, author of the Renaissance Dans El Humanite. But the patriarch told his questioners, in his gentle voice, that they were missing the point. No doubt individuals are indefinitely reborn from generation to generation, but perfected and improved, and that as a result there were no more, and could no longer be, any Girondins, Montagnards or Hallwardists. This response convinced no one, and active searching continues. We already have proof that Le Peuple, the newspaper of the New Hébert, Proudhon, is in fact nothing but the former Père Duchesne, in a different style. These buffooneries would be very amusing if their consequences had not become so tragic. Unfortunately, in this play every scene that provokes uncontrollable laughter immediately engenders another of tears and blood. The unexpected denouement of their first performance was partly concealed from the actors themselves. They imagined in good faith that they were acting for the benefit of the workers, and not at their expense. They will perhaps console themselves for the misadventure with the thought that they were performing in a play with two endings, in the Ducis style, one happy and the other sad, and that everything that has gone wrong stemmed from a misleading variant in the script. Nevertheless, This mass of unexpected incidents, of situations improvised outside and against the libretto, seriously demoralizes them and leads them to ponder the fickleness of their audience. Political romanticism has decidedly perverted people's spirits. In no condition to resist the torrent and to maintain the classical tradition in its integrity, the academicians of the mountain resign themselves, albeit with pain, to make some sacrifices to the follies of the moment and to dress up the old repertoire in the new style of today. Rags cut from Proudhon, Leroux, Cabet, and Fourier have been sewed into Robespierre's worn-out coat, and from this patchwork they have put together a most eclectic and picturesque costume, a vulgar harlequin's suit, now hung up as a sign at the doors of the theatre and occasionally carried around the streets with great pomp for the edification of the crowd. Shining on the breast of this mannequin, flaunting their trompe-l'oeil, are all the socialist labels, to the great chagrin of their legitimate owners, the innovators who see their slogans turned into advertisements for the Hôtel des Invalides. These fraudulent appropriations force us to clarify and lengthen our own motto with endless epithets. Is it not disastrous to call oneself by a name more interminable than that of a Spanish grandee, and to need half an hour to issue one's rallying cry? We have been the victims of the most abominable of ambushes. It is we socialists, the alleged despoilers, whom everyone shamelessly despoils at will. Everything has been taken from us, right up to our name, soon even our shadows will be stolen. What is more, in pillaging us the men of the mountain, these youngest converts to reaction, have done nothing but follow the example of their elders. Just as today they steal our title of socialist, yesterday their forebears snatched our title of republican. Yes, this fine name republican, once outlawed and scorned by the counter-revolution, was impudently stolen by it so that it could crown itself with the laurels of our victory. 12 It also stole from us, with the same audacity, our sublime motto of liberty, equality, fraternity, which for so long it had insulted and covered with mud as the symbol of blood and death. Fortunately it rejected our red flag. This was a mistake, it remains ours. Citizens, the mountain is dead. Long live socialism, its sole heir. Part 4. 1849 to 1852, Learning from Defeat. On March 7, 1849, Blanqui was put on trial at Bourges, along with a dozen other socialist and revolutionary leaders, including Barbes, Raspail, Albert, and Louis Blanc. He was charged with participation in the May 15, 1848 mass invasion of the Assembly, which the government prosecutors interpreted as an incitement to civil war, and condemned to 10 years in prison. Initially incarcerated in Doullens, in Picardy, on October 20, 1850 Blanqui was transferred, with 20 others, to the crowded and noisy prison of Belle Isle, on the coast of Brittany. Taking advantage of the relatively lax conditions in the prison, he remained in touch with followers abroad, and offered his fellow inmates informal classes in political economy. As in the early 1830s, Blanqui sought to learn the lessons, and clarify the political consequences, of the defeat of the revolution. The forces of counter-revolution consolidated their power during this period. Legislative elections in May 1849 strengthened the position of the self-styled Conservative Party of Order. March 15, 1850 saw the passage of the reactionary Falloux Law, which gave the Catholic Church effective control over all sectors of education, and soon after that, on May 31, 1850, the Assembly, led by Adolphe Thiers, repealed universal suffrage. The denouement came on December 2, 1851, when President Bonaparte finally staged the coup Blanqui had long predicted. He dissolved the chamber, arrested leading figures in the opposition, and convened a new assembly to extend his term of office for 10 years. The measures apparently won 92% approval in a subsequent referendum, held on 20 to 21 December. 1 year later, on December 2, 1852, Bonaparte was crowned emperor as Napoleon III. On Revolution. 1850. A revolution determines, within the social body, an instantaneous process of reorganization akin to the tumultuous combinations of the elements of a dissolved body that then tend to recompose themselves in a new form. This process cannot begin as long as a breath of life animates the old aggregation. As a result, the ideas that would reconstitute society will never take shape so long as a cataclysm, by dealing the old, decrepit society a mortal blow, has not freed the captive elements whose spontaneous and rapid fermentation will organize the new world. All the powers of thought, all the greatest efforts of intelligence, are unable to anticipate this creative phenomenon that can break out at any given moment. One can prepare the cradle, but not bring to life the long-awaited being. Right up until the moment of death and rebirth, the doctrines that will serve as the basis of the future society remain vague aspirations, distant and hazy glimpses. They are like a blurred and floating silhouette on the horizon, the contours of which cannot be determined or grasped by human efforts. During periods of renovation, a time also comes when discussion, exhausted, is no longer capable of moving so much as an inch further towards the future l'avenir. In vain it tires itself out attempting to lift an insurmountable barrier to thought, a barrier that only the hand of revolution can break. Such is the mystery of future existence, whose veil, which remains impenetrable to the survivors of the past, falls by its own accord when facing death. Let us destroy the old society, we shall find the new one beneath the ruins. The final blow of the pickaxe will bring it out, in triumph, into the light of day. Warning to the people. February 10, 1851. What obstacle threatens the revolution of tomorrow? It is the same obstacle that blocked the revolution of yesterday, the deplorable popularity of bourgeois disguised as tribunes. Ledru-Rollin, Louis Blanc, Crémieux, Marie, Lamartine, Garny-Pages, Dupont, de Ellure, Flocon, Albert, Arago, Marist. What a dismal list! Sinister names written in blood on all the paving stones of democratic Europe. It is the provisional government that killed the revolution. It is upon its head that the responsibility for all the disasters, for the blood of so many thousands of victims, must fall. Reaction simply followed its vocation when it slit democracy's throat. The real crime was committed by the traitors whom the trusting people had accepted as guides and who then delivered them into the hands of reaction. Contemptible government. Despite clamor and entreaties, it imposed the 45-centime tax that stirred up the desperate countryside, it maintained the royalist administrators, the royalist magistrates, the royalist laws. Treason. It attacked the workers of Paris on 16 April 1 and imprisoned those of Limoges, it gunned down those of Rouen on 27 April, 2 it unleashed all their executioners, it deceived and hunted down all sincere republicans. Treason. Treason. It and it alone must bear the terrible burden of all of the calamities that have all but wiped out the revolution. Oh! They are the real culprits, the most guilty of the guilty, those whom the people, deceived by the words of tribunes, saw as their sword and shield, those they enthusiastically proclaimed to be the arbiters of their future. Woe betide us if, on the eve of the next popular victory, the forgetful indulgence of the masses allows even a single one of these men who betrayed their mandate to take power. Were this to happen a second time, that would be the end of the revolution. Let the workers forever have this list of accursed names before their eyes, and if one of them should ever appear in a government that emerges from insurrection, let them all cry out with one voice, treason. Once again, speeches, sermons and programs would be nothing but lies and ploys, the same jugglers would return to perform the same act, with the same bag of tricks, they would form the same link in a new and more violent chain of reaction. Anathema and vengeance against them should they ever dare reappear. Shame and pity on the stupidity of the crowd, should they again fall into their trap. It is not enough that the charlatans who cheated us of February be ejected for good from the Hôtel de Ville, we must guard ourselves against new traitors. Any new government will be treasonous if, once established upon the proletarian bulwark, it does not instantly undertake the following measures: 1. The disarmament of the bourgeois guards, and 2. The armament and organization of all workers into a national militia. There are doubtless many other essential measures, but they would emerge naturally from this first act, which is the prerequisite guarantee, the only solid basis of security for the people. Not one rifle must remain in the hands of the bourgeoisie. Without this, there can be no salvation. The diverse doctrines which today contend for the sympathy of the masses may one day fulfill their promises of improvement and well-being, but only on condition that they do not abandon the prey for its shadow. They will lead only to lamentable failure if the people, obsessed exclusively with theory, neglect the only certain practical factor, force. Arms and organization, these are the decisive elements of progress, the serious means of putting an end to destitution misère. He who has iron, has bread. People bow down before bayonets, a disarmed crowd is swept aside. But a France bristling with workers in arms means the advent of socialism. In the presence of armed proletarians, all obstacles, resistances, and impossibilities will disappear. But, for those proletarians who allow themselves to be distracted by ridiculous parades through the streets, by the planting of liberty trees, by the honeyed words of lawyers, there will first be holy water, then insults, and finally, grape shot, and destitution forever. Let the people make their choice. Belle-Île-en-Mer Prison, February 10, 1851. Concerning the clamour against the warning to the people. April 1851. Yes, the newspapers are right, the language from before May 15, 1848 is back, it is the return of the Blanqui Club, one of snippets of its speeches, and the unanimous outcry aroused by the mere reappearance of ideas from that time demonstrates just how far the revolution has retreated. It is these ideas that stirred up reactionaries of all shades, from Henry V to Louis Blanc. These are the ideas that were pursued and attacked through slander, through violence, through calls for death, the ideas that incited the anger of the provisional government, its police intrigues, its arrest warrants. Under the pressure of numerous attacks, these ideas, and with them, democracy, succumbed. Their defeat opened the floodgates to the tide of reaction that continues to rise. In the popular ranks, how many times have people cried out, Blanqui was right? How many men, converted by what they soon learned from experience, have recalled that accuracy of prediction, that gift of second sight which, in a way, illuminated him amid the universal blindness? It is just as he said, it has so often been repeated, and this belated realization, this expression of regret and repentance, was a rehabilitation, an honorable making of amends. But now the prophet is speaking once again. Is it to point out an unknown horizon, to reveal a new world? No, it is to brood over the old preachings of his club. All the newspapers are republishing them. On the eve of what might prove to be similar disappointments, he comes to repeat his warnings. Confronted with dangers that may return in identical form, he raises the alarm, proletarians, be on your guard. And immediately, from within the same factions, rises the old chorus of anathemas that call for his head to be sacrificed to the Furies. These factions thus want to go back to 1848 and start again. As if nothing has changed, neither in intentions nor in acts. We are presented today with nothing but programs, that is, an additional set of lies, a new mystification, prelude to a new apostasy. Those who repeat their imprecations of 1848 against the popular sentinel are preparing a new version of their original deceptions, and at this very moment they are rediscovering their old accomplices from among the self-interested of all stripes, as well as their usual dupes amid the people who are forever treated with scorn but who remain forever credulous because they are forever ignorant and wretched malheureux. The coalition of all these parties is reforming and arising as a single man. Are we going to see the scenes of February once again? No. No, respond both the rogues and the dupes in chorus. The lesson has borne fruit, the people see clearly. They now have slogans, programs, lighthouses for the imminent storms, false saviors to guide them into port. Or as it would be more accurate to say, will-o'-the-wisps of perdition who shall steer them onto the rocks. Let us consider these things a little, these recipes, these panaceas that are spreading through the newspaper columns, both large and small. Let us consider government by the people, for the people, and all the other balderdash, all the fantasies paraded in front of the poor worker, who takes them seriously while the actors burst out laughing in the wings. Given the indifference and disdain with which our lords and masters greet these beautiful masterpieces, masters who are so jealous of their privileges, so touchy when it comes to their domination, how can the proletarians fail to see that these self-styled gospels are nothing but hollow announcements written by charlatans? Programs. Have we so quickly forgotten the harangues of Messieurs Ledru-Rollin and Louis Blanc before February 1848? Did not the newspapers formulate through the mouths of these tribunes, at the banquets of Lille, Dijon, and Chalons, the magnificent code of equality that was to be inaugurated immediately after the Revolution? What has become of these solemn commitments? The comedy of programs is not properly understood, so allow me to explain how it is performed. Upon ascending to the Hotel de Ville you toss them aside. Then, the de Royalism kicks you back down the stairs, with the Royalist boot in your behind, you gather their soiled tatters up out of the gutter. You wipe them off, smooth them down, repair them, refresh them, and parade them around to much fanfare before a wonder-struck crowd. Why should the reaction care? It knows the true worth of these scraps of paper too well to be concerned about them. It knows where they came from and to where they will return, when the time comes. It calmly leaves the entertainers to display them on their fairgrounds, the better to mystify the passers-by. But suppose that a man who is sincere, who puts aside this fantastic mirage of programs, these fogs of the kingdom of utopia, who leaves the domain of fiction so as to return to reality, suppose such a man makes a serious and practical statement: disarm the bourgeoisie, arm the people, this is the primary requirement, the sole guarantee of the salvation of the revolution. Oh! Then indifference vanishes, a long howl of fury echoes from one end of France to the other. There are cries of sacrilege, of parricide, of hydrophobia. Anger is stirred up, unleashed against this man. He is damned to the infernal gods for having modestly spelled out the most basic words of common sense. What? Have we already forgotten the tragedy of June? Have we forgotten the way that every inch of Paris was searched from top to bottom, to the way Paris was disarmed, garroted, gagged, trembling, writhing beneath outrages that even foreign armies spared it when they were the masters of its walls? What? An ounce of gunpowder, the handle of a sword, the butt of a pistol found in the miserable attic of a worker was enough to condemn this unfortunate soul to rot in the depths of the dungeons. And, in your own moment of victory, you yourselves hesitate. You retreat before the disarmament of an implacable caste whose only way of relating to the people is to exterminate them. The prestige of its time-honored power impresses you, and the memory of its acts of violence ensures its inviolability. Well then, you race of slaves who do not dare raise your eyes or hands against your tyrants. Rebels one day, repentant and prostrate the next, continue to cower in your poverty and servitude. Do not attempt to break your chains. You would only have to resolder them with your own hands. Do not make any more revolutions, so as to save yourselves at least the shame of apologizing for them on your knees. Work, suffer and die. See 1851-52. To work, suffer, and die for the new masters one, this is the duty that is imposed upon the plebs, by means of grape shot, the guillotine, and the penal colony bagni. The oppressed rise up in the face of such effrontery and ingratitude, they begin to struggle against this impudent aristocracy of parvenus. Since 1789 the struggle has been relentlessly waged, forever the same yet forever new. Whoever now reads the history of our first revolution also reads about our own current affairs. The events may differ, but the fundamentals remain identical. Interests, passions, language, episodes, everything looks the same. The people of that time have come back to life today. Our own self-styled Montagnards are a caricature, indeed a very poor copy, of the Girondins. Like the Girondins, they claim to be Democrats, Republicans, revolutionaries, and whatever else. Like them, they speak of liberty. Equality. Fraternity, they wear the cockade and other popular symbols, they shout the popular rallying cries. These are nothing but lies and tricks to deceive the credulous multitudes who are led with honeyed words and hollow posturing. What do we mean by revolution? The destruction of the existing social order, the elimination of the bourgeois yoke, the complete emancipation of the people, the advent of equality. Is this also, by any chance, the program of these revolutionary republicans? Let February 1848 provide the response. They were unable to do anything, you say. No. They did not want to do anything. They do not want to do anything. They have nothing but contempt for us. Status, honors, the spoils of victory, these are their goals. Get out of my way, I am taking your place. This is their one guiding principle, their only gospel. They may sack a few civil servants, but they will always maintain an inviolable respect for the prevailing order of things. To tamper with it would be to destroy their inheritance. But this is an inheritance that they can only enjoy for a passing day, and that will return tomorrow into the hands of its former owners, its true owners, for the same social order inevitably gives rise to the same masters. An apple tree only yields apples. Do we dream, then, of exterminating all the bourgeois? Not at all, that would be suicidal. The bourgeoisie contains an elite minority, an indestructible phalanx, enthusiastic, zealous, ardent. This is the essence, the life, the soul, and spirit of the revolution. It is from this incandescent core that ideas of reform or renewal incessantly arise, like little bursts of flame that ignite the population. Who planted the proletarian flag? Who raises it up again after every defeat? Who are the promulgators, the apostles of egalitarian doctrines? Who leads the people into combat against the bourgeoisie? Members of the bourgeoisie. Without this sacred battalion, indefatigably rallying the masses in the wake of every rout, the latter would have long since slumped into servitude. Through their heroic tenacity, the resolve and constancy of this small troop saves the masses from discouragement and despondency. It also recruits some of its members from those workers educated and trained in their broad school, and who become, in turn, leaders in their own right. This group will not give up until it has led the revolution to the triumph of equality. Now what is the watchword inscribed on its banner? Democracy? No. Proletariat, for the soldiers are workers even if the leaders are not. Doctrines, interests, passions, they all come from the people. In vain does the ingenious slogan, neither proletarians nor bourgeois seek justification and support from within the ranks of this generous minority. The sophism is too flagrant. Is it a scandal to find some bourgeois suits amid the ranks of those wearing laborers' smocks? Is there any shortage of smocks in the pay of those wearing suits? Despite this, the war is still between the bourgeoisie and the people, between revenues and wages, between capital and labor. In 1789 there were also priests and nobles who sided with the revolution. Should one therefore conclude that the revolution was not primarily against the nobility and the clergy? It is the forces of ambition and cupidity that seek to lend some credibility to this equivocal and perfidious slogan. How many schemers, donning a bonnet rouge, come looking for wealth and riches among the baggage of the popular army. And it is not easy to distinguish these errant knights from genuine allies. They make the loudest noise once a breach has been made, and no one appears more zealous or boisterous. Then, when it comes to taking power, they are the first ones into the public square, they seize control of it, they consolidate their position there, and then suddenly turn into conservatives and oppose the wretched people, who lose their nerve and their courage when they see their former generals turn into new oppressors. This play has now been performed on our political stage, across all its vicissitudes and upheavals, for more than 60 years. Is it not time for it to end? Letter from Maillard to Blanqui. Barcelona, April 1, 1852. Allow me first of all to tell you honestly what I think of the Democratic Party. I am neither French, nor Spanish, nor German. I am cosmopolitan. I am neither bourgeois nor proletarian, I am a Republican, Democrat, Socialist, though the latter word is quite elastic. I thus believe it possible to speak openly without fear of partiality. I will begin by giving my assessment as a politician and then as a soldier, in order to understand the recent rout based on the information with which I have been provided. In February 1848, who caused the Republic's downfall? The philosophers, the fearful, the intellectual leaders, chefs d'écoles, these men who sought to destroy the corrupt institutions and who recoiled before revolutionary methods, the lawyers who thought a monarchy could be transformed into a republic through words, and, something difficult to admit for a Republican, the divisions that dominated our party. For 3 years, what did they do, those who had sworn before the people to defend them and bring them happiness? They remained tranquil spectators of a constitution that was being continually torn to shreds. Instead of appealing to the nation and taking up arms in defense of the constitution, they opted for the parliamentary regime. They offered reconciliation where rifle shots were necessary. On June 13, 1849, some fled without knowing why. 1 Others, who were more cunning, remained in their posts. None made a call to arms. Our mountain ended up bringing forth not a mouse, but a Napoleon. 2 The people have been suffering for 3 years, while our dear Montagnards were being paid 25 francs a day. Perhaps they wanted to resist on December 2, 1851.3, but they lacked heart, talent, and above all faith. It is sad to say, but they were more cowardly than certain reactionaries. Today you see one or another Montagnard living peacefully in Paris, and while soldiers are imprisoned or exiled, certain leaders enjoy the most perfect security. How should one respond to such enormities? In the end, the last tide washed up new discords on foreign shores. In London, disunity. In Belgium, disunity. In Switzerland, disunity. This disorderly retreat is truly pitiful to see. Everyone blames everyone else. There is nothing but reproaches and recriminations. You see nothing but despondency. If you speak of reconstituting a serious group, people look at you with incredulity, and then flee. In short, dear citizen, I write these lines in a state of consternation. The leaders set an example of discord, and without unity there can be no republic, no victory. It is still possible to win today. But to do so we need a military corps, leaders, and above all discipline. For 3 years we have endured the parliamentary regime. It has produced only revulsion and contempt. The people need a firm and active revolutionary government. As for myself, I belong to no school, to no man. I am a revolutionary Republican. You will now be more or less able to judge my political opinions. In order to arrive at a military understanding of recent events, 2 words suffice. A level-headed and good-hearted man was lacking in the Midi region of France. Victory was certain. The soldiers, as in February 1848, were expecting us to seize their weapons. I had been hoping to send you Mazzini's manifesto, which I am sure you would have enjoyed since it contains your own revolutionary ideas, but it is impossible to get hold of it. Louis Blanc and his ilk have declared that Mazzini is a traitor. I have therefore, in the name of the deported convicts of June 1848, approved of his manifesto with my signature. If I could have sent it to you, I would have asked you to offer your endorsement, and to support the man who calls for the most salutary means of establishing the social republic. Letter to Maillard. Belle Isle, June 6, 1852. I did not hurry to reply to you, my dear citizen, for fear of offending your opinions, which are not always my own, at least on the face of it. But you insist, you even seem to attribute my silence to personal dissatisfaction. I do not want to let your imagination run wild, so, since you insist, I will tell you what I think. We agree on the central point, by which I mean the practical methods that amount, when all is said and done, to the whole of the revolution. But practical methods derive from principles, and thus depend on an appreciation of men and things. Here we differ. For the failure of February 1848, you blame the intellectual leaders' chefs d'ecole, one of the different tendencies, the fearful, the philosophers, the lawyers, partisan divisions. Of all these causes I accept only one, the lawyers, not in their capacity as lawyers, but as a fairly notable fraction of that mass of schemers intrigants who devoured the Republic and, unable to digest it, wasted no time in vomiting it up. The renegades, let us be clear, sought to change nothing, to destroy nothing. Quite the contrary, they had only one aim, one desire, to preserve their positions and posts. You think they are more foolish than they really are. This is a common mistake. We blame their intelligence rather than their intentions. In so doing, we pave the way for another sleight of hand. How can anyone believe that men who are familiar with all the sly tricks of politics might prove so mistaken about the ABCs of their profession? If they did not make revolution, it is because they did not want to do so. It is just that their betrayal then turned out to be inept. They had finally got their hands on the reins of power, and wanted to take their turn at cracking the whip. Their stupidity was to imagine that they would be able to stay in the saddle for a long time. This is the incurable failing of men invested with state power, they think themselves immortal. Cross the fearful from your list of the guilty parties. No one was afraid in February, apart from fears of losing their share of the spoils. As for the philosophers, they are completely innocent of causing our disasters and, moreover, today more than ever must we be philosophical. The accusations leveled against the intellectual leaders of the different tendencies are one of the perfidies of the schemers' faction. After all, who are these intellectual leaders? They are the authors, or at the least the principal supporters, of the diverse social theories that seek to reconstitute the world on the basis of justice and equality. Socialism means the belief in the new order that must emerge from the crucible of these doctrines. The doctrines no doubt disagree on many points, but they work towards the same goal, they have the same aspirations, they agree on the essential questions and, through their combined efforts, they have produced a result which, although yet to be properly determined, has nonetheless taken hold of the spirit of the masses. It has become their faith, their hope, their standard. Socialism is the electric current that runs through and rouses the people. They only act, they are only set alight, by the scorching spirit of these doctrines that today are the schemers' greatest fear and that will soon, I hope, prove the tomb of selfishness. The intellectual leaders who are so often cursed are in fact first among revolutionaries, since they propagate these powerful ideas that have the privilege of inflaming the people and propelling them into the storm. Make no mistake, socialism means revolution, and revolution exists nowhere else. Do away with socialism and the popular flame will die out, silence and darkness will engulf the whole of Europe. You deplore the divisions within democracy. If by that you mean personal hatred, envy, and the rivalries caused by ambition, I join you in condemning them. They are one of the scourges of our cause. But note that this scourge is not unique to our party, our adversaries of all stripes suffer from this as we do. Divisions within our ranks only break out more noticeably because the democratic world is more expansive and more open. These individual struggles, moreover, derive from human weakness. We must accept them and take men as they are. To lose one's temper at a natural defect is childish, if not foolish. Resolute minds know how to negotiate these obstacles that no one can do away with but that everyone can get round or traverse. Let us therefore learn how to adapt to necessity and, while deploring the evil, not allow it to slow our forward march. I repeat, the truly political man takes no notice of these hindrances, and advances straight ahead without worrying about the stones that are scattered along the path. Equally, the recriminations you speak of between the different schools and tendencies, even if you do not accord them much importance, seem to me as wretched as they are ludicrous. The Proudhonists and the Communists are equally ridiculous in their reciprocal diatribes, and they do not understand the immense benefits of doctrinal diversity. Every shade of opinion, every tendency has its mission to fulfill, its part to play in the great revolutionary drama, and if this multiplicity of systems seems baneful to you, you overlook the most irrefutable of truths: enlightenment only springs from discussion. These theoretical debates, this antagonism between schools, are the Republican Party's greatest strength. They are what constitutes its superiority over the other parties, struck with paralysis and petrified in their old unchangeable form. We are a living party, we have movement, spirit, life. The others are nothing but cadavers. You are taking pity on yourself, then, for being alive in flesh and blood, rather than being a statue of stone lying across an old tomb. Let us turn to professions of faith. You claim to be a revolutionary Republican. Be wary of empty words and of being duped. It is precisely this title of revolutionary Republican that men who are neither revolutionaries, nor even perhaps Republicans, pretend to adopt, the men who betrayed, who lost, both the Revolution and the Republic. They adopt this title in opposition to that of socialist. They excommunicate socialism, but they did not hesitate to dress themselves in its garb when the popular winds were blowing from that direction, and when socialism appeared on the brink of victory. They have since renounced and jeered it, when our defeats brought down its flag. I recall the period when Ledru-Rollin claimed to be more socialist than Proudhon or Cabet and passed himself off as the Don Quixote of socialism. That was a long time ago. We have since lost a series of battles that have pushed the most advanced doctrines from the front of the stage. Today, Ledru-Rollin and his friends cast anathemas against socialism and attribute to it all our ills. This is a lie and an act of cowardice. You say to me, I am neither bourgeois, nor proletarian, I am a democrat. Beware words that lack definition, they are the favorite instrument of schemers. I know very well what you are, I can see it clearly from a few passages of your letter. But you label your opinions falsely. Your label is taken from the deceiver's jargon, which does not prevent me from perfectly recognizing that you and I have the same ideas, the same views, which are very different from those of the schemers. It was they who invented the fine aphorism, neither proletarian, nor bourgeois, but democrat. So what is a democrat, I ask you? It is a vague and banal word without any precise meaning, an elastic word, made of rubber. Is there any shade of opinion that could not somehow manage to find its place beneath this banner? Everyone claims to be a democrat, aristocrats above all others. Are you not aware that Monsieur Guizot is a democrat? Sly politicians take great pleasure in this vagueness that suits them very well. They are terrified of calling a spade a spade. This is why they prohibit the use of the terms proletarians and bourgeois. Those words have a clear and distinct meaning, they state things categorically, and this is what they dislike. They reject these terms as provoking civil war. Is this reason alone not enough to open your eyes? What have we been compelled to do for so long now, if not to make civil war? And against whom? Ah! This is precisely the question that they seek to muddle by using obscure words. Their aim is to prevent the two opposing flags from confronting each other directly, so as to cheat the victorious flag of the fruits of victory, and to allow the vanquished to join the victors gradually and smoothly once the fighting has ended. They do not want the two opposing camps to call themselves by their true names, proletariat, bourgeois. However, they have no others. Is it not true that within the nation there is a certain class, less well defined perhaps than the nobility and the clergy, but nevertheless very distinct and perfectly well known to everyone under the name, the bourgeois class? It includes most of the individuals who possess a certain amount of affluence and education, financiers, merchants, property owners, lawyers, doctors, legal professionals, civil servants, rentiers, all those living from their revenues or from the exploitation of workers. Add to this quite a large number of country dwellers who have some wealth but no education, and you reach a maximum of perhaps 4 million people. There remain 32 million proletarians, who own no property, or at least no significant property, and who live only from the meager product of their hands. The fierce war whose fortunes have tossed you to Spain and me to Belle Isle is being waged between these two classes. Beneath what flag have we fought, I ask you, if not the flag of the proletariat. However, by my background, by my education, I am bourgeois, and perhaps you are too. For there are, thank heavens, many bourgeois who have joined the proletarian camp. They are even what constitute its principal, or at least its most persistent, force. They bring to it an enlightened contingent that the people are unfortunately not yet able to provide themselves. It was members of the bourgeois class who first raised the flag of the proletariat, who formulated egalitarian doctrines, and who now spread them, and sustain them, and restore them after they fall. Everywhere it is the bourgeois who lead the people in their battles against the bourgeoisie. This is precisely what enabled the wily schemers to lend some credibility to their ingenious axiom, neither bourgeois nor proletarian but democrat. What? Just because many suits appear amid the ranks of those wearing laborers' smocks, while many more smocks fight on behalf of the suits, does it follow that the struggle is not between the bourgeois mass on the one hand and the proletarian mass on the other, that is to say, between revenues and wages, between capital and labor? Again, many nobles and priests fought for the cause of the first revolution. Should we therefore conclude that the revolution was not aimed against the clergy and the nobility? Who would dare suggest such an absurdity? The calamity afflicting our party is that the allegiance of most of the bourgeois who are allied with the workers is not sincere. Ambition and cupidity push them into the camp of those proletarians who have risen up against oppression. They establish themselves at their head, they lead their attack on the government, seize control of it, install and entrench themselves within it. It is then that they change into conservatives and turn against the poor people who are left disoriented upon seeing their generals of yesterday denounce them the day after. This mystification, which is regularly renewed with the same success, dates back to 1789. The middle class unleashed the people against the nobility and the clergy, overthrew them, and took their place. In its bid to take over the heritage of the deposed castes, it considered all means legitimate. All means were again legitimate when it came to preserving and maintaining its new yoke on the shoulders of the proletariat, once it started to rebel. Hardly had the ancien regime been overthrown by the common effort before struggle began between the victorious allies, the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. Today the struggle has returned exactly to where it was in 1789. To read the history of the first revolution is to read the history of today. The similarity between the two is complete. The same words, the same terrain, the same epithets, the same events, it is an exact copy. Except that the bourgeoisie has learned more from experience than has the proletariat. Today you see the same men as before, these supposed friends of the people who simply seek to take the place of the deposed exploiters. Our so-called Montagnards, with Ledru Rollin at their head, are Girondins, and faithful copies of their predecessors. They have adopted, it is true, the motto and the banner of the former mountain, they swear only by Robespierre and the Jacobins. But in this they have no choice. How would deception be possible without it? It is the common ruse of the schemers to wave the flag of the people. The masses are trusting and credulous, they allow themselves to be taken in by sonorous words and grand gestures. Today their enemies seek both to impress and to mislead them at the same time, with bombastic banalities such as republicans, revolutionaries, democrats. By contrast, precise terms that sharply divide and properly explain the situation, bourgeois, proletarian, are angrily rejected. Do not allow yourself to be taken in. Choose your camp and fasten your cockade. You are a proletarian because you seek real equality between citizens and the overthrow of all castes and all tyrannies. What should the revolution involve? The destruction of the existing order, founded on inequality and exploitation, the ruin of the oppressors, and deliverance of the people from the yoke of the rich. Well now, the self-styled revolutionary Republicans or Democrats do not want anything to do with that. They proved this in February. Do not let yourself believe, then, that they were not able to overthrow the existing order, rather, they did not want to overthrow it, and they no more want to do so today. They have nothing but contempt for us, they are greedy and selfish, ready to pounce upon any new spoils and to shout once again, "Get out of my way!" The imbeciles! They will condemn the revolution once and for all. For, you see, every failed attempt leads to an even more terrible reaction. Moreover, you have seen all these people at work for 4 years, judge the future by the past. A wise man should not do otherwise. I am, you say, neither French, nor Spanish, I am cosmopolitan. Ah! Very good, me too, but again beware of mystification. In your cosmopolitan enthusiasm you have just declared your allegiance to the least cosmopolitan and most selfishly nationalist man in all Europe, Mazzini. Do you know Mazzini? No, certainly not. He is a charlatan, an arrogant man, a careerist and, perhaps worst of all, we can see him setting himself up as the dictator of European democracy, the champion of universal revolution. Well, he is a revolutionary of Thiers' stature, more or less. Do you know what he wants? Only one thing, to restore Italian nationality, to make Italy a major power, with him as leader, of course, to establish the supremacy of this power, to create for it a permanent standing army, a navy, a budget, in a word, all the elements of force or oppression deployed by existing governments, then to speak out in diplomatic circles, and above all to humiliate France, to pursue and hound it, to ostracize it from Europe and deprive it of its material and moral splendor. This man has two passions, a thirst for Italian unity and a hatred of France. After the catastrophe of December 1851 the time had certainly come for union, for concord, it was time to forget the past, and to form a solid phalanx against the common enemy while calling a truce to former disagreements. But no. Mazzini detests France, he abhors socialism, he could not waste such a wonderful opportunity to insult the one and to crush the other, and thus assuage his own hatred. He could now clear the ground of the ideas that impeded him, and incite the contempt of the people against France. He did not fail in this task, he kicked our party when it was down. How can one read this torrent of odious and ridiculous invectives against social ideas with anything but a mix of indignation and pity? Who could believe someone might blame socialism for the defeat in December without arousing universal jeers? What impudence on the part of the charlatan! What imbecility on the part of the public! What? It is Pierre Leroux, Louis Blanc, and Cabet who lost or who are responsible for losing the Battle of 1851. If, in the Nievre, the Allier, the Saône-et-Loire, the Jura, the Drôme, the Ardèche, the Var, the Herald, the Gard, the Gers, the Lot-et-Garonne, etc., thousands of armed men fled before the gendarmes' trick-horned hats or the pom-poms of stooges in uniform, it is socialism's fault. What mockery! And this is uttered with impunity before all of Europe. The crime here should be attributed to the accusers, and honor to the accused. It was socialism that had mobilized these populations, it was the political leaders chefs politiques who did not know how to deploy them. What were Messieurs Ledru-Rollin and company doing in London, Switzerland, and elsewhere during the 12 deadly days of fighting? Why did they not rush onto the battlefield to add the weight of their name and of their immense popularity? Their presence would have rallied these abandoned and directionless masses, strengthened their courage, demoralized the army, and led to victory. But no. These gentlemen, like true pretenders, waited majestically in London for the people, who were to be victorious without them, to come and place their triumph and their power before their noble selves. Socialism successfully carried out its task and fulfilled its role. Some men failed in theirs. If, by chance, socialism had found a vigorous leader or head to support these masses, to organize them and direct them against the enemy, would we have worried about the doctrinal shade of his opinions? What nonsense these tirades of Mazzini are! The December movement failed for purely military reasons. When the time came to fight, it found neither generals nor soldiers, only nervous and startled herds. As you say, We saw weakness, hesitation, terror, incapacity, and stupidity everywhere. Socialism's intellectual leaders cannot be held responsible for this rout. Mazzini might perhaps argue that the pitiful figure of the insurgents during this campaign stems from the very essence of socialist preaching, and that one cannot derive devotion and courage from the religion of the stomach, from the doctrines of material well-being, from selfish appetites, etc. But without socialism no one would have risen up at all, which would have greatly simplified matters. Mazzini forgets that today no force in the world other than social ideas can rouse the proletariat, that the time of religious fanaticism has passed, that populations can no longer be moved by hollow slogans, miracles, and unintelligible dogmas. It is as if he longs for the era of superstition and idiocy, when the masses, reduced to the level of beastly masses abrutis, could be roused by the call of a priest to slit the throat of their fellow man in honor of Jesus Christ and the Blessed Virgin. I am truly amazed that you saw the slightest analogy between my ideas and those of Mazzini. First, Mazzini has absolutely no ideas, revolutionary or otherwise, other than those that concern the independence or primacy of Italy. Beyond that, nothing. What does Italian independence matter to us, I ask you, if it does not also establish the rule of equality and fraternity that is our sole religion? This man seeks to use us against ourselves. He is not only the enemy of our country, he is also the enemy of our convictions, of our social faith. He intends to establish in his country a form of bourgeois exploitation similar to that which has stirred up our anger and our weapons for the past 22 years. You may think I am slandering him. But read his monitories, try to find anything therein other than vague and empty ranting, hollow phraseology, mindless talk devoid of ideas, the sorts of democratic platitudes that say nothing, that commit to nothing, grand words, faith, devotion, revolution, without the least bit of positive thought. Thiers, as a member of the opposition, could have signed these tirades. Is it with this sort of droning waffle that one might rouse the masses to action in France? They have moved on, thank God. They understand the revolution as it should be understood, and not as the great Mazzini wants it. Here the people will no longer rise up in the name of hollow phrases, even if the word revolution is bellowed from one end of the country to the other. The countryside only began to mobilize after having attached a very positive and very categorical meaning to this word revolution. War on the chateaus. Down with the rich. Death to the exploiters. This is the rallying cry of the countryside, and their translation of the word socialism. These cries terrify Mazzini and his ilk. Neither should you forget Kossuth's 3 anathemas in England against socialism, once he had learned where the various parties stood. All he demands is Hungarian independence, while upholding the aristocratic and feudal regime that rules over it. You can imagine how much he might care for our doctrines. Over there they would hang us. France is far ahead of the rest of Europe, it has gone through the stages that our neighbors are yet to pass through. The words revolution and revolutionary therefore do not have the same meaning for us as they do for the majority of foreigners. Almost all of them are still at the stage of the war waged by the bourgeois against kings, the nobility, and priests. Some of them, the Hungarians, the Polish, are nothing but aristocrats fighting for national independence against foreign conquerors. Here in France, the clergy and the nobility are nearly dead, and so have been forced to join with the bourgeoisie in order to support the common war against the proletariat. Kings, nobles, priests, and bourgeois are all allied against working people, le peuple de travailleurs. In the latest insurrection, all through France Bonaparte had the bourgeois as auxiliaries for his troops. Without them he would have failed. Numerous bourgeois undoubtedly join the ranks of the people, but they are exceptions. They prove the rule. Finance, business, property, and the bar opposed the popular movement everywhere and en masse. It is said that today the bourgeoisie is waging a war against the government, but this is not to please us, it is for the benefit of the Bourbons, young or old. Mazzini furiously rants against the materialism of the socialist doctrines, against claims made on behalf of appetites, against the appeal to selfish interests, he thunders against the degrading and demoralizing theory of material well-being. Can you not see that this is quite simply a counter-revolutionary tirade? What is the revolution if not the material amelioration of the condition of the masses? And what nonsense, these invectives against the doctrine of interests. Individual interests count for nothing, but the interests of an entire people raise themselves to the dignity of a principle, those of humanity as a whole become a religion. Do peoples ever act in the name of anything other than interests? The appeal to freedom is also an appeal to selfishness, for freedom is a material good and servitude a cause of suffering. To fight for bread, that is to say for the life of one's children, is something more saintly than fighting for freedom. In any case, the two interests merge and in reality make up but one. Hunger is slavery. The worker and the peasant that poverty delivers as beasts of burden to the manufacturer and the owner, are they free? Go and talk to these poor wretches about freedom. They will respond, freedom means having bread on the table. We say to them, freedom means well-being, le bien-être. Are we wrong? We are not talking to Negroes, nor to comrades of Spartacus, but to serfs who have all the appearances of freedom amid all the pains of servitude. They must be led to see the true cause of their suffering, they must be shown the knot of the problem so they can sever it with their sword. Mazzina can berate us all he wants regarding the insurrection of appetites, this is the only kind of insurrection there is. But, some might say, is not religious fanaticism a noble and selfless motive? The Crusaders fought for eternal life, which is itself the most voracious of appetites. Farewell, my dear citizen, you asked for my opinion, and I have given it to you clearly and frankly, albeit at some length. I have been all the more frank, the more I regretted your endorsement of Mazzina. I tell you, truly, that you are not on the same side as him, far from it. You have believed him to be that which he is not, and you apply to yourself qualifications that are not your own. You are a revolutionary socialist, one cannot be a revolutionary without being a socialist, and vice versa. There are, however, peaceable socialists, desk-bound men of a quiet and peaceful character, who are not at home in the midst of tumult and weapons, and who are revolutionary in ideas alone. In general, intellectual leaders are of this ilk, and nonetheless serve the revolution. But let us only take from them their ideas and leave them their character. As for practical socialism, it belongs to no special sect, to no church. It takes what suits it from each system, and has no particular infatuation for any one school of thought. It seeks to overthrow what currently exists, not aimlessly or for the benefit of intrigues, but by virtue of settled principles, with the firm resolution to build the future on the new foundations that will be provided by enlightened socialism, developed and determined by the events that occur. We belong to this category, you and I, together with 99.9% of all socialists, and together with the workers and peasants, but not with the Montagnards, who are cut from a completely different cloth and who call themselves, like Ledru-Rollin, revolutionary republicans. For the past 4 years they have shown their true colors. I know what they want, to start February over again, nothing more. They are keen and ready to serve in the legislature at a rate of 25 francs per day, in the prefecture for 40 francs, or to don an ermine robe, or a uniform with large epaulets, but in any case, and above all, to ensure that they continue to occupy a central political position. If the schemers manage to reissue their mystified version of February, then this time we will be truly done for. This new failure would bring Tsar Nicholas to Paris. Point 4 The only thing left for the survivors to do would be to leave for America. But in the next revolution I am counting on the peasants 5 to conjure away the conjurers Esquimauter les Esquimoteurs. The latter suspect this, they are afraid. Fear, this is the key to their conduct over the past few years. Both the mountain and the press are truly terrified of the rabble. The prospect of a revolution from the streets has always made their flesh crawl. On May 31, 1856 their conduct was defined by 2 words, cowardice and perfidy. They felt stuck between a rock and a hard place, drowned in victory, drowned in defeat. But at least they proved very capable of maneuvering to evade the storm and to hold on to their 25 francs. Right, I must finish. Farewell once again, and many fraternal greetings. Letter to Tessie. Belle Isle, September 6, 1852. You are optimistic, my dear citizen, I am not. You see everything as rosy, I see nothing but gloom. Which of us is right? I hope it is you. But I fear that a superficial change of public opinion will bring you false hope, and you will take the whining complaints of a few bourgeois to be symptoms of something more profound. It is possible that, for the first and only time in some 60 years, this government has not enjoyed even 15 minutes of sincere, enthusiastic support. But this may be a guarantee of longevity. There is no Bonapartist party, this explains the general public coldness. No one greeted the victory of December 2, 1851 as their own. Bonaparte has on his side only official or bought displays of support. On the other hand, he has against him only muted hostility from the various parties. No love, but no hatred either. He is no one's total enemy. A counter-revolutionary dictator protected by the mask of a parvenu. There are more profits than losses in this hermaphroditism. The neuter gender finds its refuge in indifference. As for us, two things are killing us, the prolonged destitution and misery of the people after February 1848, and the complete suppression of debate since December 1851, a double wound that may prove incurable. Why would the masses, who suffered so greatly with the advent of the Republic, not continue happily to opt for the relative well-being that despotism has provided them of late? They compare the two regimes, and the comparison does not go in favor of democracy. Ultimately, the people only undertake revolutions in order to alleviate their suffering. If the Republic worsens it and tyranny relieves it, well, says Jacques Bonhomme, long live Caesar, liberty can go to the devil. Nothing could be simpler. For there are two undeniable facts, republican destitution and presidential prosperity. What the people sought from upheavals they have found under a Russian regime, and they might well sell France for a scrap of bread. Alas! This piece of bread has already cost the life of more than one nation over the course of history, they have not known that it is poisoned. In short, Bonaparte simply stitched December 2, 1851 to February 21, 1848, he took over Louis Philippe's lease but under better conditions, with more silence and less posturing. The system of material interests that sank the one can help launch the other. Nothing depends on chance so much as things done by halves. To the half-rogue, the defendant's box, to the rogue and a half, the throne. First of all, there is no more press, and therefore no more storms. Aeolus is in chains. Point 2 Morality has ceased to unleash against mammon its hurricanes in 3 columns of print. Moreover, hunger has taken the shine off Puritanism. Nothing dispels revulsion for overabundance like a spot of dieting. Casual bribes used to provoke convulsions, today we are cured of such unhealthy prudery. Point 3 The press and the tribune are no longer there to administer the emetic. These two heroic physicians have been dismissed. Their diplomas have been torn to pieces. Bribes nauseate no one, and the country is able to continue this diet without fear of indigestion or apoplexy. Farewell false shame. Israel has triumphantly reinstalled the golden calf in its highest places. Henceforth speculation has free rein. It charges full steam ahead across canals, railways, buildings, and private investments, without fear of being derailed by a newspaper article or of falling subject to an interpellation. Everything is up for pillage, everyone stuffs their pockets. It is a never-ending razzia. Who suspects anything? Not even the robbed. The tocsin no longer sounds each morning against the brigandage of the previous night. The bells have been taken down and the robbers are safe. Their government will not descend into scandal like that of Louis Philippe. The gag guarantees them against this form of disaster. With her turpitude thus concealed, the goddess of lucre sits on her throne in complete safety, allowing seduced eyes to see nothing but her crown, glimmering with gold and precious stones. The multitude work, eat and enjoy themselves, habits that had been all but lost for 3 years. What more do they need? Freedom. Necessary for elite souls, superfluous for the peasant. The merest penny is more what they are after. Ah! The stomach, the stomach. It is the parade ground of tyranny. Despotism only ever emerges from the victory of the gut over the brain. Later on, the brain will be cruelly avenged by the paralysis of the stomach. What does it matter, says Bonaparte. Let us exploit the intestine first. Will he go to war? Not yet. It is a perilous game. It would then no longer be a matter of eagles made of cloth, of paper, not even of feathers. To engage in war it would be necessary to be Napoleon in every sense of the name. A difficult profession. It is easier to win battles underneath the Austerlitz bridge. The man has, moreover, one real merit: he does not rush, and only detonates his bombs one at a time. He is not yet sufficiently tired of peace to launch himself into war. He will not even hasten the re-establishment of the empire. His luck as president has not yet been exhausted. He will follow this course for as long as possible before changing tack. The empire must be his final and most brilliant metamorphosis. He would be wrong to bring the time forward. Larva, chrysalis or butterfly, this ugly caterpillar seeks to draw out all the phases of its existence for as long as possible. The imperial form will be a final lure, one that is almost irresistible to the masses. The emperor. A magical word, despite the mystifications and disillusionments. It is a resource that must be deployed carefully. Once difficulties arrive, then the moment will come to raise the banner and sound the clarion call. In any case, empire or not, the least we can say is that democracy is ill, perhaps ill enough to die. And by its own fault. It broke its promises of well-being and betrayed the people's hopes. Before 1848, the Republic appeared as a distant mirage, glowing and luminous, like the Virgin who can heal pain and shame. But this Virgin offered only banal debauchery, and now looks like nothing more than an infertile prostitute trainee, dressed in rags. Confusion and fear, this is what defines our party. A real Tower of Babel. Projects, systems, claims, they all clash with each other in order to destroy each other. To whom and around what should one rally amid this swirling pandemonium? The people need a fixed beacon, which might encourage them to march out in a straight and clear line. Revolutions must take place in the mind before they can be carried out in the streets. Where is this initiation taking place today? All is mournful and silent. Democracy has fallen from its high presumptuousness into an abyss, perhaps into a sepulchre. All this is a prisoner's hypochondria talking, you will say. No. I examine, I reason, and I make conclusions. You should do likewise. Try to foresee a denouement. Let us see, who will stop this Bonapartist Saturnalia, and how? By an insurrection? Even to entertain the idea would be madness. As well as the universal feeling of powerlessness caused by the latest disaster, there is also, as business picks up again, a sort of moral veto against any expression of vocal resistance. It would constitute a form of violence against public opinion and would be harshly received. By the press? By Parliament? Both are dead. By the army? An inert body, a blind projectile that receives an impetus but does not provide one itself. The cannonballs fly towards us. They will not turn around by themselves. However much I look and search, there is no way out. We delude ourselves with vague hopes that chase like mad things after all the discontents of the day. We could drift many long years upon this capricious sea of opinion without ever seeing the shore. The salons sulk, the Rue Saint-Denis murmurs, the faubourgs lie dormant, everyone yawns. For never have epigrams, chatter or yawning overthrown a government. Whatever the issue, one must always consider the end. And how are we to put an end to this? Bonaparte, that pampered child of capital, has an abundance of gold and spreads it around in order to conquer the population. He won the Midi through the canals and the railways. He sent out his decrees by post in order to guarantee a relay of enthusiasm along all the roads in the south. Until now these regions, whose bitter resentment of the privileged North can inspire dreams of independence, had always been neglected. Their hostility will turn into gratitude. How much anger has been calmed, hatred extinguished, and how many opinions softened by these great building projects. The devil take the tumult of freedom. Everyone will launch themselves, head bowed, into material concerns, and France, the dethroned queen of intelligence, will be nothing more than another China, turning the millstone and wearing a kang. Will an unknown God come and save us from this downward path? I do not know. In the meantime, each day we sink further into opprobrium, threatened with perishing in it from suffocation. A homicidal hand crushes the brain of the nation. Who will remove it? Certainly not pamphlets produced abroad. Their circulation is too limited. The foreign press? A dangerous auxiliary. Hostilities that are inspired not by love for France but by fear of invasion would serve to recommend rather than discredit Bonaparte in the eyes of the multitude. The rallying of democracy seems to me almost impossible. It has collapsed in terror. The defeat irreversibly dispersed that crowd of champions who were only attracted by the scent of victory. The prefectures are well liked, and less so. For the rooting of its general staff has left the popular army without a leader. There is thus not even a shadow of resistance. Absolute submission. To complain is not to fight. Our émigrés fidget in the void. They have not learned from the catastrophes. They box against each other atop the ruins, and wage a furious civil war between the various coteries. It is the most sublime ridiculousness. It seems that in London they squabble, they brawl over who is to make off with the bear's skin, while the bear itself freely makes a meal of the flock. 5 What a fine pastime! As for foreign unrest, I am not much concerned about that. The positions of Hungary, Italy, Poland, and Germany are clear. There will be no surprises there. Requiescant in pace. Kossuth and Mazzina can sprinkle them with holy water, they will not resuscitate them, Lazarus will not go along with them. Moreover, I believe they will remain content to exorcise from a distance. A wise precaution. What amusing characters, with their pretensions to initiate something. Mazzina above all. What demon of jealousy and vanity chafes under their national skin? Here are people who are delighted at our failure. The European Revolution may be postponed indefinitely, but France is in the mud. They cry from one eye and laugh with the other. Our humiliation consoles them for everything. They almost swoon with joy. We let go of the bridle and have been thrown from the saddle. Bravo! They are now to inherit the initiative, they say, and off they gallop on a tour round the world. Hurrah! Let them go, by God, and we shall see some fine tumbles. My advice to them, as a friend, is to leave that steed in the stables. It is too lively for them. Unless they break their necks, they will only ever ride pillion behind France. Adieu, my dear citizen. If you have any news, please do be kind enough to let me know when you have the time, and for the sake of your own contentment, hold on to more illusions than remain to me. Part V. 1830 to 1880, Philosophical and Political Fragments. This collection of aphorisms and brief quotations from Blanqui's manuscripts was compiled by Philippe Le Goff and Peter Hallward over the course of 2016. Fuller versions of the original French texts are posted under the title Fragments philosophiques et politiques, on the texts page of the Blanqui archive website, at blanqui.kingston.ac.uk. Thought, ideas, morality. Mankind is thought, one without thought mankind is nothing. Everything else is merely poverty and confusion. But in the face of nature, this thought is itself only a shadow, a passing breeze, a nothingness that disappears. Man is all the stronger for knowing just how weak he is. April 16, 1868, MSS 9592-3, F284. The life of a people is not in the works of its hands, but in what it thinks. Material life is nothing but a reflection of this thinking. Blanqui's speech at his trial of June 1861, MSS 9591-1, F297. It is a disastrous error to think one can transform a country by purely material means. NDC 1849, MSS 9584-2, F200. Political economy without morality, its moral indifference strips it of any critical power. Justice is the only true criterion that applies to human things. March 1870, CS2, 58. France has been won over to us, and it is now true to say that our ideas are its life and soul. April 1850, MSS 9584-1, F176. The works of nature are fated or fatal fatale, and are carried out according to immutable laws. The works of human thought are changeable like thought itself, and depend on will, on energy or on weakness. December 30, 1868, NDNM, 45-46, cf. MSS 9591-2, F14. It is philosophy that governs the world. Philosophy is the soul of societies. All other sciences only affect how a society is run by modifying or reforming its philosophy. Every society that has existed on earth has been governed by a philosophy. It is the difference in philosophies that determines the difference in social organizations. What we call periods of transition are precisely nothing but periods of war between two philosophies, the one that is coming and the other that is going. ND. MSS 9592-3, FF 384, 6. Consciousness or conscience law. Conscience never capitulates. Consciousness does not surrender, it goes into mourning, it wraps itself in a funeral veil and becomes the silent ghost of remorse that accompanies the footsteps of the guilty. The cry of despair and pain has never been the voice of repentance. Repentance emanates from one's conscience, it cannot be the result of torture. ND. C 1850, MSS 9581, F160. Force is the prerogative of matter. Thought has no title to it, no right to it. To claim otherwise would be demented. Thought's weapon is the weakness that relies on force but that is not so mad as to dream of usurping it. What men can do is gather themselves together through association. Isolation is peculiar to force, weakness has recourse to the phalanx. Solidarity, progress, improvement proceed through association, not through the individual. The individual would break and would be broken. And yet it is thought that constitutes our entire personality. The body belongs to matter, and the part we play in its government is certainly very small, though it is perhaps still too great. For all the foolishness that ruins it derives from this part we play. Solidarité et modestie nécessaire de la pensée, 1868-69, MSS 9591, FF 267-8. Matter has force, it operates only by force. We should not try to imitate it. Imitation is impossible, it would be disastrous. We must recognize superiority, and not encroach on its terrain. Thought has neither the same power nor the same role. Product of matter, humble daughter of its every passing moment, it has no business trying to rival the operations of its mother. Thought has its own special mode of action, and this mode opposes rather than replicates that of matter. Point 2. Here we find that mysterious antagonism that is everywhere manifest, but nowhere explained. Matter, an irresistible force, accords rights only to force. Thought must above all acknowledge the rights of weakness. It has its own initiative, its own viewpoint, its own intervention in the government of humanity, and this intervention can have no other goal than correcting, than redressing the fierce action of matter in its most brutal and pitiless forms. After all, it is only a way of helping it by rectifying it. Thought comes to the aid of matter in its human works. It develops these works along the path of perfectibility and improvement, and its genuine lever, its own genuine power, is the sovereignty of weakness, la souveraineté de la faiblesse. Thus its true value shines forth, its ability to put right or redress the forces of matter, a rectification that is a genuine form of help, and which thus distinguishes us from animals, who suffer this force with a passive inertia, incapable of reaction, the powerless plaything of all its manifestations. Animals blindly obey, men defend themselves, but they only successfully defend themselves with the very weapons that matter has given them. As soon as they look elsewhere, as soon as they forget their solid foothold and go astray from their mother, they lose their way and get lost in the void. As soon as thought, by declaring itself to be immaterial, ceases to rely on its mother, and begins to detach itself from this, the only spring that feeds it, it can only drift about for a few seconds, wandering over the surface of things, and fade away. Matter provided humanity with a brain that can be perfected through the reaction that results from thought. Woe to those who forget that each thought is nonetheless only a product of the brain, and that one can only develop and grow through the improvement of this brain itself. To believe in an imaginary being, whatever it might be called, that is independent of the nerve or brain tissue is to fall from the sure and certain path into the ravings that lead to the abyss. Thought affirms above all the rights of weakness, les droits de la faiblesse, because thought is the common link among all men. It is through thought that they communicate, through thought that they form one single being. It is through thought that universal solidarity is established, through thought that the interest of one becomes the interest of all, and this interest of all boils down to the interest of the weakest. The day when, through the universal transmission of thought, the whole human species will feel, electrically, the grievances of its most humble members, on that day the absolute sovereignty of weakness shall be proclaimed, and the newborn child shall be king, for it is the weak being par excellence. The highest degree of progress through solidarity is the inviolability of weakness. The newborn child, the embodiment of weakness, has rights that prevail over all others, and rights should be ranked in an order which inverts that of individual force. La matière à la force. Rôle contraire de la pensée. Solidarité par l'abaissement de la force, 1868-69, MSS 95-91, FF 266, 7. Morality, the flower of the seed of thought, is nothing other than the more or less powerful expression of the humanitarian instinct that forbids people from mistreating one another and commands them to help one another. This is why, far from decaying, like all the theodicies, through the progress of the human spirit, the old precept, do unto others as you would have them do unto you, has only grown stronger from one century to another, and is now emerging out of the ruins of religious metaphysics with irresistible energy. It is seizing people's minds and will soon govern the world. A clear and simple trilogy that expresses devotion, duty, and right, summarizes how morality will be applied to the government of humanity. Treat others as you would have them treat you, that is the ideal. Do nothing to others that you do not want them to do to you, that is justice. You will be treated in the same way that you have treated others, that is the law. We see, then, that morality is reciprocity. This purely human doctrine will be our torch in every search, our guiding principle in every judgment. Candide, May 3, 1865, MF 249. To philosophies is to study thought and consciousness. To write history is to recount the role of consciousness and thought in the lives of peoples. Anything that hinders, anything that perverts these two essential elements of humanity is accountable to morality. On this score, despotism and the supernatural owe it some comprehensive explanations, for they have perpetually violated it. Candide, May 3, 1865, MF 250. Thought, an electric current that runs through all the members of the great human family, is transmittable thanks to the ease of communication and the spread of enlightenment. Isolation and ignorance intercept the current. The deadliest enemies of humanity are those who hinder education. Those who suppress the freedom to think and write are more dangerous than wolves and tigers, than cholera and yellow fever. June 25, 1868, MSS 95-92-3, F-137. After the February Revolution of 1848, several years of intellectual preparation should have preceded and prepared the way for the popular vote. One must conquer a nation through ideas, never through force. But ideas must still be allowed to emerge, which is precisely what monarchy denies to the republican idea. Point d'Assembly, November 20, 1870, La Patrie en Danger, 273. The source of intellectual power resides in the capacity to communicate one's ideas. The incommunicable idea is nothing, it does not exist. Le Positivisme, Parole et Livre, 1868, MSS 95-92-3, F244. Material France supports Bonaparte, intellectual and moral France is against him. Ideas support us, and they are a most fearsome enemy. After all, man is an intelligence. On pain of death, however material this might prove, the idea must triumph. Lettres à Rougy, October 1853, MSS 95-84-1, F88. Men. Leaves? Playthings of the winds, playthings of the passions. But they stand together in solidarity, and are attached to the same trunk, for one this is the tree, for the other it is humanity. The link between leaves is material, the link between humans is moral, consciousness. Vanitas Vanitatum, December 11, 1858, MSS 9583, F288. Revolution is a victory of the brain, counter-revolution, a victory of the intestine. Thought always allows us to recover the gains that we lose through the appetites. December 16, 1858, MSS 9581, F201. Intellectus, understanding, the capacity to think, resides in gray matter and is only activated by exterior sensations. Without the intermediary of sense, there is no capacity to think, no intellectus. July 12, 1868, MSS 95-92-3, F229. The violent reactions that thought has on the nervous organism are proof that thought itself is a product of this organism. This fact is also proved by the inverse effect, the reactions that illnesses of the brain have on thought. Reactions violence de la pensée sur le cerveau, 1868, MSS 95-92-3, F223. The only difference that exists between the thinking of man and of animals is one of more or less, which stems exclusively from the difference of their brains. The mechanisms of thinking are absolutely identical. Nd. C 1868, MSS 95-92-3, F156. The difference between a dog and a man is enormous, if we consider them in terms of intelligence, the difference is minimal, if we consider them in terms of spiritualist consciousness, which operates on the basis of punishment or reward. Materialist consciousness, founded on solidarity, is completely beyond the reach of all animals. Conscience à la façon de Chiens, 1868, MSS 95-92-3, F224. Commitment, volition and free will, le libre arbitre. They know very well what I think, that is why they have stirred up so much hatred. They seek to arouse interests, while I seek to arouse consciousnesses. And yet they accuse me of not understanding people. It is with the lever of enthusiasm that we can change the world. All the insights of science, all the refinements of theory, all the calculations of mathematical economics will never create even the smallest fragment of this irresistible force that arises from enthusiastic hearts and exalted minds. March 1849, MSS 9581, F65. Our duty, the duty of every one of us, is to commit ourselves without hesitation, as soon as circumstances call for it. Do what you must, come what may facek dois, advn pura. There may be no other opportunity. This maxim alone is always timely. July 12, 1879, MSS 9588-2, F457. Glory lies in voluntarily facing danger for the triumph of one's convictions, it does not lie in danger suffered as a result of constraint and fear. ND. MSS 9586, F402. Patience, always. Resignation, never. Untraisen catholique et royale, tentative d'évasion de Belle-Isle, dans la nuit du 405 avril 1853, ND. MSS 9592-3, F36. The course we should take is the following. Constrain and suppress the depredations of capital as quickly as possible, by strict and energetic means, enhance, to the same extent, the well-being of the masses, and, meanwhile, immediately launch a program of mass education. This will be easier than we think. All we need is goodwill. Until now it is ill will that we have encountered, in forms of hidden or open obstruction, constraints of all kinds and under all pretexts, all the forces of the state deployed in the service of darkness. La Marche à Suivre, 1870, CS2, 117. The word law only means something in the domain of nature. Whoever speaks of law speaks of an invariable, imminent, and fatal rule, something that is incompatible with intelligence and will. Whenever human beings intervene, it can no longer be a question of law, but of caprice and arbitrariness. The term law, in such contexts, is impertinent, hypocritical, fraudulent, and usually all of these at once. The idea of political, social, economic etc. laws is a bad joke. There are only expedients, phenomena that vary according to human whims and passions. What we call law, where people are concerned, is never anything but the expression of the will of the strongest. It is possible that this will might, on occasion, conform to justice and right, and then so much the better. La loi, mot inapplicable auxiliary choses humaines, 1868, MSS 9591, F278. The supposed inevitability fatalite of the economic laws that govern society. Pure impertinence. Nothing could be as arbitrary and irregular as the march of human things, which varies according to the whims of billions of caprices. Nothing could be more different from the immutable and inevitable fatal order of natural things. 1868, MSS 9591, F274. Free will le libre arbitre is a nonsense. Everything disproves it, children first and foremost. Their character emerges right from their earliest years, before even the first signs of conscience, the supposed regulator of human actions. Libre arbitre, N.D. C. October 1869, MSS 9592-3, FF 77, 8. Freedom. It is in the name of freedom that the worker, bound hand and foot, is delivered to the voracity of the manufacturer. Lose your job or accept payment in goods, it does not take long to decide. Submit to the master's conditions or die of hunger. Freedom requires that the worker remain trapped in the grip of this alternative. One kills him out of respect for his own interest. January 29, 1850, MSS 9583, F 72. Let us say loudly and clearly, without equality, there is no other freedom than the freedom to oppress. September 1869, MSS 9592-3, F 63. Science and Materialism. The philosophy inaugurated by Diderot and d'Holbach in the 18th century, then affirmed and promulgated by the unanimous verdicts of science in the 19th century, is the sole possible basis for the future. The point has been proved by experience. The abandonment of this philosophy has been the cause of all the revolution's failures since 1789. One must choose between this philosophy and the Middle Ages. It will therefore be our flag. La Sincérité, N.D. 1860s, MSS 9591-2, F374. The affirmation that will take over the world is atheism, the principle of the uncreated, eternal universe, living through itself, from its own force, etc. Science forms the basis of this principle, and science alone will determine the beliefs of the future. These beliefs will change with the discoveries of science, which itself certainly varies in its results, but never in its method or its sincerity. All the old dogmas are dead and buried. Blind attachment to the past has been killed. The world is marching forward, with science at its head. It will trample over all the religions, which still appear to rule today. Once the signs of debacle appear, they will fall into decay. Their collapse will be both rapid and universal. December 18, 1868, NDNM, 46, MSS 9592-3, F270. Chimerical illusions have faded away. France no longer believes in anything but demonstration. Atheisme et Spiritualism, November 4, 1868, MSS 9592-1, F118. Spiritualism and religion. No reconciliation is possible between science and spiritualism. Spiritualism means God. God means dogma. Dogma means worship cult. Worship means superstition. Superstition means stupefaction and its consequences, intellectual, moral, political, and philosophical servitude. If science is free to pursue its inquiries, its conclusions are the negation of spiritualism. Every experiment leads to this same conclusion. Indeed, in a sense this negation is science itself, whether it likes it or not. N.D. C 1868, MSS 9591-2, F306. As soon as the human mind ceases to understand something, it says God. This dreadful word has enchained the human mind from its beginning, and it has sought to keep it as such ever since. Faith erects this sacred barrier across the path of the ages, shouting at mankind, "On your knees, ungodly people! You shall not pass." Science then tells them, coolly, "Get up, and let us pass," and mankind passes. N.D. C 1864, NDNM, 43-4, MSS 9587, F134. Spiritualism is not only a philosophical error, and thus a matter of mere debate and discussion. As the father of all religions, it is a political and social crime. Religions have been the scourge of the world. They are the sole source of ignorance, exploitation, and poverty. The only minister that spiritualism has ever had is the executioner. It has flooded the earth with blood. Still today it reigns through constraint alone. Its arguments are the gag and the dungeon. Spiritualism is the cornerstone of oppression, the instrument par excellence of tyranny. Every revolution threatens and undermines it. Every counter-revolution strengthens and restores it. The people have no crueler enemy. We must have done with this butcher of the human race. October 1869, MSS 9592-3, F74. God is the most fatal aberration of the human brain. God is a means of government, a protector of the privileged and a mystifier of the multitude. This is the secret of the hatred that pursues materialism, and of the terrors that it provokes among the enemies of the people. What is attacked and proscribed in materialism is the doctrine of deliverance. The proletarians should never forget this, and they should profoundly distrust any flag or emblem that does not clearly state the motto, atheism and materialism. Atheisme et Spiritualism, November 4, 1868, MSS 9592-1, F121. To remain Christian one must accept the necessary conditions of Christianity: ignorance, barbarism, superstitions, rigid adherence to the past, the yoke of the priest and the soldier, the Middle Ages. To pretend that politics should not touch religion is the argument of a traitor or an idiot. Atheisme et Spiritualism, November 4, 1868, MSS 95-92-1, FF 117, 18. The people need a religion. Such is the rallying cry of the oppressors. What they mean is, we can only rule over children and slaves. Lettres Auxiliary Étudiants, May 30, 1868, MSS 95-91-2, FF 154, 5. Catholicism, the death of intelligence, of thought, of the brain. Protestantism, the death of conscience, of sentiment, of the heart. N.D. C. 1849-1850, NDNM, 76, MSS 9581, F 52. We should have nothing in common with the oppressors. Confusion and obscurity are their tactics, their salvation. We must establish a clear dividing line, an impassable dividing line, between us and them. We should share no words with them. Any misunderstanding is always fatal for us, and always to the benefit of the enemy. The word religion must be proscribed without hesitation. It is disastrously foolish to want to appropriate it for ourselves. Equivocation and deception are not our weapons, but those of our adversaries. They can only harm us. There must be no religion. There is no more a religion of humanity than there is one of divinity. July 14, 1869, MSS 95-91, F 170. Christianity is nothing but an organization, or rather a permanent conspiracy. It was born, spread, propagated and conserved through its organization, it is propagated and continues to survive through its organization. Without its organization it is nothing. Its ideas, principles, and doctrine are nothing but auxiliaries of its organization, a means, a pretext. May 1865, NDNM, 64, MSS 95-91-2, FF 17, 22. Education and freedom of the press. Intellectual and physical enslavement, under the divine authority of the priest and the Lord, is the usual form of a model society. School teachers dissolve these things. They bring light, discussion, they break the double yoke placed around the peasant's neck. The doctrine of blind obedience and timorous faith is destroyed. October 20, 1848, MSS 9583, F 16. There can be no lasting revolution without enlightenment. There can be no emancipation without a basic level of intelligence. Freedom is education instruction. Equality is education. Fraternity is education. Schools, books, the printed word, these are the real revolutionary agents. Harangues addressed to ignorant crowds have no impact. These blind multitudes are like waves that swell up with every gust of wind. A setback turns them against the impulse that had inspired them the previous day. Woe betide the leaders of this shifting and unsettled mass, that can crush men to dust with their every oscillation. Avalanches are less unpredictable and less devastating. February 2, 1850, MSS 9583, F 84. Education instruction is the only agent of liberation and social organization. It is intelligence that governs the world, and it is education that produces intelligence. As the privilege of a small minority, it leads to monarchical or feudal oppression. As the prerogative of all, it alone will be able to create, through equality, order, peace, freedom and happiness. It is thus the foremost necessity, the most important goal to pursue. September 17, 1869, MSS 95-92-3, FF 64, 5. The futility of so many sacrifices is indeed the saddest part of these revolutions. So much blood spilled, so much pain and suffering endured, only to fall even deeper into the abyss. It is enough to make you lose hope. This dismal denouement has one and only one cause, ignorance. February 2, 1850, MSS 9583, FF 83, 4. What is the cause of ignorance? Lack of education, Our insightful Monsieur de la Palace would say. Point 1. Allow me to add that ignorance is caused above all by clerical teaching, which has as both its aim and its result the extinguishing of enlightenment and the stupefaction abrutissement of the people through superstition. If, instead of wasting 500 million francs each year to maintain the 600,000 hardiest young people in the country in a state of idleness that drives them to despair, the state devoted this money to public education and sought to organize a program of serious, rational teaching, based on science, then in less than 10 years the transformation of France would be complete. All the workers, transformed from passive instruments into enlightened citizens, would spontaneously bring into association all their intellectual and physical capacities, and the problem of organizing labor in accordance with justice would be resolved. Projet de discours, August 1867, CS2, 154-6. When populations are enslaved to a religious doctrine, thought is henceforth fixed to an inviolable dogma, the human mind is chained to a sacrosanct doctrine, outside of which everything is a crime and an abomination. Man is no longer his own master. The authority of reason is destroyed. For it is declared that education, that is to say, knowledge, the development of intellectual faculties, the growth of human understanding, produces only disorder and immorality. To espouse such a doctrine is a crime. It is a declaration of war against the human species. Yes, education is a force, a power puissance, the power that governs the world. And it is all too clear that this force can be used for vile ends. In the hands of a minority, it is a weapon of war, an instrument of oppression against the masses who have been disarmed by ignorance. This minority is well aware of the value of the weapon they possess, and they seek to conserve their monopoly of it in order to ensure their continued domination. La Guerre, N.D. 1849-50, MSS 9581, FF 93, 4. To stifle one single voice is violence. This is what those who shackle the press are doing. They want to prevent the people, the only legitimate tribunal, from judging all the opinions that have the right to appear before them, and that have this right today above all, now that the people, granted universal suffrage, must know everything in order to be able to make their choice. To strangle discussion is to deprive the people of the faculty of choice, it is an attack on sovereignty. Procès de Bourges, March 1849, MSS 9592, F 399. Monsieur Barth has just presented a bill concerning town criers from the so-called National Tribune. Point 2. According to the terms of this bill, the hawking of writings and newspapers in the street without a police permit will be forbidden, and even this permit can be revoked. Republican writings will be banned, and the people will no longer be able to draw from them the principles of a pure morality, they will be shut off from this source of enlightenment and virtue, there will no longer be any press freedom for them, for they cannot afford newspapers, and press freedom will only really exist, to a certain extent, for the large newspapers. Never before has there been a bill so overtly hostile to the people. Never before has there been a more flagrant attack on this freedom for which 6,000 of our brothers died in July 1830. Loiki interdit au peuple la faculté de lire, February 2, 1834, MF 102, 3. Morality is a resultant, which can always change and vary, of the intellectual movement that people make. If enlightenment is extinguished, morality disappears with it. Morality is strictly dependent on education, like a daughter on her mother. 1869, MSS 9591, FF 162, 3. Freedom of discussion is never dangerous for justice and truth. Only iniquity and error fear it. That is why error and iniquity, in order to defend themselves, always have recourse to violence. N.D. 1848, MSS 9581, F2, CFF 53. France is changeable, and changing change anti. Indeed, this is precisely the source of its superiority. Henceforth it only believes in scientific demonstration. It no longer respects what exists simply because it exists. For France, time has ceased to consecrate anything at all. France no longer cares about usage. It laughs at custom. It tramples on tradition. As soon as yesterday's enthusiasms appear as illusions and prejudices, it throws them overboard. La Mobilite, Force Principale de la France, 1868, MSS 95-92-3, F226. The law should only be respected if it is rooted in public conscience or consciousness, conscience and injustice. Anything outside of this is nothing but brute force. It is said that the law emanates from the nation by way of universal suffrage. Its legitimacy cannot be allowed to be called into question. Who, then, would like to proclaim the omnipotence of universal suffrage? There is something that stands above the will vouloir not only of the majority, but of the nation as a whole: right, conscience, consciousness. Universal suffrage itself draws on it, and it provides its only source of justification. Of course, many will respond. And it is precisely because it draws on and is inspired by this origin that its will, as expressed through the law, is legitimate and commands obedience. Who would dare claim to be a more competent arbiter, a better judge of justice and legitimacy, than the entire nation? What tribunal stands above it, to which one might appeal? What tribunal? The nation itself, when it is better informed, but on one condition, without which there is neither a tribunal nor justice, on the condition that one is heard before being judged. From this follows the inviolability of discussion, the absolute right to a free press and to free speech. Nd. MSS 9581, FF 53-4, cf. MSS 9583, F3. Paris. Paris, capital of intelligence and labor, is the true national representative, the gigantic and majestic congress in which the entire nation, through the gathered elite of its children, artists, workers, scholars, manufacturers, works incessantly to build up its grandeur and prosperity. The counter-revolution wants to halt its forward march by suppressing its brain. Parisians. It is up to you, both rich and poor, to stop France from being decapitated. Address Electoral Auxiliary Parisians, Dungeon de Vincennes, September 19, 1848, MSS 9581, F121. Paris, the true representative, the concentrated essence of the country, dominates the assembly, which is only its material and nominal emanation. Before Paris, the assembly is nothing. Paris will abdicate when France has come of age. What is the government of an assembly when it has ceased to be the soul, the condensation of a great people, and now offers nothing more than a collection of randomly chosen individuals? It is a theater, a stage occupied by ham actors, in which power derives from grand gestures and oratory, and in which rhetorical figures determine the affairs of state. February 7, 1856, MSS 9581, F93. Paris, the national representative, gives France its strength by concentrating all its intellectual forces in one point. This can be a good way to constitute a country and give it both external and internal energy. But this situation is not a normal state of affairs. A people must live by themselves and not through representation. Today Paris is the whole of France. The whole of France must become Paris, and Paris will then cease to be a vital necessity for the nation. The nation is in a state of minority, under the tutelage and natural authority of a parent of greater intelligence. But the child cannot remain a minor forever. It must come of age. 1869, MSS 9591, FF 173, 4. Great cities radiate their light on the peasants, Paris above all. Paris, the center of thought, the volcano from which ideas arise like bursts of flame, Paris becomes the liberating savior of the countryside. Who carried out the revolution, emancipated the serfs, destroyed the tithe and the corvée, smashed the tyranny of the presbytery and the château, freed France from its secular servitude, pulled the country out of the feudal grave, demolished the 40,000 bastilles where the peasants once groaned under the weight of their double chains. Paris, the bogeyman and curse of the royalists. October 20, 1848, MSS 9583, F-17. There is not only a solidarity but an identity of interests between a worker in Paris and one in the smallest provincial hamlet. And yet how their opinions differ. The reason for this could not be simpler: if you live in Rome you are a Catholic, if you live in Constantinople you are a Muslim. France has centers of light and centers of darkness. Here, in a corner of the provinces, we find the motionless life of the polypary. There, in Paris, all the ferment of thought. Paris is the brain, the provinces are the intestines. What would French society have become if Paris, which has always acted on its own authority, without consulting anyone, did not take the initiative? The achievements of 1789, 1830, 1848 are all the work of its dictatorship, work greeted with enthusiastic acclaim by the country. Always and everywhere there are songs of joy when it is victorious, tears when it is defeated. Paris is a giant orator who addresses the entire world with its thunderous voice, and whose words ring out to the ends of the earth. This is the secret of its popularity, of its power and influence. Woe to those who insult it. September 1848, MSS 9582, F69, cf. MSS 9581, F145. Autumn 1870. Paris blindly relinquishes its defense to a man who has said that defense is impossible. Paris has lost its good sense, its spirit, its will. Paris is giving up. Well then, it will meet the fate of those peoples who give up, ruin and disianure. Le Sorte de Peuples qui abdiquent, November 28, 1870, La Patrie en danger, 317. Legitimate power is in the hands of those who resist the invaders. Today the only real ballot papers are bullets. A besieged city, so long as it continues to fight, represents the nation, and represents it better than anyone else. By capitulating, it tears up its mandate. If the provinces capitulate and Paris defends itself, Paris is France. If Paris falls and a province continues to resist the enemy, this province in turn becomes the nation. Wherever people fight for independence, there is the Republic. L'abdication d'un peuple, November 14, 1870, La Patrie en danger, 242. Social conflict. The rich need the poor. 1874, CS2, 366. Aristocracy, the flowers. The people, the manure that allows them to grow. This has been the structure of societies for centuries. ND. MSS 9582, F14. For as long as the world has existed, force alone has governed. Thanks to ignorance, the struggle between oppressed right on the one hand and violence on the other has never ceased. Oppression, victorious and dominant, reveals itself across the ages through the law, the expression of the will of the strongest. These laws have founded all societies on the principle of property, or in other words, on the servitude of labor. The majority works and must work for the minority. Such has been, in essence, the formula of all social bodies since the origin of humanity. Oppression has certainly triumphed everywhere and always, up to the present day, but not without a fight. History is nothing but a long account of this fierce battle. It has chronicled the bloody victories of property, its dreadful laws, its merciless rule. Property has only been able to protect itself through the torture and suffering it has meted out in response to the instinctive and unconscious demands of labor. What we are beginning to see clearly in the annals of every people is the ferocity of the methods employed to maintain the enslavement of the worker and the domination of the property owner. Garney, July 1870, CS1, 247, 9. The poverty of the masses stems from the wealth of the privileged. It is the extraction of rents in all their forms, the enormous tithe imposed on the workers for the benefit of the idle rich, that ruins and devours the people. All the doctors in search of social remedies formulate the problem in the following insoluble terms: let us cure the worker ruined by rents, but without touching rents. Sir Divers Ouvrages d'Economie Sociale, February 10, 1850, MSS 9583, F 89. Today there are only two parties, those who want to conserve the current social order, and those who do not want to conserve it. Everything else is nothing but a sham, a mask. 1869-70, MSS 9592, 3, FF 71, 2. In struggle, the isolated being succumbs. Humanity is founded on association, it is the negation of isolation. The distinctive feature of humanity, its greatest achievement and strength, is precisely its ability to combat and eradicate the miseries of solitude. Solidarity is its law. Solidarity is both the weapon and shield of the weak, its inviolable and sacred property. La Selection par la Solidarite, 1868, MSS 9591, FF 265, 6. Capital and labor. Capitalist parasitism is the cause of the poverty of the masses. December 1869, CS2, 353. To find or collect more capital is precisely to enlarge the source of our calamities even further. Everything depends on the organization in charge of using these forms of capital. In the existing order of things, the manipulation of capital is the scourge par excellence, the source of all popular despair, because its creation, the fruit of plundering, leads to new forms of plundering, and so this process continues, indefinitely. The growth of capital means the growth of the tithe that it collects from the workers, and it is precisely this tithe that is the source of all their ills. Trois Remedies, 1850, CS2, 320. The formula of every conservatism: God is capital. N.D. MSS 9591-2, F 186. The permanent conspiracy of capital and clericalism. Physical and moral cretinism, such is the future they are planning together for the masses, insured of finding in this mindlessness the guarantee of their domination. 1867, CS2, 344. Richelieu says, all political practice concurs that if the people were to become too comfortable, then it would be impossible to contain them within the rules set by their duty. The people are like mules, which, accustomed to their load, are corrupted more by long periods of rest from work than by work itself. But their load, like that of this animal, must be proportional to their strength. Monsieur Guizot has also said, work serves as a bridle and a brake unframed. It is the same idea. 1857, CS2, 324, 5. They seek to confine the worker in his atomic individuality, to deprive him of any form of collective action that might protect his interests. People protest against restricting working hours in the name of freedom and human dignity. Charles Dupin has said something profound about machines: they are tireless workers who never make any noise, never form coalitions, never riot, and never ask for anything for their work. These words are highly revealing. Les Articles 415 et 416 contre les coalitions, 1849, CS2, 175, 7. Inequality is caused by vampirism, which is a flaw and defect of the brain, not of a caste. The race of vampires is created by nature with the aid of the social order. Kill them. Feudal barbarity. They will simply come back to life again the following day, if not on the same day. Once an ultra-revolutionary worker becomes a parvenu, he can often turn into the toughest of bosses, the most ferocious of conservatives. Proletarians need not be taught this lesson, they know the phenomenon all too well. The evil lies in vampirism, the remedy in its eradication. But how can vampirism, this homicidal plague that is rarely encountered up in the heights of intellectual reflection, but which by contrast is so virulent in the lowlands of industry, finance, and commerce, first be brought under control, then atrophied and killed. By eliminating poverty and ignorance. This is easily said, but less easily done. Where should we begin? Of these two harpies, which is the mother? Which is the daughter? Study of the past and careful observation would suggest that maternity should be attributed to ignorance. L'Impôt Progressive, 1867, CS2, 39, 41. Lordly capital is a power that has no counterweight. No force obstructs it. It does not tolerate any attempt to disturb it, or even any pretense of impeding it. It is terribly sensitive. As soon as a government policy displeases it, it cuts off all provisions. If it wants to subdue a population, to bring it to its knees, it suspends production through a double maneuver. It reduces all expenditure to the bare minimum. Everything else is put into savings schemes, and these savings are themselves buried away in their coffers. They do not even deign to come out so as to exploit labor and extract their tithes from it. No, nothing. They bring work to a standstill. Both the system and its consequences are clear to see. The more business and commercial activity there is, the more a country is at the mercy of His Majesty l'Empereur Cu. Le Lux, N.D. C. 1860s, CS1, 102. The concept of a strike is intelligible to all, it is the simple idea of resistance to oppression. Everyone rallies around it. Cooperation, in its various forms, societies for credit, societies for production, is a complication that might appeal to those who are already more intellectually advanced, but it frightens the ignorant and the simple-minded. It will win over barely 10 adherents, whereas a strike will have 10,000. Employing a strike as a provisional defensive tactic against the oppression of capital, the popular masses must concentrate all their efforts towards those political changes that alone are recognized as capable of carrying out social transformation and the redistribution of goods and products in accordance with justice. Gre VT Cooperation, October 1867, CS2, 166, 7. Capital will never consent to relinquishing even one iota of its power. Less tractable and accommodating than the absolute monarchs, it will not, it cannot make concessions. It has no intention of recognizing any other law than that of its own royal whims, son bon plaisir. Saint Etienne, Lot entre les fabricants et les ouvriers, December 1849, CS2, 226, 8. This capital king is more changeable and more fleeting than a kaleidoscope. One must admire the skill with which it conjures up its titles. First, it is known as accumulated labor, a venerable name that serves to personify it, the son of the labors of the multitude. Then we have the instrument of labor, the much-loved Father, the tireless creator of the works of the human species. It is both the Father and the Son. And is it not also the Holy Spirit which is incarnated in each one of us, infusing God within us? When a proletarian who is dying of hunger rails against this dear Lord and Master, political economy soothes him, in a paternal tone of voice, "But you are capital yourself, my good man. Do not insult yourself. Is it not wonderful to be able to carry your capital around with you, even when you do not have a shirt on your back, when you are in naturalibus? A lawyer's capital is his tongue, a worker's is his arms, a seamstress's her 10 fingers, a postman's his legs, a porter's his shoulders, and everyone's capital is their brain, when they have a brain. Yes, my friend, every man is capital. I am capital, you are capital, your brother is capital, we are all capital. Let us embrace, one and all. If things do not work out, who is at fault? This produce capital is a pantheistic God. It is not only everyone, but everything as well. Fields, meadows, and forests, houses, paths and bridges, merchandise, every kind of good, movable and immovable, all are capital, accumulated labor. Let us summarize. 1. It is impossible to accumulate the products of labor. Thus, the capital of the economists, so-called accumulated labor, is a chimera. 2. Capital is solely composed of cash that is removed from exchange, and that thereby reduces production by a corresponding amount. Thus, capital is neither accumulated labor nor an instrument of labor. It is, on the contrary, suppressed labor and a instrument of labor. 2. 3. Capital is a one-sided levy on the products of labor, which is condemned, as a result of the impossibility of exchanging these products itself, to suffer the reductions or exactions imposed on it, in keeping with their droit de seigneur, by the monopolizers of the means of exchange. In this sense, capital is thus stolen labor. Things have gone on like this for centuries. Will that which has been, be forevermore? Is the human species doomed to perpetual exploitation? The gap between two distinctive castes, opulence and poverty, grows greater day by day. Intermediary positions are disappearing. In the hands of capital, all the achievements of science are becoming a terrible weapon against labor and thought. Too bad for capital. Madness signals the beginning of the end. We will continue to expose how it operates. Capital Et Travail, CS1, 63, 74. Revolution and popular power. The established order is a barrier that conceals the future from us and covers it in an almost impenetrable fog. Hence all these various systems that have emerged, thinking that they alone possess the truth. It is the lack of information that opens up an indefinite field to all these contradictions. Nothing illuminates the way, nothing lifts the veil of the horizon, nothing resolves problems like a great social upheaval. 1830 resulted only in a change of dynasty, but it nevertheless enabled the emergence of socialism, which had hitherto been confined to an embryonic state. 1848 was another failure, but it still enabled the tree of socialism to grow towards the skies. The next cataclysm will establish it, definitively, upon the debris of the old overthrown world. A revolution improvises more ideas in one day than the previous 30 years were able to wrest from the brains of 1,000 thinkers. This is because a revolution transforms a glimmer that once floated like a cloud in the minds of a few into a light that shines forth from the minds of everyone. To be sure, the ideas that will generate the new society must precede and prepare the movement. But it seems to me that this work was accomplished a long time ago now. The old world is sufficiently broken apart. A probing scalpel will not extract any more information from it. It is now up to storms to renew the atmosphere. Lettre aux citoyens Fauvetti, July 5, 1852, MSS 9583, FF 390, 1. The social idea has been conceived, it has spread everywhere through myriad channels of controversy. But it has not yet appeared with all the irresistible vividness of something that seems self-evident. What remains dark and obscure about it cannot be illuminated by what a man might now say, whoever he might be. No hand is strong enough to lift the final veil that still blurs it in the eyes of the undecided masses. Only the revolution can tear down this veil, and no one before it. The citizens of XX may be expecting a new idea from me. If so, they are mistaken. When it comes to doctrines, I have nothing novel or unprecedented in reserve, no more me than anyone else. If what has so far been lacking in our demonstrations could emerge from a human head, then this illumination would have already been accomplished. But everything has been said, the resources of thought have been exhausted, and we are condemned to mark time, until events put us back on track. November 1853, MSS 9583, FF 386, 7. The role of the revolution is more straightforward, to smash, with a firm hand, the revolting inequalities that put opulence and education on one side, and poverty and ignorance on the other side, and that thereby turn universal suffrage into a dreadful lie, an instrument of tyranny and servitude, to destroy the oppressive influences on the body and the mind, to render, as quickly as possible, all members of the nation, both men and women, capable of judging and deciding things for themselves. Based on their own understanding, and not under external influence or pressure, whatever it might be, this is the task that must be carried out. Only then, and no sooner, will France reconstitute itself and spontaneously decide on the form of its social order. March 1869, MSS 9591, FF 158, 9. It is true that time is the sole creator of everything that comes to pass. In this sense, revolutions do not improvise anything. They plow and sow the land, then the crop grows and ripens through the slow action of time. But without the plowing and the sowing, there is no crop, no harvest. Reen Nes Improvise, 1868, MSS 9592-3, F 241. Let the people choose, either slavery or the complete transformation of society. Half measures are their ruin. Rivers of blood are the cost of failure. Capital, enraged with fear and hatred, brings work to a standstill and proclaims famine. Do the rich dine the day after a revolution? Yes. Ah. Well, the proletariat must dine as well. And if the fighting should cost anyone a meal, it should be the vanquished, not the victors. The goal of the revolution is precisely to give the workers the dinner that they did not previously have. June 1850, MSS 9592, FF 466, 7. A revolution must guarantee the people work and bread within 24 hours at all costs. N.D. C. November 1848, MSS 9581, F 146. Only that which is rooted in the people endures. Mores, opinions, beliefs, everything comes from the people. They are the sole regulator of humanity's evolutions. Only their achievements are immortal. What do the salons represent in history? A debauched stain. Their rivalry with the people is like that of a stream that seeks to impose its name on a river that it sullies with its mire. It is the struggle of a sewer against the Seine. N.D. C 1850, MSS 9581, FF 162, 3. The people are always extreme, today presumptuousness, tomorrow despondency. May 16, 1852, MSS 9584-2, F 441. The French Revolution and the Terror of 1793. Peoples are what their government makes of them. They live and die only through their government. Their entire fate is in its hands. It is remarkable how quickly we forget this, after 20 years of Bonaparte's rule. The Republic of 1792 mercilessly proscribed the lackeys of the monarchy, its civilian and military staff, its laws, its mores, its religion, its ideas, even its dress. Standing on top of this scattered debris, the Republic led a raging France into battle, and if any Prussian outside the country took one step too many onto French soil, it did not shrink from carrying out a 2 November 1 against the Prussians inside the country. The only enemies of the Republic of 1870 are genuine Republicans. It bows down before aristocrats and the clergy. 1792, 1870, October 30, 1870, La Patrie en Danger, 186, 8. The memorable year of 1793, when the people, having broken their chains, turned fear and dread back on their tyrants, would become known as the Terror. That year, at least, was a deliverance. Its goal was to fight, with its own weapons, the eternal terror that weighed upon humanity, the one that began with the fear of God Timor Domini, and that is still the order of the day everywhere on earth. The Catholic and Royalist terror was a principle, the revolutionary terror was a necessity. One derives from the negation of justice, the other from the demand for it. The Great Revolt of 1793 respected mankind. It only killed in moments of legitimate self-defense, so as not to perish along with freedom and the country. If it struck the fanatics who armed themselves against it and against themselves, it did so regretfully, torn between pity for those who acted as blind instruments and hatred of those merciless superstitions that seek to pin the human race down on the torture rack forever. It fights to save its descendants and even those of its enemies from servitude and darkness. It must be stressed that it is victory that carries glory or opprobrium, freedom or slavery, barbarism or civilization, in a fold of its dress. We do not believe in the fatality or inevitability of progress, that doctrine of emasculation and submission. Victory is an absolute necessity for right droid, on pain of no longer being right, on pain of becoming like Satan, as he writhes under the archangel's talons. Introduction, in Gustav Dryden, Les Hebertises 1871, 8, 9. The scaffold alone demonstrated to the privileged the legitimacy of the revolution. Before then, they had treated it as nothing more than a mutiny of school children, a churl's revolt that could be overcome by means of the lash and the gallows. But the guillotine proved no less imposing to them than the gibbet, and they bowed respectfully before the sovereignty of the axe. Today this result has been accepted by modern society, and it no longer needs to be achieved through such extreme measures. There is no need to repeat so rigorous a mathematical operation for a second time. The first test was definitive. But if, forgetful of the lesson and encouraged in its arrogance by an easy-going indulgence, privilege should seek to take up an even deadlier weapon once again, hunger, and then takes refuge in its capital, as in a fortress, in order from there to quell the people by famine, well, let us show it that this weapon, just as easily as the other, can be turned on the aggressor and can force it into submission. It is through hunger that one tames birds of prey. N.D. C 1848 MSS 9583, FF 20, 1. The Revolution. In response to this word, you think you triumph while posturing as victims. Fools! Who spilled the first blood of the revolution? You. Who spilled the last? You. And yet the privilege of malediction hangs over us? Why this iniquity? It is because at that moment we stepped out of our appointed role. Our role was to die, yours was to kill. History up until that point is nothing but the eternal tale of your ferocity and of the brutality of the punishments you inflicted. You reigned by the sword for 1,400 years. But at this solemn hour of 1789, the victims ceased to lay their heads, with resignation, on the executioner's block. They rose up, and it was their turn to strike. They were struck themselves, but they returned each blow, and often with interest. What a strange turn of events! What an unprecedented scandal! The vassals of the gallows dared to raise their hand to their judges. What a reversal of all divine and human laws! Pity can only be found in the hearts of the poor and the wretched. The mighty know nothing of pity. Pride and selfishness have wrapped their soul in a thick armor of insensibility. This pride must fall, nonetheless. Revolutions are carried out in order to break it. Auxiliary Royalists, January 15, 1859, MSS 9581, FF 37, 41. The people no longer existed by 9 Thermidor 1794.2. They had been demoralized and paralysed by Robespierre's projects for a reactionary dictatorship and a religious restoration. Robespierre killed the revolution with 3 blows, the guillotining of Hébert, that of Danton, and then the cult of the Supreme Being. Mortally wounded, the revolution stumbled, staggered briefly before collapsing, never to get up again. Far from saving the revolution, had Robespierre prevailed in Thermidor, his victory would have simply marked a greater and more irreparable fall for it. Notes inédites de Blanqui sur Robespierre, 232, cf. MSS 9584-2 Supplement, F16. Robespierre was a premature Napoleon. They had the same projects, carried out by different means, but driven by shared passions, by hatred of the revolutionary spirit and of those lacking religious belief, by antipathy for men of letters, and, above all, by a thirst for power. Notes inédites de Blanqui sur Robespierre, 227, cf. MSS 9581, f 79. The label Hébertiste applies to the victim of torture who, escaping from the interrogation chamber, turns on the torturers with his teeth and nails, tearing them to pieces. It applies to the brigand who stops despotism at a turn in the road and shouts, with a pistol to its throat, equality or death. It applies to the person whose soul is impassioned by the thirst for justice, who throws himself, against the race of murderers, towards the goal almost blindly, without concern for obstacles or danger. If this soul is infused with the exaltation that leads to victory, it lacks the sang-froid that conserves it. May the Hébertistes' tragic fate be a lesson. They failed and perished as a result of an excess of passion. Devotion should not be delirium. But if it is good to avoid their faults and flaws, nevertheless their qualities should serve as an example to follow. They were heroic, the least we can do is not treat them as ignoble. 375 Subsequent years of vicissitudes have greatly dampened the first enthusiasms for freedom. Introduction, Intridon, Les Hébertistes, 10. Political violence. Impunity for the fallen oppressors, a step towards the re-establishment of oppressors. N.D. 1848, 49, MSS 9581, f 27. Any attempt to reform or renew society will fail if it is not preceded by the suppression of the oligarchs and their staff, who are the inexorable obstacle, the stumbling block of humanity. Lettre aux citoyens Favati, July 5, 1852, MSS 9583, f 391. Yesterday's proscribers will themselves be proscribed tomorrow, and this time we will no longer cry, woe to the vanquished, but rather, woe to the executioners. 1848, MSS 9581, f 68. War is war, reciprocity is its fundamental law. Whoever lives by the sword dies by the sword. We owe nothing to persecutors and executioners except reprisals and the axe. February 7, 1856, MSS 9581, f 96. The New Testament says to turn the other cheek. 36 cheeks would not be enough to satisfy our adversaries, our supply of cheeks would run out before they tired of slapping them. Only idiots arm themselves with wooden swords and straw pistols when fighting against steel swords and horse pistols. N.D. C 1849-50, MSS 9584-2, FF 290, 1. Woe betide those who suffer abuse without returning it. Their fate is sealed. Whoever claims the prerogative to insult you also announces their readiness to use violence against you. Whoever has the power to offend or dishonor also has the power to slay. 1. September 8, 1869, MSS 9592-3, F 75. The words moderation, calm, slow and tranquil progress, etc. This entire phraseology, designed to soften and blunt, will be the ruin of France, just as it has always been the ruin of everything. In 1793, the Montagnards saw the danger and brought those calling for order to heel. Today there are no longer any Montagnards. Think how many massacres have been undertaken since 1805, of all sorts and sizes, in the service of despotism. And yet we only ever hear of 1793 and the guillotine. If we could count we would quickly get the point. Take Le Moniteur, which each morning in 1793 listed the names and addresses of the victims, for these were never hidden. Count the names and compare this with the number killed by the royalist reactions in the Midi in 1795 and 1815, with the massacres in Manchester, with the slaughter in Spain and Portugal, with Austrian repression in Italy and elsewhere, with the massacre of Warsaw by the Russians, etc., and you will see what I mean. For no one is much concerned by the spilling of all this blood, one finds that it has flowed quite naturally. But 93. Everyone does all they can to make our hair stand on end. What is the upshot of this? The result is that only the executioners are pitted, when by chance they succumb, since their job is to be executioners and not victims, that the poor, the people, are destined to be victims, and that it is scandalous that they should ever change role, that we only have pity for prominent or respectable people, that a Marchioness whose dog's tail has been trodden on is 1,000 times more worthy of pity than a worker whose 8 or 10 children are dying of hunger, that history is written by the executioners, which is to say, the rich and the powerful. Lettre à Adelaide de Montgolfier, 19 or September 29, 1831, Oi, 585. The Army. The most dangerous enemy is always whoever holds the sword. Law Situation, June 1876, MSS 9593, F13. The government has only one force behind it, the army. One can sense its presence in its contempt, its arrogance, and its deceit. We should neither insult nor flatter this force. We should wrest it from the government's control. Law Situation, June 1876, MSS 9593, F13. Bravery, education, agility, none of this, it is openly declared, constitutes the perfect soldier. The essential quality is passive obedience, the renouncement of all individuality, absolute self-abnegation, the abject and fierce servility of the bulldog. Under the pretense of training soldiers, they seek to create machines that walk and strike, deaf and blind rifle carriers, automatons without memories or future, without country or family, without mercy or remorse. Remplacement Militaire, October 21, 1848, MSS 9583, F23. If there is anything self-evident in the world, it is the condemnation of permanent armies. Morality, justice, freedom, economics, and common sense all come together to cry out against them, anathema. N.D. 1870 S, MSS 9593, F43. No more conscription. No more permanent army. L'armée esclavite opprime, October 31, 1880, MF, 404. Socialism and equality. A socialist program should be brief. Here is ours. In the intellectual sphere, there should be no other authority than that of science, the sole benefactor of humanity. In the moral sphere, there should be no other principle than that of justice, that is to say, equality and solidarity. In the social sphere, there should be no other rights than those of labor. In the political sphere, there should be no other goal than the triumph, at all costs, of these three great laws of society, work, science, and justice. La Sincérité, N.D. 1860s, MSS 9591-2, F374. The word freedom liberté has been stolen by the oppressors in order to disguise tyranny. We must reject all the words that they take from us and whose meaning they distort, turning them into instruments of iniquity. The word freedom, when uttered by Christians, means freedom of the Inquisition. Uttered by aristocrats, freedom stands for freedom of the great and the good, freedom to exploit, freedom to own slaves. Let us remove this word from our dictionary. It has been dishonoured and disgraced, for it has been uttered by the enemy. Equality, that is our watchword. It encompasses everything. There cannot be, there is no equality without freedom. July 14, 1869, MSS 9591, F171. The morality of the penal code and of religion, either heaven or hell, is a morality suited for dogs. You are given a bone to gnaw on, or are whipped. It is an ignoble and despicably selfish morality. True morality is the result of human solidarity. It is also based on personal interest, but one that is understood completely differently and is inseparable from the general interest. In harming your fellow man you harm both yourself and your family. The individual owes 9/10 of his existence to society. He is nothing without it, he would perish in its absence. Their interests are merged to such an extent that it is impossible to imagine them separated. The social interest is therefore also that of each member of the great family, and morality likewise becomes not only a duty but a necessity for each individual. It is always a personal interest, but one that is refined, elevated, raised to the highest intellectual concepts and completely stripped of that narrow and degrading self-interest that is based on fear or on entirely personal hopes or expectations. Question de la Conscience, 1868, MSS 9592-3, F 189. Regulated anarchy. L'anarchie régulière is the future of humanity. There is a reason, however, why state power exists, that execrable scourge, and its taproot is the ignorance of the masses. This is its only root, and although it runs deep, if you pull it up, state power falls and can never be restored. The only truly revolutionary agent is education. Everything else is merely palliative. The government par excellence, the last form of society, is the absence of government, when each citizen has only his own share of power, and an absolute balance of domination reigns between all, that is to say, when no one dominates. Hierarchy, in such a situation, would be a mere application of the division of labor, and would in no way represent any of the ideas that constitute it today. It would imply neither respect, nor submission, nor deference, nor higher salaries, nor material pleasures, nor triumph of amour-propre, nor authority, nor influence, nor arrogance, nor indeed any of these elements of the current established power. It would be a corvée rather than a source of profit, a burden in the material sense of the word. But when will this utopia be realized? Not before the general advent of enlightenment among the masses. Teachers are the only true revolutionaries. They carry out the serious and lasting work, they hold the future of society in their hands. The counter-revolution has understood this and seeks to exterminate them. N.D. 1848, 49, MSS 9581, FF 23, 5. There is in mankind, as in every organized being, be it animal or vegetable, an innate tendency, an expansive and invasive force that pushes it to extend, to develop, and grow at the expense of everything else. Oppressed worker can become oppressive bosses, and they are no less harsh, as everyone who labors in the workshops knows very well. Injustice is thus a certainty, so long as it has not been made impossible. All social problems stem from this problem. You cannot trust anyone, even the most reasonable and the most moderate. Power is inherently oppressive. The feeling of justice, developed by education, itself offers only a rather minor obstacle. The invading instinct emerges once it no longer feels any resistance and deludes itself with the best faith in the world, with the finest pretexts. Security for every individual only exists when force is shared equally among everyone. The juxtaposed forces counteract one another, producing equilibrium. There is no other serious safeguard in the social order. Fraternity simply means that it has become impossible to kill one's brother. April 1869, CS2, 98-99, MSS 95-91, FF 179, 80. Fraternity. It means the impossibility of killing one's brother. It can only exist among equals. Nature has only one means of conserving the species, the balance of forces between every individual. In order to realize this tutelary equality, nature gave man consciousness and intelligence. 1850, CS2, 97. Society comprises rich and poor, powerful and weak, exploiters and exploited. One must choose between these two categories. Who could hesitate? Doing away with both of them is the true form of progress that we should pursue. L'Impôt Progressive, 1867, CS2, 38, 9. Communism and Proudhonism argue bitterly, on the bank of a river, as to whether on the other side there is a field of corn or a field of wheat. They insist on answering the question before overcoming the obstacle. Let us cross it first. We shall see when we get there. 1850s, CS2, 314. The Revolutionary Party. The people want to see clearly on the road to the future, they ask for guides to illuminate every avenue of the new order. ND. C 1850, MSS 9581, F 28. No one today has either the right or the capacity to formulate the future. We might have premonitions of it, partially catch sight of it, or indeed speculate about it more or less plausibly. But to specify and set out what it shall look like would be the most monstrous, as well as the most impotent, of usurpations. March 1869, MSS 9591, F 158. If socialism is not the author of the revolution, it will not be its master. It must make the revolution, not leave it to be made. The day after a revolution belongs only to the victor. In short, socialists know what they want and what they do not want. That is more than enough. Although a minority, they have vigor and initiative. November 1853, MSS 9583, F 387. There is no mistaking it, the people, too, have fallen into a state of discouragement, indifference, and apathy. Their good instincts nonetheless remain intact. The revolutionary idea lives on in their hearts. But there is complete inertia, a weakening. There are still many isolated revolutionaries, there is no longer any trace of the Revolutionary Party. Lettre A.R., April 7, 1860, MSS 9584-1, FF 114, 16. Like you, I believe in the star of the revolution, but on one condition, that we advance towards its light, that we do not merely squat motionless, gazing at it in contemplation. Revolutions do not happen by themselves, they are the work of men Homs. As long as we pursue this work in the future, as we have done for these past 8 years, history will change course, in spite of whatever all the oracles of human fatalism might claim. Our salvation depends solely on ourselves, and one must only expect it to come from ourselves. God helps those who help themselves, this is man's only motto. Inaction means death. What is to be done? You say, rally a certain number of men of intelligence, organize an officer corps in order to be ready for the day of crisis, which will soon be on its way. Unfortunately, my dear R., even that is impossible. The disintegration is so complete, the disorder and confusion so universal, that any such attempt would prove powerless, almost ridiculous. On our side, before men will assemble and unite, they need the action of an electric current, and this current can only emerge from a general movement of ideas, of common hopes or expectations, in a word, from the life of the party la vie de parti. This life has died out. The first task then is to revive it. Initially I thought the same as you. It is the first idea that comes to mind, constitute a core group of people, a cadre, either to engage in struggle or to prepare for it. I soon recognized that this would be unworkable. This form of organization, however restricted it may be, is only feasible in a world like our own with the prospect of an immediate goal, with the stimulant of public agitation. I saw that I had taken the wrong path, and that before trying to gather people together the first task was to shake them from their lethargy. They are asleep, let us awaken them. We have to get up before we can march forward. Inaction is fatal for us. We must escape from it at all costs, awaken the masses, put revolution back on the agenda, or risk seeing it banished forever. Lettre A.R., April 7, 1860, MSS 9584-1, FF 117, 20. We must not try to take giant leaps, but only human steps, and to keep walking, always. Speech given in Milan, November 1880, a few weeks before Blanqui's death, cited in Geoffroy, L'Enferme, 434. Part 6. 1866 to 1869, Writings from Exile. After escaping from the Necker prison hospital in Paris in August 1865, Blanqui went into exile. He first sought refuge in Brussels, where he lived mainly in the house of his long-standing friend, Dr. Louis Watteau, before traveling to Valencia in December 1866 with Dr. Louis Lecombre, the former vice president of the Société Républicaine Centrale who had been in exile in Spain since 1849. In May 1866 Blanqui left Valencia for Fribourg, Switzerland, where he would remain until returning to Brussels in November, after a 2-week clandestine trip to Paris. Blanqui's exile came to an end in 1869, when a general amnesty allowed him to return to Paris. Exile afforded Blanqui the chance to read and write in a more sustained way than in prison, and the late 1860s became one of his most prolific periods as a writer. From 1865 to 1870, a more organized Blanquist party also began to take shape, as Levieux, the old man, won over new support in radical student and workers' circles, recruiting many young militants, including Jules Valles, Émile Eudes, Raoul Rigaud, and Edouard Vaillant, who would soon play important roles in the Paris Commune of 1871. In 1864 the International Workingmen's Association, IWA, was founded in London, and in France labor militancy began to increase, as did popular discontent with Napoleon III's rule. The first Congress of the IWA took place in Geneva in 1866. After planning to send several emissaries to the conference, at the last minute Blanqui abruptly ordered them to abstain, after concluding that the meeting would only serve to strengthen the position of Proudhon's followers in the new organization. Around 40 of Blanqui's followers were subsequently arrested, on November 7, when they met to discuss the divisions opened up by the conference. Over the next couple of years, as a Proudhon-inspired emphasis on cooperatives was eclipsed by a new insistence on mass industrial action and direct political intervention, Blanqui became a little more sympathetic to the IWA, but he always remained critical, assuming it would remain diffuse and inconsequential, distant from the Paris proletariat, and a vehicle for ambitious opportunists. 1. Letter to Blanqui's supporters in Paris. April 18, 1866. To all A2. Always try to keep your cool, I worry about those drunken banquets that might get your blood boiling. That is a poor method. If you would allow me to give you some advice, the most serious that I can offer you, it would be never to say and never to do anything after drinking, just go to bed. Good political work must always be undertaken when sober. Let me return to the question of cooperatives. They are the danger of the day. I do not understand how one who is their enemy, can conceive of taking control of them so as to advance our ideas. For my part, I do not even think it possible to fight against them. To do so would be to grab a very dangerous bull by the horns. Transforming them, taking hold of them without attacking them, seems to me impossible. For in the end what is at issue in this idea of the cooperative is as clear as day. It is a means of preparing the daily bourgeois stew pot au feu bourgeois at all costs, divorced from any political thought, from any revolutionary struggle. It is the political and social abdication of the proletariat under the pretext of socialism, indeed it is not even that. Everyone is careful to insist and to prove that socialism has nothing to do with it, which is the truth. I do not know what Gambais too can achieve in this area. I am, however, convinced that he is involved not as a revolutionary, but as a consulting lawyer who offers advice, who helps to keep things ticking along smoothly. Certainly, in his capacity as a jurist, devoted to his work, he must wield influence, but is it to the benefit of the revolutionary idea? I believe not. I have no doubt that that circle dislikes the empire, that it decries it even, and that it shares our political convictions. But theirs is a Platonic conviction that will contribute nothing to the revolution. The cooperative and the revolutionary are incompatible. Seems to me to have unrealistic expectations. He thinks it possible to divide the faubourgs into two parts, one more philosophical than social, the other more social than philosophical. This, I believe, is to take a very small part as representative of the whole. Our action, in its current form, can only affect an imperceptible number of workers. They all may be quite advanced, quite well educated, but their wider influence is extremely limited. Nothing today has any great influence over the people. Everything is fragmented and fractured to an infinite degree. No one is in a position to act in a serious and general way on the masses. Your agitation only affects a very small group, and I do not think it would be easy to expand it by a short-lived newspaper. If Candide had endured and grown, it might have been a different matter. But this was impossible. The government will not allow a revolution to develop or take form in this way. What, then, is to be done? I see only two things. Expand your circle in the Latin Quarter, recruit the greatest possible number of students, for each of them is an influential source of activity, not to mention of group action, as they are at the Odeon, at Lab S, and elsewhere. Therein lies a dual force, that of the individual, center of influence, and that of the masses assembled in one neighborhood, like a kind of permanent army at war. This is the first point. The second would be publicity, through biographies, and a newspaper. I have already given you my opinion regarding the Parisian newspaper. I think it has virtually no reach, almost no clear goal. As for the biographies, I do not think you will find a printer in Paris. In looking for one, you will divulge and expose the work. But this will not be a problem if it is immediately published afterwards abroad. As for a newspaper in Brussels, I admit it will have little effect. It will help establish the revolutionary party in the émigré world as well as in the active republican world in Paris, in the world of politicians, nothing more. Its impact among the masses will be next to nothing. However, we should not altogether scorn what is gained by being able to take a position in the world of politicians. In my mind this would be worth something. There the group could gain a certain notoriety, both as a collective and as individuals. Finally, however little the newspaper might circulate among the people, since it will speak of politics in plain language, it could still win a small corner of renown that would, I think, have more impact than any number of banquets or prohibited meetings, where the danger is so great. I will add the following: your cover is blown vous brûlez, you are exposed, widely known. Once released from prison à la sortie, you will be surrounded by police, spied on, in constant danger. You will only be able to extend your influence and act through intermediaries who remain unknown and intact. You will need the greatest prudence,